The Festival of the Sending Gods was one of the most significant and revered sacred days of the year. According to ancient legend, it was believed that it was on this day that the gods living in the high heavens descended to earth to get closer to people. The people celebrated this event with great pomp, and ceremony. Those young people who turned 15 in the current year were believed to receive special divine blessings. These blessings provided various useful skills for adventuring, trading, creating items, or magical artifacts. The power of such blessings, which consisted in providing unique abilities, was usually called gifts. In a small provincial town named Arsel, the morning began with the cry of a young man named Gio. He called loudly for his sister, trying to wake her up on such an important day. Senna reluctantly muttered that she needed a little more time to sleep, and even expressed a desire to sleep for 5 hours. Her brother irritably reminded her that the day of the Fallen Gods festival had arrived, and sleeping longer was simply unacceptable. The girl complained about her brother's character, whom she considered disobedient and harsh. The young man, in turn, ordered her to hurry, adding that if she hesitated, she would miss the opportunity to take part in the morning prayer. Senna reluctantly agreed, realizing that there was almost no time left. Her brother pointed out that she could at least dress herself without relying on others. Gio's mind was filled with dissatisfaction. He considered his sister too spoiled and accustomed to comfort. He reflected that on this day he and his sister were to receive their first gifts, which would officially make them adults in the eyes of society. They had both turned 15 this year. Despite being the same age, they were siblings. Gio was born a few months earlier than his sister. He didn't know the exact details of the time of birth and didn't think it was necessary to find out. He believed that this was not the most important circumstance. He had a feeling that perhaps their mother had already exhausted her reserves of love and warmth towards them. Their father, who had been a famous and respected adventurer in the past, had died more than a year ago. Since then, the brother and sister had lived together, supporting each other in their daily lives. After some time, Gio suggested that Senna head to the town square. Senna agreed, admitting that she felt nervous and confessing that she was curious to know what gift she was destined to receive. The brother suggested that only one of the gods could know the answer to this, and expressed the hope that he would receive a blessing that would help him in his future adventures. Senna reminded him that he often said the same thing and always dreamed of distant travels. The young man tried to hide his excitement, saying that he didn't care, but then he added passionately that he wanted to become an adventurer like his late father. His sister assured him that she had a strong feeling that he would definitely receive a good and useful gift. To this, Gio responded that she was as reckless as before. Senna just laughed and said that she would be happy with her life if her brother was there to support her. He, in turn, sternly noted that his sister would also have to work and not rely only on others. Senna said that she was already praying for him, adding that the prayer had already begun and it was time to join in. According to tradition, on the day of the holiday, all believers were supposed to pray to the gods during sunrise and watch it rise above the horizon. It was at this moment that a special blessing from the gods was received. Gio prayed fervently in his heart and desperately asked the gods to grant him a blessing that would help him in his future as an adventurer. At that moment, he heard a mysterious voice that chose which of those present was to receive this or that gift. One gift was given to one girl, another to another boy, and finally the gift given to Gio was named enrollment. The boy reacted with surprise and confusion to what was happening. Around him, others rejoiced, one of whom loudly declared that he had received a blessing suitable for the development of the family business. He admitted that he had never heard of such a gift, and expressed doubts about its practical use. Senna, noticing her brother, called out to him and asked how the ceremony had gone for him. Gio was shocked and could not immediately believe what was happening. He thought of Senna and anxiously wanted to know what gift was bestowed upon her on this sacred day. His sister told him that she had received the favor of the sword god, at least that is how it sounded, although it was said not quite confidently, and, in her opinion, not beautifully enough. The brother, hearing these words, immediately felt admiration. He noted that the gift of a sword was magnificent, perhaps even a rare gift that could be of great help in an adventurous life. The young man enthusiastically stated that his sister had succeeded and that it was a great achievement. Senna reacted slightly embarrassed, noticing that her brother had come too close, and she felt awkward. Gio immediately apologized, explaining his behavior as a strong emotion caused by his joy for her. The girl teased him slightly, noting that at one point she even thought that he was going to kiss her, and then asked how things were going with Gio himself, and what gift the gods had given him. The young man answered with restraint that he had received a gift, which turned out to be a vegetable garden. The sister asked again, with slight surprise, whether he really meant a vegetable garden. The brother specified that he had been given a vegetable garden. That was how his blessing sounded. At this point, another girl named Annie couldn't help but laugh loudly, calling Gio's gift funny. Shifa, being stern, stopped her, explaining that laughing at a gift given by the gods was disrespectful and should be condemned. She also added that it was unfair to Gio because even though the gift looked unusual, it didn't mean it was useless. The young man felt a sense of relief in his mind, realizing that he had been heard and that they had sided with him. Senna thought about it and jokingly wondered if her brother could use this gift to feed her well and regularly. To this, Gio asked with a bit of irritation what exactly she was worried about. Shifa, trying to cheer him up, expressed confidence that everything would be fine with the gift. According to her, this type of gift did not depend on appearance, but on who had it and how they used it. Annie, however, could not stop laughing, and again mentioned the vegetable garden with mockery. An angry thought flashed through Gio's mind, directed at Annie. He believed that one should not laugh at someone else's misfortune, especially when the gift was received from the gods. He remembered that both girls, Shifa and Annie, were his sisters, with whom he had grown up since childhood. Shifa had been born only 3 years ago, while Annie had been born a little earlier than Gio himself. She had received the gift at the autumn festival that had taken place a year ago. By now, both girls were already working as adventurers. Shifa had the prestigious and powerful gift of an empress, while Annie had the charisma of a huntress, which made her strong and confident. Shifa, in her young years, had already achieved such strength that it was impossible not to reckon with her. The young man once again thought about his dream of becoming an adventurer, admitting that it remained the main goal in his life. Annie suddenly turned to Gio with a sympathetic voice, expressing the opinion that now he would most likely not be able to become an adventurer with Shifa. Gio's reaction was confusion, and he indignantly asked why she said such words. Annie quickly explained, saying that if someone had seen the situation from the outside, they would have understood her words. Gio at that moment experienced internal confusion, not understanding how Annie could know anything about his feelings. The girl switched to another topic and suggested talking about Senna's gift. The sister readily agreed and offered to see what exactly she had received. Shifa and Annie simultaneously said the name of the gift, the favor of the sword god. Annie admitted that she had never heard of such a gift before, but from its name, one could assume that it was indeed powerful. Senna confidently affirmed that she believed she was on her way to becoming a powerful swordswoman. Annie supported her, saying that Senna should definitely become an adventurer, and invited her to join their group. To this, her sister responded affirmatively, expressing her willingness to join. Annie explained that their team was currently missing one member and asked Shifa if she would be okay with Senna being included in the lineup. Shifa stated without hesitation that if it was Senna, she would have no objections. Gio at this time was thinking about how he would like to join the same group as Senna, but he did not have enough of a gift that could make him a useful participant in the adventures. Senna called her brother and reminded him that he had been invited to join the group too, and there was no need to doubt him. However, Gio admitted that he doubted his ability to make money with a gift like a vegetable garden. He added that Senna was already an adult and could not seriously expect him to feed her all the time. The young man expressed the idea that it was time for his sister to take on more responsibility and work on herself. Senna firmly declared that she would become an adventurer, said goodbye to her brother, and said that she was going to make a lot of money while she was young, and then spend the rest of her life in idleness. The young man did not hide his disappointment, and said with annoyance that this was all she really wanted. Gio's inner thoughts were filled with an unexpected longing. He had never expected to miss Senna so quickly. A thought entered his mind about how nice it would be to go on an interesting and meaningful adventure, especially if Shifa was part of that adventure. Despite everything that was happening, he continued to feel the weight of his oppressed state. Envy, although suppressed, rose in his chest, directed at the gift Senna had received. The comparison with her blessing caused him bitter disappointment. The young man continued to ponder what the meaning of the gift called Gorold de. He suspected that it was about a vegetable garden at his own home. However, Gio did not farm or care for plants, and did not even have a vegetable garden. He came to the sad conclusion that his gift was completely useless in the current circumstances. At that moment, a strange voice came from inside his head. The voice asked if he would like to allocate a plot of land for a vegetable garden. The young man was, at first, confused, surprised by the sudden sound. He tried to figure out what was happening, and even thought that he had become a victim of hallucinations. He felt like he was alone, completely alone, and that added to his anxiety. Before his eyes suddenly appeared a corner in which the earth itself began to pulsate, as if from flashes of light. The voice, without waiting for him to fully comprehend the situation, repeated the proposal to allocate land for a vegetable garden. Gio thought doubtfully that the voices might have been the result of internal tension, and then, although he felt afraid, he decided to agree. After his internal agreement, the voice confirmed that the plot had been allocated. The young man watched in amazement as the ground in front of him was transformed. It became soft, easy to work, as if perfectly prepared. It seemed to him that a real field had appeared in front of him in an instant, and everything happened so quickly that it seemed incredible. Information from a certain system appeared, which reported that in front of him was Gio's level 1 garden. It was indicated that he had 0 out of 5 skills, and the area of the garden was 50 square units out of 50 possible. The voice spoke again, suggesting that the process of growing plants begin. The system presented a list of crops that could be planted. Among them were wheat, barley, potatoes, carrots, tomatoes, eggplants, garlic, Chinese cabbage, cucumbers, turnips, pumpkins, lettuce, and green peppers. All crops were labeled as medium quality. Gio took this as an opportunity to choose which plants he wanted to grow. He decided to start with potatoes and tried to understand how the choice was made through symbols. After confirming, the voice asked again for a quantity, and Gio determined that he wanted to plant 1 unit out of a possible 50. Next came a request for a location, to which he replied that he wanted to plant potatoes at the far end of the plot. After another confirmation, the voice announced that potato planting had begun. However, Gio was surprised to note that he didn't even put the seeds in the ground. Everything happened automatically, and the vegetables seemed to start growing on their own. He wondered how realistic all this could be, since under normal conditions, vegetable growing required time and effort. However, he decided to continue the experiment and try planting 1 seed from 10 different crops, thus filling 50 squares, 5 for each crop. After the procedure was complete, he assessed that the field looked the same, but he felt that he had completed all the actions. He reminded himself that this was still a gift, even if he did not fully understand its nature. He came to the conclusion that he would probably have to return here often now to watch the development of the garden. Later, he was surprised to discover that only 1 hour had passed, and his plot of land had already turned into a full-fledged, beautiful vegetable garden. It happened so easily that it seemed impossible. Compared to the months of labor that regular farmers needed, the results seemed astonishing. He realized that such incredible speed and abundance of fresh, juicy vegetables were the effect of his gift. The young man noticed that the harvest was ready to be picked, but he realized that the harvesting process itself could be difficult. It was at this moment that the voice became active again, suggesting that the harvest be collected. He realized that the voice was somehow reading his thoughts. There was no longer any point in doubting, and he agreed to the collection. Something amazing was happening before his eyes. The vegetables were picking themselves, as if an invisible force was doing all the work. The voice continued to sound in his head, and the land was cultivated without his intervention. Mysterious symbols indicating his level and skills also appeared in front of him. Crops developed at an astonishing rate, requiring neither seeds nor traditional care. All the events happened one after another, forming a chain of miraculous phenomena, the culmination of which was the self-harvesting of the crop. A basket appeared in front of him, even before he had time to think about it. He noted how convenient it was. Curiosity prompted him to check whether the vegetables were fit for consumption. He took 1 tomato, and it looked like an ordinary one, but very appetizing. The fruit was not only juicy, but also had a rich, sweet taste, like a fruit, while retaining moderate acidity. The flesh was dense and filled with gelatinous segments. He wanted to eat them all. The quality of all vegetables was equally high. The young man came to the conclusion that this could apply not only to tomatoes, but also to all the other vegetables that he planted. At the same time, Senna and her friends enjoyed the unusual view of the surrounding nature. She was sincerely delighted by the endless meadows that stretched beyond the city, which she saw for the first time in her life, since she had never left the city limits before. Shifa revealed that there was a dungeon nearby that was controlled by Lord Arcel. This dungeon was a dangerous labyrinth filled with demons, and it was here that adventurers conducted their explorations. Despite the risk, the place attracted many, as it offered a chance to get rich quick and get rare, valuable materials. Shifa noted that although Senna was a newbie, she would eventually get used to fighting monsters. Annie, realizing that Senna had never held a sword before, offered to give her some practice. Senna readily accepted the offer, adding that she had just acquired her first sword the day before. Shifa, examining the weapon, concluded that the sword looked quite respectable. Annie mentally assumed that because Senna had received the blessing of the sword god, her progress in training should be rapid. Suddenly, Annie felt the demon approaching. Shifa determined that there was a goblin in front of them and inquired about its number. Annie noted with certainty that there was only one goblin, and considered this the perfect opportunity for Senna to prove herself as a budding adventurer. She suggested that Senna take action and prepare for battle. Senna didn't hesitate and slashed with her sword. Annie reacted with surprise to the movement, not immediately understanding what had happened. Shifa explained that Senna had moved so fast that she hadn't even had time to see the movement of the sword. Senna was surprised to realize that she had actually accomplished something significant, and expressed hope that she would now be able to deal with the goblin. Annie tried to hold her friend back, noting that it was not safe to be alone near the demon. But Senna confidently stated that everything was fine and she was able to deal with the enemy. The goblin, feeling threatened, threw a rock towards her. Annie commented that it was a projectile throw. Shifa called out to Senna, but she had already reacted by performing a counterattack. Senna, with amazing precision and determination, delivered one blow that cleaved the goblin's head. After the fight, she joyfully announced their victory. Shifa expressed admiration, noting several outstanding qualities in her at once: the courage to fight alone, instant reaction and dynamic vision that allows her to reflect projectiles, the spirit that allows her to kill even demonic creatures without fear, as well as amazing swordsmanship. At some point, Senna noticed something on the ground. Later, she greeted Gio cheerfully, who had just finished preparing dinner. He happily informed her that the food was ready. Senna was delighted. Her brother asked how her first adventure had gone. Her sister happily replied that she had enjoyed it and had fought a demon. Gio was surprised to learn that she had already entered combat, and asked worriedly if everything was okay. Senna assured him that she was feeling fine, and thought he was worrying unnecessarily. She added that she had her friends with her the whole time, and that her enemies were weak. Although it was her first fight with a sword, it was comfortable and fit her hand easily. Inside, Gio felt jealous, believing that the reason for her success was due to her gift. However, he decided to please his sister by offering her a reward for her first success. Senna happily accepted the treat. It was a flavorful stew. Gio thought that the dish used vegetables grown in his own garden, and now there was no need to skimp on products. Although there was little meat, he hoped that the taste would make up for the lack. Senna wished everyone a bon appetit. Her brother noticed that she seemed to want to say something. She admitted that the dish was incredibly delicious. The sister was amazed by the taste, especially the vegetables, and noted that everything was different than usual. Senna again confirmed that the stew was especially rich and sweet. She had never tasted such delicious vegetables before. For her, it was a whole new level of taste sensations. Each component of the dish was filled with bright flavor. Inside, Gio felt joy seeing how pleased his sister was. Senna curiously asked where such delicious vegetables came from. Gio invited her to come with him and see something. When they got to the yard, he showed her his garden and explained that this was where all the ingredients were gathered. The sister was surprised and suggested that this was the result of Gio's gift. He confirmed her thought and noted that thanks to this, she could now save on food. Senna was delighted, saying that from now on she could enjoy such dishes every day. Gio's mind was filled with thoughts of wanting a gift to help him on his adventures, but even so, his garden was proving incredibly useful. He noted with satisfaction that he had eaten a large amount of food. The sister added that she began to salivate just thinking about the dish. At that moment, he heard something fall. It turned out to be the magic stone that Senna had picked up during her adventure. The same mysterious voice was heard, which suggested using the found stone. Gio thought about it, remembering that the magic stone was solidified magic energy. He expressed his desire to use it and asked his sister for permission. Senna gave her permission without hesitation, but asked why he was planning to do so. The voice confirmed that the magic stone had been used. Gio had a premonition in his mind that he would encounter unusual abilities again. He was amazed by what happened next. Gio's mind was constantly thinking about his gift. He believed that the ability he had received from the gods was the ability to create fields and harvest rich, tasty crops from them. The gift seemed strange, but also amazing. After he used the magic stone, something completely unusual appeared on his plot, a tree that grew meat instead of fruit. It was so amazing and unbelievable that he could not comprehend what type of blessing his gift belonged to. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the city of Arsel, Senna and her companions were exploring the dungeons teeming with monsters. They fought demons, and after a series of battles, Senna, feeling tired, admitted that she was exhausted. Annie confidently replied that they dealt with the demons instantly, and in a real fight, they no longer posed a serious threat. Shifa assessed Senna's success and concluded that she was ready for more serious and in-depth research of dangerous places. Senna soon discovered the magical stone and decided to take it with her. Annie noted that such a small specimen was probably not of much value in terms of the market. However, Senna admitted that she perceived the stone as a souvenir intended for her brother. When Annie heard this, she immediately knew that they were talking about Gio. Shifa thought about it and asked Senna how her brother was feeling. She remembered that on the day of the descent of the gods he looked unwell. Annie also expressed concern, recalling that Gio had once dreamed of being an adventurer, but his gift had proven to be completely unsuitable for that purpose. She couldn't help but wonder if he was still depressed. Shifa nodded, confirming that she was also a little worried about Gio. Senna responded with fervor, assuring him that he was perfectly fine. She added that he had stayed home, but she also emphasized that her brother was an amazing person, and with his gift, he could have conquered the world. Annie doubted these words, and noted with irony that taking over the world with the help of a vegetable garden did not sound very convincing. Later, already at home, Gio was surprised to hear from his sister that Shifa was going to visit them. Senna immediately added that Annie was also planning to come. The young man immediately realized that he urgently needed to start cleaning the house. Inside, he felt a slight sense of unease. He remembered how long it had been since Shifa had visited him. He was overcome with the desire to do everything possible to make her happy. However, Gio was at a loss. Shifa rarely showed emotion, and her neutral expression made it difficult to tell what she was feeling. He thought she was cool and cute. But unlike the more lively and smiling Annie, she didn't laugh often. The thought that he might not be able to make Shifu happy bothered him. He was afraid that he might disappoint her. Senna suddenly called out to her brother in a loud voice, reminding him that her friends were going to their house for a reason. Their goal was to see their garden. Gio began to wonder if they might be happy if he showed them the produce grown on this plot. The sister said with confidence that they would definitely be delighted, because everything tasted delicious. The boy noted to himself that Senna always beamed with happiness when she ate dishes containing vegetables from their garden. He hoped that perhaps Shifa could feel the same. Realizing this, he came to the conclusion that he needed to continue to develop his garden and make it even better. In his mind, Gio began to analyze what was happening. It increasingly seemed that his plot had long ceased to be an ordinary vegetable garden. Senna suddenly pulled out a few extra magic stones and handed them to her brother. Gio was happy to note that they came in handy, as he was just about to try to level up the garden. The system responded immediately. The screen displayed information. Gio's garden had now reached level 2. His garden area had increased to 100 square units out of a possible 100, although he still had no skills. He realized that the level of the garden could indeed be increased by using magic stones. Not only did the area increase, but also the number of crops available for cultivation. Now it became clear what had happened. Thanks to the increase in level, He could now even grow meat. Gio still didn't know what would happen next, but he decided not to miss the opportunity. He decided to try again to improve his mastery of the gift. The voice appeared again and suggested using the magic stones. Gio did not hesitate. He decided to use everything he had. Senna was lost in thought at this point, watching her brother with slight surprise. The thought occurred to her of who he was talking to. Then she noticed that the magic stones nearby began to disappear, which caused her some confusion. Meanwhile, a clear thought entered Gio's mind. They had just reached level 3. His garden had been promoted. The voice he had already become accustomed to hearing informed him that it was now possible to expand the area of the plot and grow completely new types of crops. Gio decided to immediately check what changes had taken place. He was amazed to find that some of the vegetables that had appeared now looked like the most ordinary ones. Among them, he noticed unfamiliar names: burdock, perilla, sweet potato. He admitted to himself that he had never heard anything like it before. Turning to his sister, he clarified this, but immediately realized that Senna most likely did not know these names either. The sister responded that the question was rather rude, but assumed that it was some kind of exotic food. She added that if they could actually harvest such plants, it would be wonderful. Gio suggested trying to grow them first. Senna was excited to note that they had already expanded the garden and would now be able to watch new vegetables grow. The young man, looking at the sweet potato, began to wonder if it was possible that this was one of its varieties. My sister happily offered to taste it. Gio explained that it all depends on the flavor of the ingredients, especially when steaming potatoes. They decided to try the result. The sister screamed with pleasure, saying that it was delicious. The young man, having tried it himself, noted how sweet and pleasant this vegetable was. The texture was dense, and the taste was reminiscent of an exquisite snack. He concluded that such potatoes could even be considered a dessert. Senna, inspired by the new taste, admired her brother's gift. She admitted that she had never tasted anything like it before. Gio noted that if he used another magic stone, he would be able to do even more amazing things. Senna, without wasting a minute, went to get new materials. The young man chuckled to himself as he realized that his lazy sister had suddenly become motivated. He thought that perhaps it was the garden that had changed her so much. So the process continued. The garden continued to develop, its level rose. Senna soon returned, bringing with her a large magical stone. Gio realized at this point that with his new level he also gained a new skill. However, he suddenly noticed something unusual and wondered what it could be. The day of the visit arrived. Shifa approached the entrance and politely apologized for disturbing her, expressing her hope that she had arrived on time. Gio was quick to reassure that everything was fine. Senna invited the guests to enter the house. The young man noted with a smile that their home was always happy to have such wonderful guests as Shifa, and warmly asked her to come in. A romantic comparison appeared in his thoughts. It seemed to him that a real angel had descended into their house. He thanked Shifu for deciding to visit them, saying that it was incredibly nice. Annie, standing nearby, reminded him of her presence and did so with an offended note. Gio quickly apologized to her, admitting that he had gotten distracted. Annie, a little annoyed, said she had come because Senna had told her how amazing the garden had become. She hoped she wouldn't be disappointed. Shifa added that she heard Senna talking about the success of Gio's garden. The youngster quickly denied the exaggeration, saying that he had never intended to go that far and that Senna was simply exaggerating. The sister naively asked him if he really thought so. Annie, remaining skeptical, expressed doubt, as she could hardly believe in the effectiveness of such a simple gift as a vegetable garden. But then she saw the garden and was stunned. She was struck by the diversity. Vegetables, fruits, mushrooms were growing everywhere, and it all looked unusually healthy and well-groomed. Her attention was also drawn to the beautiful fence surrounding the area. According to her, the garden had looked much poorer before. Senna admitted that she herself was shocked when the garden first appeared in this form. Annie couldn't help but ask if Gio had done all of this. He briefly confirmed it. A piece of information flashed through his mind. At level 5, he had mastered the fence-making skill and could now erect a fence around his garden instantly. He noted that it was a great way to provide privacy and hide the area from prying eyes. Annie admitted with admiration that she had underestimated Gio. She hadn't expected anyone to be able to create such a beautiful fence. Then she noticed that the plants didn't wilt or react to the changing seasons, and that some of the crops were completely unfamiliar to her. Senna honestly admitted that she also doesn't know where these vegetables come from, but the main thing is that they are very tasty. Annie asked in surprise, wondering if that was really true. Gio was remembering how Annie had recently mocked his gift. He couldn't believe that she was now genuinely admiring his achievements, but something else was bothering him: the impassive expression on Shifa's face. He couldn't tell if she was bored or disappointed. He took the plunge and asked her opinion about what was happening. Shifa quietly admitted that she was surprised and found it all truly wonderful. The young man thought he had impressed her, but deep down he wondered if her reaction was just being polite. He believed that the best was yet to come. He invited the guests to try the harvest from the garden. Shifa thanked him and agreed. Annie was happy to confirm whether it was indeed possible to try. Gio said it was time for harvest, and pointed to the meat growing on the trees. Annie, stunned, thought she was hallucinating because what she saw seemed impossible. Real meat was growing on the trees. Gio calmly confirmed that he himself was surprised the first time. Annie couldn't understand how he could say that so calmly, since meat wasn't supposed to grow on plants. The young man explained that thanks to his gift this was now possible. Annie admitted that his ability was indeed strange. Gio, summing up, noted that the products from his garden were incredibly tasty, and then went to harvest, asking to wait a little. Annie suddenly noticed with surprise how the crops, in particular the meat, began to move on their own. She pointed out with amazement that Gio even had a special basket into which the meat seemed to jump by itself. Gio, with a straight face, noted that it was extremely convenient. However, Annie could not agree with this approach and emphasized that it was not only a matter of convenience, but the most unusual fact of what was happening. Something strange was happening in the city, because even meat grows here. Shifa calmly confirmed her words and added that it was indeed meat. Annie looked closely at the product and noted that it looked incredibly fresh and surprisingly appetizing. Gio suggested taking the opportunity to have a barbecue. Senna, hearing this, was delighted and expressed joy. Annie hesitantly tried to object, mentioning that she was not sure whether such meat could be eaten. She turned to Shifa. Gio thought at this time that, despite the excellent taste of his harvest, someone like Shifa would hardly agree to try meat grown in such an unusual way. Shifa confidently and calmly stated that she would like to try this meat. The young man was amazed by her words. Annie reacted with surprise to her friend's seriousness, reminding her that they were talking about meat that grew on a tree. Shifa, without the slightest doubt, assured them that everything was fine, because it was Gio's gift that was being discussed. She offered to help them prepare. Gio thanked her and asked her to take care of cutting the meat. Shifa readily agreed and told them to leave it to her. Senna expressed her anticipation of the delicious barbecue. The young man added that his sister could also help a little in the process. Annie also offered her help. Gio put Annie in charge of the vegetables. She got to work, but was surprised to find that even the vegetables began to move on their own. Senna, inhaling the aroma, said that everything smelled very delicious. Gio decided it was time to try what he had prepared. Senna declared that it was simply wonderful and wished everyone bon appetit. Gio warned Shifu to be careful as the food might be hot. Shifa thanked him. Annie, watching her, still expressed uncertainty. Inside, Gio was at a loss as to what Shifa's reaction would be, but Shifa, having tasted the meat, unexpectedly said that it was delicious. The young man rejoiced inwardly because Shifa was truly surprised, and she liked it. He found her reaction particularly sweet. Annie, noticing this, asked if Shifa was really satisfied. Gio happily confirmed that he was pleased with her reaction. Shifa admitted that she had never eaten tastier meat in her life. Senna suggested that Annie give it a try. Annie, a little confused, nevertheless agreed and expressed delight. She noted that the meat was surprisingly tender, had an excellent structure, and the taste was excellent. She could hardly believe that such a product actually grew on a tree. Gio was internally surprised that even Annie was delighted. Annie was pleased to say that both the beef and pork were very tasty. Shifa added that the vegetables and mushrooms were also amazing. Senna admitted that she felt like she could eat everything in that garden. Gio said they also have dessert, sweet potato pie. Senna delightedly recognized it as that very tasty vegetable. Annie admitted that she had never heard of sweet potatoes before. Shifa asked whether it was also grown in this garden. Gio confirmed that yes, this is also a result of his gift. Senna quickly noted that it was very tasty. Annie said she had never eaten anything like it and was captivated by the unusual, vibrant flavor. Shifa added that the pie was as sweet as real honey. Senna happily admitted that she was truly happy. Annie stressed that the taste was excellent and expressed her admiration for the fact that all this could be harvested in a seemingly ordinary garden. Shifa asked for another piece, reservedly but sincerely. Senna joined her, also wanting more. Gio made a mental note that girls especially appreciate sweets, and thought that his garden really brought joy. He offered them to take as much as they wanted. Senna laughed merrily and reminded him that she had said from the very beginning that her brother's gift was truly amazing. Annie finally agreed with her, saying that it was indeed true. Shifa, as always, briefly and affirmatively agreed. Gio said that thanks to the garden, they have all the produce they need, and it tastes exceptional. Shifa noted that God had indeed given him an amazing gift that could not be considered anything other than rare. A thought flashed through Gio's mind. He couldn't believe that Shifa was smiling so softly and warmly at him now. He felt that he was truly happy and whispered that he did all this especially for her. Shifa asked with slight surprise if it was for her. Gio quickly corrected himself that no, it was nothing special. He added that there was still some food left and suggested that everyone continue eating without embarrassment. Shifa thanked him. The young man admitted to himself that he was not sure if he could entertain the guests, but thanks to his gift, they were truly happy. He was even able to see Shifa smile, something rare and precious. He wasn't sure if it would have happened without his garden. It was truly an incredible gift. Annie, however, thought about it and said that although the food tasted great, she doubted whether it was possible to grow so much and eat it all. Gio added that Senna loved to eat, but even she couldn't handle the entire harvest. Inwardly, he noted that the garden's produce was growing quickly and in large quantities, and that he and his sister simply could not eat it all. Suddenly, Annie approached him with a business proposition. She said she would like to use some of the produce from his garden in the restaurant. Senna reminded him with surprise that they were talking about a restaurant. Gio added that the restaurant belonged to Annie's parents. Gio was surprised to see that even at lunchtime there was a sizable line outside the establishment. He noticed that most of the customers were men, and concluded that this was no coincidence. When it was his turn, the restaurant employee greeted him warmly and invited the next customer to come forward. However, she also noticed Gio and added with a smile that perhaps his sister would like him to eat with them. The young man began to object, but did not have time to finish. Annie came up to him and, with a businesslike expression on her face, reminded him that she and Gio had a business meeting and he was not there for the food. Gio nodded and admitted that he just wanted to see what was going on. The employee wished him a good day and invited him to come back another time. The young man noted to himself that Annie's house was literally across the street from this establishment. He had not known that a new restaurant had opened near it, and this was what had piqued his curiosity. They approached the building of the restaurant known as Lucas's house, which was owned by Annie's parents. Gio noticed that it was still open. Annie explained that the restaurant had once been much more prosperous. However, after a while, serious competition appeared in the area, and since then, their establishment began to lose customers. Gio remembered how often he had been to this restaurant with Senna, and seeing how deserted it had become now, the young man felt a little sad. Annie added that her father had long since left, and she herself was often on the move. Her sister took on all responsibility for the restaurant. Alicia, Annie's older sister, who had long helped with the restaurant's work, came into his mind. He had always thought of her as kind, strong, and reliable. Alicia, appearing in the room, apologized for the wait and welcomed Gio as a visitor. Seeing her outfit, Annie exclaimed indignantly, turning to her sister. Alicia recognized her sister and Gio as guests. Annie immediately expressed dissatisfaction with her appearance. Gio was confused, not understanding why she was wearing that outfit. Alicia explained that Gio could see for himself how bad things were going. There was a competitor restaurant nearby that was taking away their customers, and she thought that the only way to attract attention was to wear such an unusual uniform. Gio commented in bewilderment that she was practically naked, but was wearing an apron. Annie, dejected, admitted that this image made her sad, because her sister was already very beautiful. Alicia, noticing the reaction, approached Gio and asked if he thought this method was effective for attracting clients. The young man admitted with confusion that this approach was new to him. Annie couldn't resist intervening, adding that there was a critical flaw in this plan. Alicia had small breasts, and because of this, she could not count on success when trying to seduce men. Alicia admitted with annoyance that there was nothing she could do about it, but in response, she suggested that Annie wear the outfit herself. Annie flushed and became indignant, rejecting such an idea. Alicia, as if not hearing any objections, assured that Annie's breasts would cause a sensation and that there was nothing wrong with that. Annie flatly refused, then turned to Gio and said that she hoped he hadn't imagined what had just been discussed. The young man tried to pretend that he didn't understand what was being discussed at all, and asked if they had had any conversation. Annie couldn't take it anymore and hit him. Gio exclaimed in bewilderment, not understanding what he got it for. Alicia softened a little and admitted that Annie, being an adventurer, was often absent, and therefore it was she who had to take care of the establishment. Annie, however, was adamant that the restaurant was also very important to her and that she wanted to help, but she didn't want to take things to such extremes, especially when she could focus on the quality of the food. Alicia admitted that they didn't have a special menu, and the premises themselves looked too simple. If things continue in the same spirit, the restaurant they inherited from their father will sooner or later cease to exist. Gio watched her distress with pity, knowing that this restaurant meant a lot to both sisters. Then he decided to intervene. He reminded her that Annie had invited him here today and expressed his willingness to help. He hoped that his gift could be the one that saved the restaurant from collapse. Alicia was amazed at how many ingredients he brought. Gio explained with a smile that he had collected them all from his garden. Annie added that she had tried these products before, and they all tasted delicious. Alicia, examining the products brought, noticed that they were really fresh and of excellent quality. She admitted that she had never seen such roots and leaves before. The young man tried to explain that it seemed to be called burdock, perilla, and something else that he himself did not remember exactly. Alicia pointed out with unexpected delight that rice was among the ingredients. Annie admitted that she had heard about the product but had never personally tried it. Alicia confirmed that rice was a real rarity in these parts. It was almost never grown, and only occasionally imported from distant lands. She remembered seeing it at the market once. Gio was surprised to hear that rice was considered so rare. Alicia was also surprised by its appearance. It turned out to be white and shiny, although she remembered it as brown and not very attractive. The young man noted to himself that when he harvested rice in his garden in the usual way, it already looked like this. Alicia was shocked. She couldn't believe that such unique and high-quality ingredients could be grown in some garden. Annie added that the situation was truly astonishing, especially considering that even the meat in Gio's garden grew on trees. Alicia repeated her doubts, not believing that this was an ordinary vegetable garden. Annie suggested putting aside the arguments and focusing on the matter at hand. She suggested that Alicia try making a dish using the ingredients they had brought. She said she didn't want her dear sister to turn into an escort. Alicia accepted the food with gratitude and said that she would definitely try to cook something worthy. Gio thought that now everything depended on the skill of the hands of a real chef. Alicia, standing at the stove, admitted that as the owner of Lucas's restaurant, she did not often demonstrate her culinary skills. However, now the main problem was rice, which she did not know how to cook properly. Annie, worried about the situation, said that she had found an old, dusty cookbook in her father's room. It contained a recipe for cooking rice. Alicia accepted the find with gratitude, saying that now, having at least the basis of the recipe at hand, she could start cooking. She noted that raw rice is impossible to eat. It is too tough and completely devoid of taste. Gio admitted that he himself did not know how to use it correctly. Alicia began reading the recipe, but soon stumbled over a strange phrase that spoke of some dill and cat parts, as well as 25 potatoes. Gio was stunned, thinking that perhaps it was a spell. Annie suggested that perhaps the rice needed to be cooked using magic. Alicia, smiling, explained that it was not magic, but just strange terminology related to heat regulation. She decided to try cooking rice according to the suggested method. She added a large amount of water and mixed it thoroughly. However, the result was unsuccessful. The rice burned. She sighed, saying that the ingredients were running out. Gio immediately calmed her down and said that he had collected more, and he couldn't believe he managed to do it so quickly. Alicia, starting over, noticed that this time the rice had a pleasant aroma. Soon she happily announced that the method had worked, and the rice was finally a success. Meanwhile, men began to gather outside. One of them admitted that he was hungry and wanted to be served already. Another urged patience, because the pretty waitress was worth the wait. But as soon as they smelled the delicious aroma, everyone immediately fell silent. Alicia came out to them, greeted them, and invited them to have a bite to eat at Lucas's restaurant. The men were immediately captivated by her appearance. Alicia announced with a smile that they had a new menu. Gio, noticing the way Annie appeared before the clients, asked what kind of outfit it was. Annie explained that she was helping out today too, and had specially designed a special uniform for her sister so that she wouldn't look too weird. The men were excitedly discussing what was happening. Someone remarked that he had not noticed the restaurant before, but now, inspired by the aromas and the waitress's appearance, he wanted to place an order. Others immediately joined him. Alicia kindly welcomed everyone and began serving the guests. Gio took the tray and served the dishes to the tables. The set lunch included perilla leaf rolls with meat and burdock roots, potato salad, thick vegetable soup, and boiled rice. The visitors were stunned. They confirmed that they had seen rice for the first time, especially in a regular establishment. No one expected that such a rarity could be tasted here. Gio noted in his mind that thanks to the efforts of Alicia and Annie, who put their souls into cooking, the result would be excellent, especially since all the ingredients were grown in his garden. The customers' reaction was immediate. They were amazed by the taste. The rice was soft and crumbly, becoming more delicious with each chew. The vegetables and meat were excellent. The perilla leaves added a piquant flavor to the dish, and the burdock surprised with its texture. The customers enthusiastically admitted that they had never eaten anything like it. The place seemed magical to them. One of them complained that he had run out of rice. Annie happily informed them that they could have as many refills as they wanted. The guests were amazed by such generosity and began asking for more. Meanwhile, the men on the street, inspired by the delight of others, decided that they too needed to go into this place. He hurried inside. No one among the visitors could hide their delight. They admitted that they had never eaten anything more delicious in their lives. Alicia, busy and happy, quietly approached Gio, asking permission to use some more of his products. He readily agreed. Inwardly, Gio noted that despite being busy, Alicia seemed genuinely happy. He handed her extra dishes. The customers immediately recognized their orders and were delighted with the food again. They began to discuss where such rare and high-quality ingredients were found in this restaurant. Gio was about to say that it was all from his garden, but Annie gently stopped him. One of the clients, turning to him, noticed that he looked thoughtful and asked if everything was okay. The young man, smiling, replied that everything was fine. The same guest admitted that he had not known about this restaurant before, but now, despite the attractiveness of the girls in the establishment opposite, he would stay here because the food was incomparably tastier. He promised to become a regular customer. Gio confirmed with a smile that Lucas's restaurant really does cook at the highest level, and its owner is very nice and friendly. Later, after the place closed, Alicia thanked Gio from the bottom of her heart. She admitted that she couldn't remember the last time they had so many guests. It seemed incredible to her that just yesterday the restaurant had been empty. Gio modestly replied that he was happy to help and invited her to continue using the produce from his garden if she liked it. Alicia firmly stated that she would definitely pay for them. The young man tried to object and said that he didn't need the money, but Alicia wouldn't let him continue. She said that even though they were friends, she couldn't take the food for free because she was the owner of the restaurant. Gio nodded meekly, agreeing when she insisted. Alicia added that she would pay double the market price for such a taste. Then she noted that Gio probably still had a lot of work left. Gio, trying to speak calmly, admitted that despite everything, he would be truly happy if Alicia could keep the restaurant open. He suggested that they settle for market value for now, and that when the situation stabilized, they could renegotiate the price again. Alicia, touched by his words, looked at him with a smile. Her voice softened as she said that Gio was a wonderful person. Then, slightly mockingly, she asked him what he thought of her little sister. The young man, slightly embarrassed, replied that he considered Shifa a good girl. Alicia immediately took advantage of the moment and, as if casually, suggested that he go for a walk with her sister. Annie, hearing this, flushed with surprise and screamed at her sister to stop playing with Gio, because he could take even a joke seriously. Gio exclaimed, reacting displeased LY to her words. Inwardly, he felt that Alicia was just teasing him, but nevertheless, he was surprised. Alicia laughed, saying that she would leave things as they were, but reminded her sister that if she was not careful and counted crows, she could easily steal Gio from her. Annie muttered in confusion that she didn't understand what was going on and said that Alicia could do whatever she wanted. Alicia, pleased, said that she would go get ready for tomorrow and promised to do everything possible for the prosperity of Lucas's restaurant. Gio said with genuine warmth that he was glad to see Alicia in a good mood. Annie supported him, adding that she herself was so desperate that she completely lost her composure. Gio said he was amazed at how quickly things improved. Annie then spoke in a serious tone and shared her thoughts on Gio's gift. She believed that it was for his own safety that as few people as possible knew about his ability. Annie explained that if someone malicious learned of his gift, they might try to exploit it by producing an infinite supply of valuable products. In that case, he risked being captured and forced to grow crops indefinitely. Gio repeated with shock that it meant he could be turned into something like a slave farmer. Annie was quick to explain that she had not meant to scare him, but merely to remind him of the need to be careful. The young man realized that it was for this very reason that she had stopped him from making premature revelations last time. He smiled and said that it was now clear how much she cared about him. Annie, blushing, quickly tried to change the subject by saying that she just didn't want anything to happen to the restaurant. Gio, looking at her calmly, said that in difficult times it was especially important to have someone to talk to. He was glad that he could confide in Annie and the others, and that he had someone to talk to about everything that was bothering him. Gio literally saved her life this time. She admitted that she could not have handled the situation on her own, as he did for her. Gio brushed off the praise, noting that they had known each other since childhood, and it was a given. Annie called him a good-natured idiot with a smile. Hearing this, he turned around and asked again what she had just said. Annie looked back and repeated, she said thank you. Gio was surprised to note that such sincerity was unusual for her, and asked if she had eaten anything strange. Annie reminded him with a grin that perhaps it was all about that meat from the tree. Inside, Gio couldn't believe that this was the first time Annie had thanked him so openly. He realized that this too was possible because of his gift. He felt joy fill him that so many people had been able to enjoy the fruits of his abilities that day. But he also took Annie's warning to heart and promised himself to be more careful about how and to whom he revealed his abilities. A vendor approached the restaurant on the street. He was impressed by another successful deal she had managed to make. He stopped, noticing a long line at the establishment. He remembered that last time, the most popular place was the restaurant across the road. But now it was Lucas's turn. The tradeswoman came to the conclusion that something unusual must be hidden behind such an unexpected success. He felt the blood boiling in her veins with the anticipation of a discovery. Gio, looking around his garden, noticed with annoyance that something undesirable had happened. He said with irritation that he had encountered a problem again. Senna, coming closer, immediately felt that something was wrong. She asked what exactly had happened. The young man showed her the damaged area. Senna glanced over and exclaimed that the harvest had been eaten. Gio confirmed that it was the work of crows, adding that these birds had been causing him problems lately, regularly flying in and damaging his garden beds. Senna, without thinking, suggested getting rid of them. Gio chuckled and noted that crows were, to put it mildly, not the kind of enemy adventurers usually fought. Senna, not taking his remark seriously, had already drawn her sword. With confidence in her voice, she said that she would deal with them easily. But suddenly she stopped, noticing something strange. The crows did not even come closer. Gio, observing this, noticed that when he was alone, the crows almost always appeared. He concluded that perhaps they instinctively sensed danger from Senna and avoided her. The sister immediately noted that, apparently, Gio himself did not pose any threat in the eyes of the crows. The young man angrily told her to shut up. Senna, smiling, jokingly suggested that they stay home and work as a garden guard instead of going in search of adventure. Gio understood her intention and sharply reminded her that she just wanted to stay home and do nothing. He insisted that she hit the road and continue her adventurous career. Senna waved her hand and agreed. The young man noted with relief that, thanks to his sister's presence, the crows had, at least temporarily, disappeared. He added that the fence did nothing to keep the pesky birds out, and that he himself had difficulty guarding his crops on a regular basis. He decided to use the accumulated magic stones and try to use them to raise the level of his garden. As soon as he used the stone, a voice was heard confirming the activation. Gio was intrigued to see that his level had increased to 10. He felt that perhaps some new possibilities would now open up. The voice became active again and announced that the vegetable garden could be expanded, and that new skills had been unlocked. The young man exclaimed, surprised by the mention of skills, but did not have time to study them. His attention was distracted by the voice of a girl who politely apologized for disturbing him. Gio froze and decided to put off learning the skills. He looked up and saw an unfamiliar figure. In front of him stood a petite girl, who introduced herself as Lilia Liruka. She said that she was a merchant. Gio mentally noted her small size and assumed that she might be a representative of the Lilliputian race. He introduced himself in response and asked how he could help her. Lilia continued that recently Lucas's restaurant, located nearby, unexpectedly gained popularity due to its exceptionally delicious cuisine. She admitted that she was pleasantly surprised when she tried the dishes herself. The vendor expressed genuine surprise at the source of such top-notch ingredients. She apologized but admitted that she had been monitoring the restaurant's supplies and had ended up at Gio's house that way. The young man mentally noted that it turned out that she was simply tracking him. Lily looked at his house and expressed doubt that such a modest and ordinary-looking house could be the source of such amazing products. Gio didn't immediately understand what she wanted from him, and everything that was happening seemed extremely strange to him. He wondered in his mind who this strange merchant was. Lily, as if summing up her observations, noted that, probably, everything that was happening was connected with the action of some gift. Gio thought back to Annie's words of warning, which he respected for her insight. She said that it would be wise for him if as few people as possible knew about his gift. After all, if information about his unusual abilities suddenly fell into the wrong hands, someone might try to use them for selfish purposes, abusing this incredible gift. When Lilia suddenly began to make confident conclusions, Gio tried to justify himself, muttering incoherently. But the merchant did not let him finish. She burst out laughing and noted that he tried to deceive her, but he did not succeed. According to her, it was all written on his face. Gio, listening to her, became more and more lost in his thoughts. He could not figure out who she was and why she acted with such confidence. She called him a simpleton, and the young man began to doubt who exactly he was dealing with. Later, Gio treated her to an apple. Lilia bit into it and was delighted at how delicious it was. She immediately asked if it was also grown here, and upon receiving confirmation, she said she wanted to collaborate. Gio was currently only supplying Lucas's restaurant, but with her help, the products could be distributed to other cafes and shops. She wondered if he wanted to expand his influence. Gio hesitated for a moment, but then admitted that he might be interested. Lily, sensing his hesitation, hastened to assure him that she understood his caution in business. She emphasized that the representatives of her people, the hobbits, did not engage in deception on principle, since they respected only honest trade. Gio noted in his mind that she was indeed a hobbit, a clever and peaceful people he had heard only good things about. Their honesty was spoken of in legends. Lily suggested going further and sealing their agreement with a magical pact. Gio asked again, clarifying for himself what exactly she meant. She explained that such contracts are concluded to protect business relationships and to ensure that everything goes strictly according to the rules. It is especially important that such an agreement may include a ban on disclosure of magical secrets, including the specifics of the gift. Lilia suggested making a deal, and then discussing all the conditions in more detail. Gio thought about it. He remembered that Shifa, Annie, and other guests of the restaurant had highly appreciated his products. It would be wonderful if such products could please other people too. He also realized that trading himself was not his path. but if he entered into an agreement with an experienced merchant, he could avoid risks. Despite his inner fears, he agreed, especially since Lilia herself suggested formalizing everything with a magical contract. He nodded and confirmed that he was ready to sign the agreement. Lilia thanked him happily. From that moment, she said, the magical contract came into effect. Then she suggested discussing everything in more detail. Gio first decided to show her his garden. Lily, coming closer, froze in amazement when she saw the trees on which real meat grew. The young man explained that in his garden there was no need to plant seeds. Everything appeared on its own within an hour, and the harvest could be collected instantly. He also added that he could grow any variety and type of food according to taste, quantity, or even with individual characteristics. Lily couldn't believe what was happening. Gio clarified that he can give vegetables a refreshing taste, increase sweetness. In a word, adjust the harvest to any preferences. Lily, still amazed, exclaimed that she had never seen anything like it. Gio heard sincerity in her voice, but his inner voice told him that Lilia was hiding something. He began to doubt whether everything was really as pure as she said. However, Lilia continued to praise his gift and products, saying that everything he grew was first class. Gio tried to calm down, deciding that maybe he was just imagining things. She continued to admire how his growing system worked. The young man said that he had recently started to develop new types of products, things he had never grown before. Lily became interested and asked what exactly they were talking about. Gio replied that he had now learned how to raise fish as well. Lily, stunned by this, expressed extreme surprise. It was not enough for her that meat grew on trees. Now it turned out that he also had fish appearing in his garden. Gio clarified that the fish did not grow on trees. They were more like mushrooms that appeared right in the garden beds. Lily, still perplexed, noticed that the fish looked absolutely natural, as if it had been caught from the purest river. The young man admitted that he did not know how to cook it properly. He did not know whether to dry it or smoke it. Lily suggested that they cook dinner together to celebrate their acquaintance. She explained that she had done business with fishermen before and had learned a thing or two from them. She called the fish mackerel. After cutting off the fillet, she cut it into 3 pieces, admiring the freshness of the product. Gio asked if this fish could be eaten raw. Lilia admitted that she herself was not sure, but suggested trying different cooking methods. They began cooking. She confidently cut up the fish, adding salt, butter, and a variety of vegetables. Gio noticed how well she knew how to cook. Lilia said that her job often requires communicating with people and traveling to different cities. Gio admitted with a little sadness that he himself dreams of traveling. He would like to become an adventurer someday. Lily laughed and said that, with a gift like his, growing meat on trees was certainly an interesting ability, but it was hardly suitable for a real adventurer. Gio laughed slightly, feeling elated after cooking. Meanwhile, Lily had finished the preparations and excitedly announced that everything was ready. She admired how delicious the dishes looked and suggested that they be tried. Gio was delighted to note that the fried fish meuniere they prepared was incredibly tender. He noted that its taste was significantly different from the usual dried fish. He said it was surprisingly soft yet had a deep flavor, and he couldn't believe fish could ever be so juicy. He turned to Lilia with interest, waiting for her opinion. Lilia, stunned, blurted out that it was almost too good. She said the fish was perfectly fatty, with a slight sweetness, and the vegetable soup perfectly complemented the main course. She was delighted with the fritters and the acquapazza. She admitted that she had never eaten such delicious fish in her life and was simply amazed. Gio became concerned and asked if she was okay. Lily realized that she had spoken out loud and blushed. The young man asked her to speak a little more quietly next time. The saleswoman immediately apologized and noted that she had gotten too carried away, completely forgetting herself. She was overcome with shame. Gio reassured her, adding that there was no reason to worry because the dishes really did turn out great. Lilia confirmed that the food was amazing and called the result a real masterpiece. The young man praised her in response. Lily responded in kind. They exchanged compliments, after which they agreed that the taste and success of the dishes were the fruit of their joint efforts. Lilia suggested that they address her simply by her first name, without formal prefixes. Gio happily agreed. He also said that he now wanted to grow more fish. However, he realized that if he devoted more space to fish, other crops would become crowded. He lamented that his plot was not spacious enough. Lily noticed that it was impossible to go beyond the boundaries of the current area. Geo, after some thought, decided that he could simply rotate the crops since the harvest was coming in quickly. Suddenly, he noticed new uninvited guests, crows. He was outraged because they seemed to be targeting fish. The young man grabbed a shovel and began waving it, trying to drive away the birds. Lily, watching this, thought that things were clearly taking a strange turn. Geo admitted irritably that despite their efforts, the crows still managed to snatch a piece. Lily asked him worriedly if everything was okay. The young man said that he had managed to protect the crops, at least a little. He noted that the crows attacked in flocks and were difficult to deal with, but he was not going to give up. Lily cautiously pointed out that perhaps it was not worth raising fish, since they attracted the crows so much. Geo suddenly remembered that he had recently received a new skill. He opened the menu and activated the ability to create a defender. A magical voice was heard confirming the activation. Lily, not understanding what was happening, began to wonder who he was talking to. A golem began to rise from the ground. Geo exclaimed that he would now have a guardian to protect his crops. He ordered the golem to drive away the crows. Lily watched in amazement. She asked what it all meant. The young man explained that this ability was also part of his gift. When the crows tried to attack the golem, it became clear that it was incredibly durable. None of the birds were able to harm it. The golem effectively drove away all the crows. Geo was delighted and praised his new assistant. Geo's gift was, and for the first time she thought about the horror that could come if such a gift fell into the hands of an evil person. The young man noted with joy that now he need not worry about the safety of the harvest. Lily agreed. In his mind, Geo summed up that Lilia had gone to her place to prepare the details of the deal, and his garden was now under reliable protection thanks to the golem. His days flowed calmly and measuredly again. A couple of days later, Lilia returned again. She thanked Geo. The young man said it was nothing and asked if she was ready. Lilia reported that everything was ready, and added with a smile that she had purchased a plot of land next door. He didn't believe it at first, and asked again why she did it. Lily handed over this plot to him. The young man was shocked and did not immediately understand how this was possible. He noted to himself that getting land just like that was a serious matter. Lilia said she really wants Geo to harvest as much as possible. By increasing the area of planting, it will be possible to get significantly more products. Geo was concerned about the money she had invested, but Lilia assured that there was no need to worry. She said she was donating the plot voluntarily, seeing it as an investment in their common cause. She also stressed that she believed in success and expected long-term profit. Her gesture was meant to strengthen the trust between them. Geo thanked her sincerely and said that he would be happy to continue working together. Lily confirmed that she felt the same way. Geo mentally admitted to himself that he trusted her completely. Then Lilia suggested starting with demolishing the old abandoned house. The young man didn't see a problem with this. The system responded and suggested converting the area for planting. Geo confirmed. The system also offered to install a new fence, and he again agreed. Lily was shocked to see the entire house disappear in an instant. Geo looked around the new plot with delight, noting how much he could now grow. Lily admitted that she was amazed by the magical gift she saw before her. She handed over the payment for the transaction. The young man was amazed by her generosity. He thought it would be better not to tell Senna about this for now. Senna, noticing the changes, looked at the expanded garden with amazement and said that it had now become simply enormous. Her gaze immediately fell on the annexed neighboring plot, and she expressed surprise at how all this had happened so quickly and unnoticed. Geo, not hiding his pride, said that this land was transferred to him, and now he has the opportunity to grow even more diverse products. Senna nodded approvingly, adding that it did indeed look impressive. Her attention was particularly drawn to the abundance of meat trees. She enthusiastically listed everything she saw: beef, pork, horse meat, chicken, and all this in the form of fruit. Then she noticed something unusual and asked what kind of culture it was. Geo excitedly announced that he was now raising fish, and that it was very tasty. Senna noticed that the number of golems in the garden had also increased. Geo confirmed, but added that they were not the most obedient. Senna looked around and expressed her admiration at the abundance she saw. She dreamily imagined how wonderful it would be to have such gardens all over the world. Geo replied that, unfortunately, all this was only possible on his site, and there were certain restrictions on the area. He noted that the area was now 1,000 out of 25,000 possible units. Then he said that he could now grow medicinal herbs as well. EIM grass, JIITI grass, deef grass, magali grass, pika pika grass, ear grass, and bira grass, all of average quality. Senna singled out the herb aim with unexpected seriousness in her voice. Geo was surprised and asked if she knew what kind of plant it was. The sister said that the herb aim is usually used to make potions that restore health. Previously, such potions could be freely purchased in pharmacies, but recently there has been a shortage of this herb, since potion producers have been forced to wait for a new harvest. Shifa, according to Senna, also faced problems because she could not progress in the dungeons due to a lack of potions. Geo was shocked to hear that this was about Shifa. Senna said she needed to rest a little and left. Left alone, Geo wondered how difficult it was to explore dungeons without potions. He thought that if he could harvest the herb aim, it would be of great benefit. He collected the required amount of the herb and decided to go to the pharmacy that Senna had mentioned. When he reached the right building, he felt uneasy. The drugstore seemed abandoned, and he was wary of its appearance. He timidly said hello. Inwardly, he noted how sinister this place seemed. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hoarsely, barely audible, someone also said a greeting. A young man dressed in a maid's uniform appeared in front of him. Geo, confused, asked if he was the owner of the place. The young man introduced himself as a salesman and pharmacist's assistant. Geo, not hiding his confusion, noticed that his outfit was rather strange. He admitted in response that everything did indeed look unusual. Then a new, female voice was heard, explaining that this form was special. The young man immediately exclaimed that it was Mrs. Marin. A woman with a special atmosphere appeared at the door. She greeted Geo and said that she had not seen him here before. The young man admitted to himself that at first he thought he was looking at a living dead man. He tried to greet her, but he faltered. Geo thought that this gloomy house suited her perfectly. A young man named Dennis approached Marin with a request to change his uniform, but she refused, citing the manager's instructions. Geo noted to himself that the shop was in a rather unsightly location, and that the maid's uniform was probably intended as a way to make the environment less intimidating, similar to what they did at Lucas's restaurant. He tried to encourage Dennis by saying that he looked good in his uniform. To this, he blurted out that he hated her and was, in general, a boy. Marin said with a smile that, no, Dennis was not a boy, but a real cutie. He tried to object, claiming that he was just an ordinary guy. But Marin interrupted him and, with almost maternal warmth, listed what beautiful eyes he had, what tender cheeks, and how the apron suited him. According to her, he had been cute from birth. Dennis was stunned to hear himself called cutie. Geo mentally noted that it might be better for him to go home, but Dennis stopped him and got down to business. He reminded him that Geo was there on business. The young man confirmed that he had indeed come to offer the collected ingredients for potions, in particular for the health potion, and wanted to know if it would be possible to sell them. Dennis finally became interested and exclaimed that it was really great. Marin looked at the brought leaves with distrust in her voice and slowly said that in front of her was indeed a real aim. Geo nodded calmly and asked if he was okay. Dennis, having carefully examined the raw materials, confidently confirmed that everything was of the highest quality and turned to Mrs. Marin for consent. Marin had a hard time recovering from her astonishment. Her voice trembled as she admitted that she couldn't believe her eyes. This product was so fresh and so powerfully energetic that it would make a health potion of the highest, first class. Geo was surprised to hear this. Dennis began to explain that potions vary in quality and are rated by effectiveness. The higher the class, the stronger the effect, and the higher the value. He explained that Class 1 potions restore health from severe injuries, Class 2 potions help with moderate injuries, and Class 3 potions are only good for light injuries, like plantain. He also added that their pharmacy usually only had mid-range potions. Ms. Marin, with her gift called Expert Potion Maker, could determine the quality of a potion at a glance. Geo was amazed. Marin admitted that the eye she held in her hands was exceptional. Dennis added that he had never seen such large and juicy leaves of the Ima before and asked with admiration where exactly they managed to find them. Gio, without losing his composure, replied that it was a secret. Dennis continued by saying that this year, due to the weather, there was practically no ayam crop, and to get such a good harvest was a real miracle. Gio replied modestly that it was nothing special. But in his mind, he noted how suddenly Mrs. Marin's expression had changed, and now it seemed frightening. Marin could not understand why Dennis was staring so intently, and why he was praising Gio. The young man turned to Marin cautiously. She responded without changing her expression. He said he had a favor to ask. Gio said his sister Senna was an adventurer. He thought that perhaps Marin was in a bad mood. Dennis noted with interest that Senna and Shifa often visited them, and it was now clear that Gio was her relative. Gio then offered to sell the aim at a reduced price, on the condition that the potions, when they were ready, would be sold specifically to Shifa's squad. Marin agreed, adding that Shifa's squad was already their regular customers. But she put forward a counter-condition. Gio assumed she would ask for more AIMA, but Marin suddenly said that Cutie Dennis belonged only to her. She called him her love, Dennis exclaimed in confusion. Gio, in order not to blow the situation out of proportion, simply agreed. He thought that this Marin was really weird, but he consoled himself with the thought that health potions would go on sale again, and then Shifa would probably thank him and love him. Gio instantly went into a daydream. Meanwhile, a little girl on the street pointed her finger at him and commented, calling him a weirdo. Inside the pharmacy, Dennis regretted not asking Gio to bring more of the same raw material, because the aim was of incredible quality. Marin replied that she would never trade Dennis for aim because he was her cutie. Dennis exclaimed that he was not a thing. Inwardly, Marin still admitted that the aim was indeed of exceptional quality, and wondered where he had gotten it. She later finished working on the health potion. Dennis asked eagerly if he had managed to brew a first-class potion. Marin admitted that perhaps the potion had a quality she had never encountered. She said it could not be sold without a purpose and suggested diluting it. Soon, Senna ran to her brother and happily announced that she had bought a bunch of health potions, and at a very cheap price. Gio was pleasantly surprised. Senna gratefully confirmed that it was he who brought the medicinal herbs to the pharmacy, and conveyed Shifa's words of gratitude. Gio was delighted and thought that perhaps, as a sign of recognition, she would ask him out on a date. But Senna immediately added that she was going on a long raid again. The boy snorted and assumed that she would cause problems for Shifa again. Senna indignantly declared that she was a real warrior and simply irreplaceable in the dungeons. Gio responded by calling her a greenhorn. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Annie noticed a monster ahead. Senna confidently rushed forward and exclaimed in surprise at how huge he was. Shifa said in tense silence that there was only a little time left and promised to cover. The squad attacked with coordination, and soon they felled the huge beast. The blood grizzly bear was defeated. Annie noted with admiration that Senna had done an excellent job and dealt with this dangerous opponent very easily. Shifa added that everything turned out really wonderful. Senna, beaming with joy, said that this was only possible thanks to the support of her friends, who covered her at the right moment. Annie, who had the gift of a hunter, which allowed her to sense the approach of living creatures in advance, confidently replied that the credit went entirely to Senna and her impressive skills. Shifa, whose Empress Prestige ability increased the strength of allies and weakened enemies, echoed Annie's words, noting that she had barely interfered this time. Senna's gift, as the sword god's favor, gave her great power. She added that Senna was always quick to grasp the essence of what was happening. Senna laughed happily. Shifa noticed how quickly they were moving deeper into the dungeon and acknowledged that it was thanks to Gio's help that it was possible. Without the health potion, it would have been too dangerous to go deeper. His help had proven invaluable. Annie agreed with this statement. Senna smiled and said that Gio was very embarrassed when she told him Shifa's words of gratitude. Annie thought for a moment and remembered that the potion was most likely made by Gio. She stopped abruptly and reported that there was someone ahead. She felt the presence of two people. The signal was weak, which could mean that there were seriously injured people in front of them. They approached and noticed two girls lying on the ground with severe wounds. Shifa called on everyone to hurry and rushed to help immediately. Annie panicked and noticed the seriousness of the condition. Shifa, examining them, was horrified by the depth and severity of the wounds. Annie just nodded, silently hoping they had enough potions. But suddenly Annie screamed at Senna to be careful. A new bear, similar to the one they had just defeated, appeared from the darkness. Senna immediately realized that this was probably a relative of the monster. Annie apologized and asked Senna to distract the attackers, at least for a short time. Shifa confidently said that, judging by everything, these terrible wounds were also left by monsters. Senna nodded, accepting responsibility. She told the others to focus on protecting the wounded, and she stood between them and the monsters. In her mind, Senna admitted that if there was only one monster, it would be easy to deal with. But in a situation like this, where she had to protect the wounded and fight several at once, things were complicated. Annie was alarmed to see someone else approaching. She said there would be more monsters. Senna responded with alarm that she had not expected this turn of events. Annie added that perhaps something else was approaching them. Suddenly, commands were heard. The rifleman fired a volley. Shifa immediately recognized the arrival of reinforcements. She activated her gift, the prestige of the Empress. Senna felt an unusual lightness in her body at that moment. She rushed into battle with enthusiasm. She rushed to attack, skillfully striking the monsters with her sword. One after another, she struck down the enemies. When the fight was over, they hurried back to the wounded. Elsa, who had arrived with a squad, saw familiar faces and was surprised to say that it was Shifa's squad. Annie greeted her. Shifa thanked Elsa for her timely intervention and admitted that without her, they would have had a hard time. Elsa immediately asked about the wounded. Annie confirmed that the two were seriously injured and needed urgent help. She began to apply potions. Elsa looked at the damage with concern and concluded that the situation was critical. It would take a whole barrel of potions to heal such wounds. She ordered her squad to bring all the potions they had. One of the squad members remarked that if they were indeed first-class potions, they might not need that many. Annie carefully applied several doses of the potion. Shifa watched in amazement as the wounds disappeared before her eyes. The wounded girls, having grown stronger, expressed sincere gratitude. Elsa specified that if they were lost or their squad had left, then let them go with them. They would try to find the others along the way. Shifa answered reservedly that their group would look around the area for now. After rescuing the injured girls in the dungeon, Elsa wished the squad good luck in battle and expressed surprise at the potion that healed them. She noted that the potion was not only first class, but of super quality, and asked where it was obtained. Shifa replied that the potion was purchased at the pharmacy run by Mrs. Marin. Elsa concluded that Marin was a skilled pharmacist and promised to remember this. Senna, observing Elsa, noted her beauty. Shifa explained that she and Elsa had a pact and were acquainted. Annie added that Elsa was a B-class warrior who could be relied upon. However, Shifa noted that Elsa often changed her squad, although her comrades were always professionals. Annie agreed that this was strange. Senna expressed surprise at the potion they used, noting its extraordinary effectiveness. Annie agreed that the potion had healed the most severe wounds and was superior to first class. Shifa suggested that the potion was of super quality, although this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Annie remembered that the potion was made from herbs grown by Gio. Meanwhile, at the pharmacy, Dennis thanked Gio for the herbs he provided, noting that everyone was delighted with the new potion. Gio said that he had already heard about it from Senna. He was glad that he could help Shifa and be useful. Gio handed over a fresh batch of AIMA. Dennis was surprised by the quantity and quality of the herbs. Marin, having appeared, thanked Gio for the herbs, noting that thanks to them the pharmacy had more customers. Gio modestly replied that it was nothing. Marin thought that despite the repeated dilution of the potion, the excitement around it remained, which was profitable from a commercial point of view. Gio admitted that he grows AIM but does not know how to brew potions. Dennis confirmed that Mrs. Marin is skilled. Marin, grabbing Gio's hand, expressed her gratitude, emphasizing that it was all thanks to him. Gio promised to bring more medicinal herbs. Senna, examining the magic stones, expressed admiration. Gio was inspired by the success of the medicinal herbs and decided to check what other possibilities would open up with the new level. He heard a voice announcing a level up, unlocking a new type of fence, discovering new skills and types of products. Gio was amazed by the number of new possibilities and discovered a magical egg. Eventually, Gio gave in to his inner curiosity and ended up growing an unusual magical egg. When the moment arrived and the egg finally reached maturity, Gio felt a sense of wonder at the result of his efforts. He realized that despite the stories about the egg being tiny, it was actually much more impressive and large than expected. A thought flashed through his mind about what exactly might emerge from this egg, since no one could know for sure what kind of creature was hidden inside. He assumed that perhaps a monster would hatch from it, although he was not sure of it. Geo had already had experience with a golem, with whom he had managed to establish contact, although not without effort. However, the situation with raising a new magical creature seemed more complex and unpredictable to him. He wondered what he would have to do once the creature was born and in his arms, but he hoped that with time he would be able to figure out what was happening, relying on his intuition and accumulated knowledge. Geo realized that picking the egg from the branch was not particularly difficult and was a fairly simple task. But everything else related to the future creature caused him serious doubts, and even slight anxiety. At this time, Lilia approached him, who, as always, stopped by on the way to buy groceries, following her habit. Geo, not wanting to leave the egg unattended, carefully put it back in its place and mentally asked him to wait a little. Lilia mentioned that she had heard about new super potions that had appeared recently and linked them to Geo's activities. He confirmed his involvement in the creation of the potions, but before he could elaborate further, she had already continued the conversation. She concluded that since he could create such powerful potions, he must be well stocked with medicinal herbs. Lily admired how many useful plants he had growing in his small but fertile plot. She singled out the aim in particular, noting that this plant alone was valuable, not to mention the many others. Geo expressed his intention to grow other useful crops when the time was right. Lilia acknowledged that he was doing well even without her input or help. Then Geo suddenly changed the subject and started talking about monsters and magical creatures that were increasingly appearing in their lives. Lilia explained that she also deals with such creatures, as there is a steady demand for them. Some use them as raw materials, and some for other purposes. Geo clarified that they were talking specifically about adult monsters, with whom they had already learned to interact. He was particularly interested in the question of what happens to the eggs from which these creatures once hatched. Lilia admitted with surprise that she had never seen real monster eggs for sale. She explained that living monsters themselves are rare, because they are wild and unpredictable by nature. According to her, such creatures cannot live with people because they are dangerous and cannot be trained. She thought about it and came to the conclusion that few people would come up with the idea of raising a monster at home and living with it under the same roof. She also suggested that the monster egg would be hard to sell, as it was of no interest to most people. Geo was upset to hear this opinion, and regretfully admitted that it was indeed sad. After that, Lilia said goodbye to him and went about her business. Left alone, Geo continued to ponder her words and tried to comprehend everything he had heard. He still believed that while the creature was small, he would be able to deal with it if the need arose. But he couldn't help but think that perhaps it would be better not to let the creature come into being at all. Suddenly, he felt the egg begin to move, as if something was stirring inside it. He made sure that he actually felt movement, and at that moment he concentrated completely on the egg. Sister Senna, as usual, was late with her business, and the sun was already approaching sunset. Despite all this, Geo felt a sense of comfort and some kind of inner warmth inside. Later, when Senna finally returned, she thanked him for the dinner, which turned out to be surprisingly delicious. He noticed that she had a good appetite as usual, and asked if she had had any difficulties today. The sister told him that they had had another battle with a monster, which had taken a lot of strength. These words made Geo think, because he did not expect to hear about another dangerous encounter. Senna noticed that he was busy with something and asked what he was working on. He replied that he was preparing for the harvest tomorrow, which would require a lot of effort. He soon decided to ask her if the monsters were really as violent and dangerous as they were said to be. His sister reminded him of the girls they had managed to save and how the monsters had seriously injured them with their claws. She admitted that if it weren't for the potion Geo had created, the girls most likely wouldn't have survived. Geo realized how serious it was and began to think that such creatures really did not get along well with people. Senna agreed with him, but added that perhaps there were good monsters, like his golem, and suggested that it might be possible to befriend some of them, despite their origins. The sister noticed that he was probably lonely, since she was always on the move and never home. In her opinion, the monster could become a part of their family, filling the void. Geo admitted that she was the same as always, straightforward and kind. He said that he didn't really feel lonely even in her absence. Senna was surprised to hear this and wanted to know if it was true. He explained that even when she was at home, she still tended to be lazy and restful. Gio said he doesn't feel lonely, but acknowledged that he lost his parents at an early age. He added that now that his sister is constantly traveling, he is left to rely only on himself. In the morning, Gio picked up the egg and looked at it with a careful gaze, as if trying to catch any change. He noticed the egg move again, reacting to his touch, and came to the conclusion that the creature inside was making itself known. At that moment, he made his final decision. He intended to raise this creature and take full care of it. Gio thought that he would take good care of the creature and even began to think in advance about what kind of food would be suitable for the future pet. His thoughts gradually moved to thinking about the nature of the creature. What kind of monster is this, hiding inside the shell? He started thinking of possible names so he would be prepared when the baby arrived. Then he decided that he had done enough for today, and he should check the egg's condition. Gio noticed that the movements inside were becoming more frequent, indicating that the moment of hatching was approaching. But suddenly he felt with concern that the egg had become much colder than before. He immediately became wary, as he remembered that the shell had remained warm before. An alarming thought came to his mind about what it was like for the creature inside that egg. He hurried to take measures to warm the egg as quickly as possible and restore its warmth. Gradually the shell warmed up a little, but despite this, there was still anxiety in his soul. Since Senna was staying overnight outside the house that day, Gio decided that he could afford to sleep, placing the egg nearby so that he would be there in case of an emergency. He wished for the future monster to hatch as soon as possible, to dispel all worries. Later, he heard a distinctive cracking sound coming from the egg, which immediately caught his attention. Gio immediately realized that the hatching process had begun and watched the events with excitement. He felt confused and very nervous, wondering whether he should help the creature get out. Gio still decided that some support wouldn't hurt, and gave the little boy some moral encouragement. Gradually, the shell cracked, and a creature emerged that turned out to be that very monster. At first glance, it looked like a normal kitten, which made Gio a little surprised. However, the kitten looked weak, which immediately made him worried. He realized that he needed to feed the baby urgently to help him regain his strength. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that milk would be ideal as a first food. His gaze fell on the milky coconuts growing on a tree nearby. Their appearance seemed unusual because they did not usually grow there. Gio decided that the baby could do with some fresh milk. He opened the coconut and the pleasant aroma of fresh milk wafted from inside. The smell was delicious, but Gio was focused on the main thing, feeding the newborn. He held out the milk and noticed that his plan had worked. The creature began to drink greedily. Gio was once again convinced that his garden was capable of providing everything necessary, even such exotic food. The pet looked more and more cheerful, and this made Gio happy. He watched as the baby continued to drink with gusto, but gently warned him not to rush, otherwise his stomach might hurt. Gio noted how cute the kitten looked. Fluffy, soft, pleasant to the touch. However, deep down, he was bothered by the fact that the creature was considered a monster. But, in his opinion, the kitten could easily become a pet, like a normal cat. He thought about the name again and started going through options, inspired by the creature's snow-white fur. At first, names like Snazak or Lidok came to mind, but then he found the perfect option, Milky. The name seemed especially appropriate because the pet seemed to love milk. Soon Senna returned home, loudly announcing her arrival. Gio invited her in. She immediately noticed the kitten and was amazed by its appearance, calling it a real miracle. He said that now this creature will live with them. Senna, touched, began to examine the pet and asked if he had picked it up somewhere on the street. Gio answered evasively that something like that had happened. In his mind, he decided that it was not worth telling her the truth yet about the kitten hatching from a monster egg. Senna reached out to the kitten, but it bit her, frightened. He reproached her for her haste, explaining that she had frightened the baby. After that, he turned to Milky, trying to calm him down. His sister noticed with slight resentment that Gio was more worried about the kitten than about her. She was outraged that the beast had taken her brother away from her, and declared that it was she, not the kitten, who remained his sister. Gio explained that the kitten was a boy and switched to dinner, offering food to his sister. He also brought milk for Milka. Senna was surprised and asked if he got this milk from the garden too. She tasted it and was delighted with the taste. The milk was sweet and delicious. Gio thought how wonderful it was to be able to pick such goodies from his garden. He also thought that with Milka's arrival, their little family had become complete, and now he had another reason to continue growing and selling as many as possible. Later, Gio came to the pharmacy to sell another batch of herbs. Marin greeted him with a polite smile. He also greeted him in return and said that he had brought not only aim, but also something new. Dennis, seeing his goods, was amazed by the variety of plants brought. Gio asked if there was anything useful for apothecaries among these herbs. Dennis confidently replied that they were all extremely rare specimens and would definitely come in handy. Marin suddenly noticed that among the herbs there was hiari, which she had never seen in real life before. She explained that this herb could be used to make a potion that would have an icy effect. When Gio asked what the potion was, Marin explained that it protected against heat and fire. Dennis added that depending on the composition, potions can have completely different effects. Gio expressed his admiration and noted that the ice potion would probably be very useful for adventurers. Marin confirmed his words, adding that such a potion is especially valuable in extreme conditions, for example in hot and dangerous places, such as the mouth of a volcano. The heat in the dungeon was oppressive, especially in the deeper levels. Senna sighed heavily, feeling the stuffiness envelop her entire body, and moved on with difficulty. Annie walked next to her, feeling the sweat literally evaporate from her, and it seemed to her that she herself was about to melt. Shifa explained that all this unbearable heat was due to the fact that a volcanic zone began ahead. Senna paid attention to her words, realizing that she was approaching a volcano. Annie added that this dungeon was divided into levels, each of which differed in difficulty and climate conditions. Shifa began to list the zones they had already passed and those yet to come. They had already overcome the cave level, and the volcanic level was waiting for them ahead. Additionally, the dungeon featured a forest level, a ruins area, and an underwater level, each of which presented unique challenges. There were 5 levels in the dungeon, each of which was inhabited by different monsters and had its own natural features. The underwater level was considered the most difficult of all, and no squad has yet been able to fully overcome it. The volcanic level was considered the second most difficult, mainly due to the incessant, almost unbearable heat that exhausted even the most experienced. Senna tried to find out how to get through this difficult section. Annie began to explain that in order to complete the game, it was necessary to defeat all the bosses that inhabited this zone. When defeating them, the heroes were guaranteed glory, and in addition, it was possible to receive a large reward and collect many valuable items suitable for sale. Senna expressed joy upon realizing that they were actually going to fight the volcanic bosses despite the difficulty. Annie reminded them that they hadn't been able to do so until now because of the heat, as none of them had mastered water magic that could cool the space. Senna expressed reluctance to continue, suggesting that perhaps they should call it a day, as fatigue was setting in. Annie turned to Shifa, awaiting her decision. Shifa suddenly showed a bottle of an unusual potion, the color of which immediately attracted attention. Annie was surprised, noting that she had never seen a potion of this color before. Senna said that it looked like pure ice, frozen light. Shifa explained that this was the ice potion, a trial portion given by Lady Marin. According to Shifa, if you drink this potion, neither heat nor flames can harm your body or spirit. Senna was delighted by this news, realizing that they would now be able to move towards the volcano. Shifa added that the potion was given out for free, but with the condition of mandatory testing in real conditions. Senna was amazed by such generosity and the potion's power. Annie was also surprised at how Ms. Marin had managed to create something so effective. Shifa explained that it was all down to a rare herb called hiari, which was used to brew the potion. Annie noted that it was indeed a rare ingredient. Senna wondered about the origin of the herb. Shifa clarified that Mrs. Marin had purchased the hiari from Gio. Annie realized that this explained a lot. Senna at that moment mentally turned to her brother, with gentle reproach, thinking about his actions. Then they all decided to drink the potion at the same time. The first sip was icy, scalding cold, like the touch of winter. Shifa barely suppressed a shudder as she felt the potion go straight to her bones. Senna felt the coldness of the potion make her feel sick after the recent heat. Senna sneezed, reminding her that she had been sweating profusely just a moment ago. Annie noted how strong the potion's effects were. Shifa commanded to move forward towards the volcano. They entered the volcanic level, where the air was filled with the smell of sulfur and the ground was burning under their feet. Shifa was the first to notice the outline of the volcano, and the ground seemed to be red hot. Annie pointed to the lava slowly flowing along the rocks. Senna was surprised to notice that despite the surroundings, her body felt pleasantly cool. Annie confirmed that the temperature had become surprisingly comfortable, which meant that the potion was working. She even came closer to the lava and felt that the heat did not burn her. She said that she would not risk bathing in lava, but acknowledged the potion's effectiveness. Senna wanted to touch it, but Shifa stopped her. Annie warned that there were monsters nearby. Senna noticed that the creatures were fiery and looked like dogs of fire. Annie reported that they were fire dogs, and that they seemed stronger than any enemy they had encountered so far. Senna rushed into battle and was surprised at how easy it was to land the first blow. Shifa explained that the sword strike had weakened the monster's flames, as if an icy wind had blown on it. Senna realized that this was the result of the potion, and marveled at its power. Shifa noted that the potion's effect lasted for a long time. Annie suggested that for Mesmerin and Geo, creating such a potion was not a problem, and now the demand for it among other squads would increase. Senna was happy and suggested moving on. Shifa confidently supported them, saying that with the potion they wouldn't be lost and would be able to cope even with bosses. Meanwhile, Geo was in his garden, harvesting the rare herb Hiyari. He was pleased that he had once again harvested a good crop and was ready to do whatever it took if it was useful to Shifa. Geo continued his work, thinking about skills he hadn't used yet. One of them involved building a wall. A voice came up, suggesting building a wall. Geo agreed, and a fortress wall appeared before him, so massive and impressive that he could not believe his eyes. He was amazed why such a protective structure would be needed for an ordinary vegetable garden. He decided to cancel the construction, and a simple fence appeared in front of him again. He sighed with relief, because he definitely didn't need such a massive wall. The next skill he decided to try was called hiding the area. The voice sounded again, asking if he wanted to hide the area from view. Geo decided to test the new skill, activated it with a confident gesture, but nothing noticeable happened. He was surprised that the effect did not appear immediately, because before the abilities began to act immediately. Considering that the result might be delayed, he did not attach much importance to it. Then he decided to check the range of plant varieties he was growing to see if any changes had appeared. At first, it seemed that the list remained the same, and nothing new had been added. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the quality of some crops had increased. Vegetables that were previously of average quality were now labeled as high quality. Considering that even the average quality vegetables were incredibly tasty, he assumed that the new fruits would be even tastier and richer. Meanwhile, Senna returned home after a long hike and felt how tired she was from being in the dungeon. She dreamed of getting to a soft bed as soon as possible so she could finally relax and sleep. However, as she approached the house, she stopped, noticing something strange and felt confused. Looking around, she did not recognize the familiar surroundings, and asked in surprise what was going on. Geo heard her voice and came out to greet her sister with a warm smile and asked her to be quiet so as not to disturb the neighbors. Senna exclaimed when she saw her friends and wondered where they came from and where their home was. Geo was surprised because, in his opinion, the house was right in front of them, in the same place as always. He explained that he was simply testing a new skill and that it was most likely what caused such changes in the perception of space. Geo added that even the neighbors were probably shocked by what happened. After these words, he promised that he would not use this skill anymore. Senna breathed a sigh of relief as she was seriously scared and was already preparing for the fact that they would have to sleep in the open. Geo noticed that she moved with difficulty and could barely move her legs from fatigue. Senna reproached him, remembering that it was he who had given Morin fresh herbs again. He confirmed this and noted that she had found a use for them very quickly. Senna explained that this was why they had spent the entire day hiking through the volcanic zone. Geo, watching them, admired their tenacity as they actively advanced through the dungeon levels. At the same time, he felt that he was only collecting herbs and could not even lead them on an expedition. An idea appeared in his head. He clarified that the girls had completed the first level of the dungeon and suggested celebrating the event with dinner. Senna perked up at these words and happily agreed, anticipating a delicious meal. Gio asked her to invite her friends, promising that he would take full responsibility for preparing the dinner. Senna was delighted by this news and admitted that such a gesture really motivates and lifts her spirits. In the depths of the volcano, Shifa faced a new enemy, a boss known as the Red Lizard or Volcano. The creature was huge, with scales as tough as armor, glittering in the firelight. Senna, looking at the lizard, was amazed by its size and strength. Annie reported that no one had been able to defeat this creature for many years, and in all likelihood it was the strongest opponent they had encountered. Senna looked at the situation uncertainly, but realized that she had no choice. Shifa confidently declared that they were in for a fight, which they would surely win if they joined forces. She suggested that Senna take the central position to make pinpoint strikes, while the others would attack from different directions. Annie reminded them that they had enough potion and suggested drinking some more for safety. Senna, although reluctantly, agreed, deciding that after the battle they would definitely have a delicious dinner. Shifa activated her combat skill, Empress's Prestige, which buffed allies while weakening enemies. In response to their approach, the Red Lizard let out a thunderous roar that shook the walls of the cave. Senna felt how hot it was around her, as if the lizard itself was the source of the flames. Shifa warned them to be especially careful. In her mind, she noted that the lizard was distracted for a moment, as if gathering its strength for a powerful attack. Senna felt that the creature was watching her, not taking its eyes off her, and she understood that it would be very difficult to approach it. Annie, hiding in the shadows, mentally promised that she would not let the monster get the upper hand, relying on her hunting instincts. She chose the right moment and, shouting, rushed to attack. Shifa spoke a command, ordering the monster to bow. Annie managed to strike, which was effective. She wounded the lizard. She was surprised at how powerful the potion was, because the blow, enhanced by it, gave an unexpected result. Senna was pleased that they had managed to catch the enemy off guard and praised the team for their excellent work. Shifa noted that their strength greatly increased when they worked together, and thanked Annie for her contribution. Annie, in turn, emphasized that without the support of her friends, she would not have been able to achieve such an effect. She then suggested that they strike again, even more powerfully, together to finish off the enemy. All three agreed and rushed forward, ready to fight with all their might. The Adventurers Guild was in its usual bustle when Canaria greeted Shifa in a friendly manner. Shifa responded politely, greeting her back. Canaria asked how she was doing and noted that there was a new member in the squad. Shifa confirmed this and introduced Senna, noting that she was an old friend of hers. Canaria, watching Shifa, mentally noted that she always gives it her all, but lately the dungeons were becoming more and more difficult. Meanwhile, Senna was thinking out loud about what to have for dinner, clearly tired after the last expedition. Annie joined the conversation, admitting that her mouth was already watering at the thought of food. Canaria thought to herself that Senna was probably a newbie and didn't look particularly strong yet, but she wished her luck anyway. She then got down to business and asked the girls why they had come to the guild today, perhaps to report on their expedition. Shifa confirmed that they really wanted to hand in a report on their day's work. Canaria was surprised to see the item they brought back, a huge scale. Annie explained that it was the scale of Volcano, the legendary boss of the volcano stage. Canaria did not believe that such a thing was possible at first. Shifa calmly repeated that this was their official report. They had defeated Volcano. Canaria responded loudly, expressing extreme surprise. Annie commented on her violent reaction with a grin. Canaria, trying to comprehend what she had heard, asked again if it was really true, because it seemed incredible. Shifa confidently confirmed that it was absolutely true, and added that the scales they had brought were convincing proof of their victory. Canaria recognized the trophy as a real red lizard scale, noting that it was gigantic, and clearly couldn't belong to anyone else. She assumed that the girls had probably teamed up with another squad, otherwise such a victory would have been impossible. Senna, without thinking, dismissed this version, saying that they had managed completely on their own. Canaria was confused, not knowing how to react to such information. Shifa explained that the body of the defeated boss was still there and needed to be delivered to the guild. Canaria agreed, but noted that they would have to send out scavengers immediately. She added that there was no equipment for the volcanic zone yet. Annie explained that it would not be necessary in this case. Canaria waited in bewilderment for an explanation. Annie explained that they had a special ice potion that allowed one to feel cool even in extreme heat. Canaria was shocked because she had never heard of such potions before. The situation seemed so unusual to her that she quickly called the guild leader. Later, the collectors who had gone to the volcanic level began their advance. They were surprised to note that the heat was not felt at all, and the temperature had even become pleasant. Everyone admired the miraculous effect of the potion, calling it a real salvation. Annie thanked them for their cooperation and offered to lead them to the place where the fallen lizard was. Senna confidently pointed the direction and went forward. The collectors talked among themselves, doubting whether one potion was enough for such a feat. One of them recalled with surprise that Shifa was only 18 years old, and yet she was already ranked B, one of the highest among adventurers. They admired that such a young warrior could defeat a monster that was considered practically invincible. Annie pointed forward, and everyone saw the body of Volcano. The scavengers stopped, amazed by what they saw. The huge carcass of the legendary creature lay before them almost undamaged. They couldn't believe it was really Volcano and began to examine it, realizing the value of the trophy. Someone remarked that they could make a decent amount of money selling its scales. Senna happily confirmed that this was true. The gatherers began to discuss how they managed to defeat the monster, since usually after a fight the monster's bodies are heavily damaged. One of them pointed to an area where the scales had been pierced by a single precise blow, and wondered who could have dealt such a powerful blow. He suggested that it was most likely Shifa's doing crass. Shifa calmly rejected this guess. Then they turned to Annie, but she admitted that she did not have such skills in handling a sword. When attention was drawn to Senna, doubting that such a young girl could have done this, she confidently confirmed that it was she who had delivered the decisive blow. The collectors were shocked, but Senna firmly stated that among them, she was the strongest swordsman. The reaction of those present was a mixture of surprise and admiration. Later, Gio was happy to see the magic stones that became the reward for the victory. He did not hide his emotions and was amazed by their number. Senna explained that the size of the reward directly depends on the level of the defeated monster. Everyone in the guild was also amazed, realizing that this was an exceptional victory, worthy of special encouragement. Senna, with a cheerful expression on her face, turned to her brother, asking him to praise her. Gio happily agreed, and nearby Milky also asked to be petted, expecting affection from his friends. Senna exclaimed, expressing surprise that everyone was praising Milky. Gio replied that praise and affection acted as therapy, filling the soul with calm and immediately bringing a pleasant feeling. Senna was indignant that, therefore, petting her, a beautiful, magnificent, and caring sister, was not considered such a kind deed. Gio gently remarked that there was no point in being jealous of Milky, since he was still a baby and needed warmth. But at that moment, Senna suddenly fell silent and, coming closer, noticed that Milky had grown noticeably in a few days. She was surprised at the rate of his growth, noting that it was too fast even for a cat, and turned her attention to her brother. Gio, as if suddenly remembering something, changed the subject and headed off to improve his garden, using the magic stones he had recently obtained. The system's voice informed him of his level up, as well as the discovery of new skills. Gio read one of them, moving the garden, and wondered what exactly such a skill could mean. Soon the system reported that new crops became available. He began to look through the list with interest. Copper ore of medium quality, iron ore of medium quality, bauxite, and gold and silver ore, all of medium quality. Next came the precious and semi-precious stones, garnet, aquamarine, amethyst, topaz, and alexandrite, each also of medium quality. Gio tried to act as if nothing unusual was happening. At this point, Senna came closer and asked what was wrong. He quickly reassured her, saying that everything was fine. Senna, having relaxed a little, shared the news that she would be taking a weekend off tomorrow. Gio was delighted and suggested throwing a festive feast, inviting all the girls, and having a great celebration of the successes in the dungeon. Senna enthusiastically supported the idea, saying that everything looked great. Shifa was a little surprised, saying that it looked more like a real feast. Annie couldn't believe that Gio had managed to cook so much delicious food on his own. He said that Alicia had helped him. Alicia explained that Lucas's restaurant was completely reserved for them that day, and all the ingredients for the dishes were taken straight from Gio's garden. She assured that there was as much as needed and everyone could eat to their heart's content. Senna exclaimed happily, expressing her delight. Shifa thanked him for such generosity. Annie pointed to the Hamburg steak, remarking on how delicious it looked. Shifa agreed that the food looked very appetizing. Senna could hardly contain her drooling. She could hardly wait to try it. Gio said he used ingredients from newly discovered high-quality crops for his cooking. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly froze, and he did not understand what was going on. Shifa broke the silence, expressing confusion at the sensation she had just experienced. Gio immediately became wary, suspecting that the food might not taste good. Shifa replied with a slight trepidation that everything was just the opposite. Senna said with delight that the dish was so delicious that it literally made you faint. Annie supported her, adding that the food was truly amazing and she found it hard to stop. Shifa said that she didn't want to stop eating either and was ready to enjoy the taste forever. All the girls demanded more portions in unison. Gio, in a panic, urged them to maintain their composure. In his mind, he realized that the high-quality cultures were far more potent than he had expected. He quickly added that the next batch was made with medium-quality ingredients. Senna, trying the new dish, was pleased to note that the tender meat and crispy onions were a perfect combination. Shifa agreed, adding that the meat was juicy and surprisingly savory. Annie confirmed that the flavor was spot on and a revelation. Shifa said that the previous portion was so delicious that it could cause a war for resources. Gio asked in surprise if it was really that serious. Annie explained that if such food fell into the hands of an unscrupulous organization, they could use it to produce illegal substances. Gio promised that he would definitely hide the ingredients in a safe place. Shifa, despite everything, expressed her joy, saying that she felt incredibly happy with such a reward. Gio replied that it was the least he could do in return for her concern for Senna. Shifa corrected him, saying that Senna had great talent without her. Annie agreed with this statement and noted that it was only thanks to Senna that they were able to pass the volcanic area. Senna herself giggled and turned to her brother, reminding him that she had fulfilled her part of the promise. Gio wondered in his mind if Senna's gift was really that great, since he had previously thought that she was simply exaggerating her successes. Now he realized that he could help the girls in some way, but at the same time he felt a slight envy. Shifa, turning to Gio, thanked him not only for his support, but also for his contribution, without which they would not have been able to pass the volcanic zone and defeat the boss. She acknowledged that it was thanks to his ice potions that they had a chance to succeed. Annie added that Gio not only provided them with healing supplies, but also strong logistical support. Senna confirmed that going deeper into the dungeons is no easy feat. Gio noted in his mind that he had been useful too. Alicia invited Gio to sit down and rest, assuring him that she would take care of the rest. He agreed and sat down next to her. He felt inside that even if he couldn't be an adventurer, he still managed to become part of their team. After a hearty dinner, Senna admitted with relief that she was full and thanked for the food. Annie said that she couldn't eat another bite. Gio expressed gratitude to Alicia for her help. Alicia noted that, judging by the amount eaten, it was safe to say that the food was truly delicious. She asked if they were going to hit the road again soon. Shifa said they were taking a rest period. Annie expressed a desire to try her hand at the restaurant business. Senna said she intended to spend the rest of the time sleeping. Gio wondered in his mind what Shifa's own plans were for the time off. He announced that he and Senna were about to leave and wished everyone a goodbye. As he turned around, Shifa grabbed him by his clothes, stopping him. He turned around in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Shifa said she wanted to thank him. He was confused, not immediately understanding what she meant. Shifa clarified that she was talking about today's food and the potions he had prepared. It occurred to Gio that she really did like him. Shifa continued, suggesting a short walk for tomorrow. Gio's inner voice excitedly suggested that this might be a real date. Senna noticed that her brother looked especially smart today and noted that he was clearly getting ready to go somewhere. Gio confirmed her observation and informed her that Milky would be looking after her today, implying that he himself would be busy. In his mind, he apologized to his sister if he suddenly didn't return by the end of the day, because he had a day ahead of him that he was especially excited about. He was going to spend it alone with Shifa. He realized that this was not just a walk, but a kind of date, where stylish and romantic places would be visited to create the appropriate atmosphere. His excitement grew with each passing minute, He could hardly wait for the meeting. When Shifa approached, she greeted Gio with a small smile, and he happily returned the favor. He apologized for the possible delay, but she immediately reassured him, saying that she had just arrived herself. Gio noted how naturally they had exchanged the sort of lines that usually came at the beginning of a real date. He suggested that they decide where to go first. Shifa said that she already had some concrete ideas and asked Gio to rely on her completely, because today she wanted to thank him. This news touched him deeply, realizing that she had not only accepted the invitation, but had even prepared a plan for the day. Gio felt so happy that he could hardly keep a calm expression on his face, because now he was sure that today would be a special day for him. Marlin's Pharmacy. Gio was surprised to recognize the place as a familiar pharmacy. Shifa confirmed that this was where they had come. Dennis greeted them with a friendly mood, surprised that today there were only the two of them as customers. Such a situation in the pharmacy was rare. He asked if they needed anything specific. Shifa replied that they were just looking around, without a specific goal. Dennis almost managed to blurt out that it looked like a date, but he didn't finish. Gio was thinking at that moment that the atmosphere here definitely didn't resemble a typical place for a romantic date. He noticed that Shifa mostly looked at the shelves and merchandise in silence. He didn't understand why exactly they were there, but he was still glad to have the opportunity to spend time with her. When Shifa turned to him and asked if he was having fun, he was a little confused, but sincerely answered that he was. In fact, the whole time he just couldn't take his eyes off her. Dennis said goodbye, inviting them to come again. The next stop was a gun store, and Gio immediately realized that this was another place that didn't quite fit his idea of a date. Again, Shifa looked at the objects calmly, barely saying a word. She asked him again if he was having fun, and he, a little haltingly, again confirmed that he was. Gio began to wonder if this was normal, because he had never been on a date before, but he had imagined it completely differently, with walks along beautiful streets and in the windows of fashionable shops. The salesperson, noticing the interest, said that the store had new items and suggested trying something on. Shifa agreed and put on one of the armors. Gio was shocked at how impressive she looked. Strong, confident, like a true warrior. Shifa noted that one set was a bit heavy, while the other was much lighter. When she tried on the more revealing armor, Gio looked away and internally noticed that he was becoming uncomfortable. She asked which one looked better, noting that she liked the lighter one better, but he didn't seem thrilled. He began to justify himself, saying that this was not the issue, and noted that her usual clothes suited her very well. He tried to change the subject by asking if she wanted to buy something. Shifa declined and led him further to the Adventurers Guild. Gio mentally noted that he was once again in a place that was not at all associated with romantic encounters. Shifa led him through the lobby, told him that there was a hotel on the second floor and a training area in the basement, and suggested that they go down. He remembered that he had been here before. Gio agreed to the offer. The adventurers, upon seeing them, immediately recognized Shifa as a B-class adventurer. Gio was shocked by how famous she was. He couldn't quite believe that he was going with her. The famous Shifa. At this time, one of the instructors sharply remarked to another that he needed to concentrate, otherwise the first monster would eat him. Gio wondered at this point if what was happening right now could really be called a date. Remembering everything from the morning, he began to suspect that perhaps he was the only one who considered it a date. Shifa had simply suggested they go for a walk. Even now, her intentions remained a mystery to him. Again, she turned to him and asked him if he was enjoying himself. He winced slightly, but again answered in the affirmative. He was confused by the fact that each time her question sounded like a kind of test, the meaning of which he could not fully understand. Nearby, adventurers began to egg on one of their comrades, saying that this was his chance. Gio immediately assumed that this young man was going to confess his feelings to Shifa, but it turned out that he simply wanted to invite her to become his partner for a training fight. Shifa was about to answer, but Gio interrupted, saying that he didn't mind. On the contrary, he would like to see her in battle. Shifa accepted the offer and agreed to spar. For Gio, it was the first opportunity to see her fight. During the battle, the adventurer quickly surrendered, admitting defeat. Gio was amazed by the smoothness and precision of her movements and admired her skill. He felt how strong Shifa was and was glad that he could see her in real battle mode. After the fight, a young girl approached them, asking if someone could train with her. Shifa politely declined, explaining that she had important things to do that day. When Gio asked if she was done, Shifa said yes and asked if he was hungry. He admitted that he was already hungry. In his mind, he hoped that they might go to a classy cafe suitable for dates. But his dreams were quickly dashed. He learned that Shifa was again leading him to the place where they had already been the day before. Annie greeted the guests, noticing who entered the restaurant and noticing with slight surprise that it was Gio and Shifa. She came closer and, looking closely, was surprised that they had appeared here. The thought flashed through Gio's mind that Annie, as she had said earlier, had really started helping out at the restaurant. Shifa explained that they had come for dinner. However, Annie grabbed Gio's arm, clearly intending to lead him away, and added that she understood the situation perfectly well, but that was not the point at all. She insisted that Gio come with her because she wanted to clarify something. Annie hinted that if he came here alone with Shifa, then maybe they were on a date. Gio responded to this with restraint, pointing out that she should mind her own business. But Annie persisted, stating that she saw no other reason why they could spend the day like this. Gio began to recall everything that had happened since the morning. He noted that, although Shifa had chosen the places for their walk, none of them resembled typical places for a romantic date. Annie, confirming him, added that they ended up going to the restaurant where she works. However, Gio admitted that he still had fun, although he still didn't understand what exactly Shifa was thinking. He realized that what was happening did not give him the feelings usually associated with a date. Annie looked at Shifa with a knowing smile and noted with some sternness that Gio, as a man, was still very young and had a long way to go before he could truly be with someone like Shifa. She added jokingly that he was 100 years too early to go on a date with her. This phrase stunned Gio, and he asked again if there really was such a difference between them. Annie told him to take a table and promised to come soon to take his order. Inside, Gio began to doubt himself. He thought that perhaps he had been too arrogant in assuming that there could be something more between him and Shifa. Not only was she older, but she was also an established adventurer of high rank, in a completely different league. When Hiei returned, Shifa asked what he had talked about with Annie. He answered evasively that they had talked about nothing important. However, in his mind, Gio admitted that if this was truly a date, Shifa would probably take him to more romantic and special places. Shifa looked at him carefully and noticed that he looked a little tired, as if he was depressed about something. He awkwardly confirmed that he was a little tired. Shifa tried to cheer him up by telling him that good food would help him recover. Gio noted to himself how natural and easy Shifa was in her communication. He agreed that it was worth eating, and suggested that we not hold back but order as much as possible. He realized in his mind that it didn't matter if this day was a date or not. The fact that he was spending it with Shifa already filled his heart with joy. Shifa said that the restaurant they went to, Lucas, was, in her opinion, the best she had ever been to. According to her, this place is really special to her. They sat down, a little embarrassed, when they began to speak at the same time. Gio immediately apologized, letting Shifa speak. Shifa suddenly spoke frankly. She admitted that she was worried because she wanted to organize a day of gratitude for Gio, but she did not know how to properly entertain others. So she just decided to take him to places she liked, hoping that Gio would like them too. She added that she had wanted to invite him underground at first, but thought it was too dangerous. Gio laughed and admitted that it was a wise choice, because otherwise they would not have had a rest. He thanked her for the way she had organized everything, and said that he had spent the day very well. Shifa wanted to make sure if it was true. Gio confirmed with complete sincerity that as long as he was with her, any place would seem beautiful to him. In his mind, he realized that what he said sounded almost like a confession. Shifa, slightly embarrassed but calm, replied that she was glad to hear it. Gio realized how special she was, at the same time strict, strong, but at the same time unusually sincere and real. He saw a new side of Shifu that he had never seen before, but he still felt a little afraid that maybe her lack of reaction to his words meant she wasn't romantically interested in him. Shifa suddenly announced that there was one more place she wanted to take Gio to, her home. He almost froze in his tracks. In his mind, he tried to imagine her introducing him to her parents, even though he already knew her family. Shifa explained that her home was one of her favorite and most precious places. Gio agreed and mentally noted that if they could spend time together, then he would not need anything else. But as soon as they got closer, a voice was heard, announcing bad news. Gio stopped. Shifa knew immediately that the message had come from their workshop. He remembered that Shifa's family owned a blacksmith shop. When they entered, Shifa immediately asked her father what was going on. Billy, seeing his daughter, greeted her happily. When he saw Gio, he didn't understand who was in front of him at first. But then he remembered that he had seen him before. He asked if he had come to meet his beloved daughter. Shifa cut him off sternly, asking him to get down to business. Billy changed his tone abruptly and said that there were serious problems in the workshop. One of the workers confirmed this, saying that things were going very badly. Another man then entered, exclaiming that they were making too much noise, and asked how things were going financially. Billy was standing in the workshop when a man named Kazeya entered, and asked him with barely concealed contempt why he had come. Kazeya replied that he had just dropped by to see him, seemingly harmlessly, but immediately reminded him that 3 months had passed since Billy owed him money. Gio, watching the conversation, thought with inner indignation that his master really owed this suspicious man. Billy tried to remain calm and said that he was going to pay back the debt, which was why he and his team had taken on the big order. However, his voice cracked and it was clear that something was wrong. Shifa immediately intervened and asked for clarification on the problem. One of the workers reported that the merchant who had placed a large order had suddenly disappeared and stopped responding. Kazeya chuckled and sarcastically remarked that the situation was too suspicious, and that Billy apparently couldn't put all the facts together. He pretended to be concerned, hinting that the missing trader might have been planning a scam from the start. When Billy angrily suggested that Kazeya himself might be involved, Kazeya just laughed and said that such accusations were baseless. He reminded that he had already granted deferment several times, and in general, all this time he remained a legal moneylender, acting according to the rules. Gio felt internally that the whole situation seemed extremely dubious, and wondered what exactly was behind Kaze's actions. Billy, despite everything, desperately asked for a little more time. He promised that he would definitely return the money. Kazeya, having lost patience, said that he did not intend to wait any longer. He reminded that the smithy acted as collateral for the debt. If the money was not paid on time, he intended to dismantle the entire building, sell the materials, and thus cover the debt. Billy, with pain in his voice, objected that the forge was of great importance. It had been passed down in their family since the time of his grandfather. He could not allow it to be destroyed. Kazeya, as if anticipating the celebration, suggested another solution. If it was a pity to give up the forge, then one could give up one's own daughter instead. These words shocked everyone present. Gio couldn't help himself and sharply intervened, demanding that he not allow himself to say such nonsense. Kazeya, noticing his protest, mockingly asked him why he decided to object. Gio mentally chided himself for his impulsiveness, for he had intervened without thinking through the consequences. Billy, trying to maintain control of the situation, ordered Hazy to leave the workshop, reminding her that there were still 3 days left before the payment deadline. Kazeya, realizing that it was useless to argue now, grinned and stated that Billy really did have these 3 days to prepare the required amount. After he left, one of the workers reported that he had repeatedly contacted the Merchants Guild to find a customer, but they did not know of any merchant with that name. Billy realized with despair that the order had probably been a ploy all along. He apologized to Gio for getting him into such a complicated and messy situation. Gio confidently replied that it was okay, but wanted to know how things stood at the moment. Billy explained that while the shop wasn't in a perfect situation, they still had skilled craftsmen, regular customers, and a good reputation. But the difficulties arose due to a number of new customers and orders that sent them into deep red. The materials required considerable investment, and one evening, when he was sitting in a tavern, depressed, Kazeya approached him and offered to help as a moneylender. That's how they met. Billy initially thought he was a normal person, even somewhat reliable, but he didn't expect this turn of events at all. When a large order came from a new client, everything looked promising, but when the client disappeared, Billy couldn't pay on time and asked for a deferment. Now he realized that this could all be a carefully planned scam. One of the employees suggested that it was because of Kazai that they were in this situation, but Billy countered that they had no direct evidence. He admitted that it would be extremely difficult to pay off the debt. Gio mentally noted the strangeness of Kazai's behavior. He was not simply extorting money, but it was as if he was deliberately creating obstacles so that the debt would not be repaid. There was a possibility that this man's real goal might not have been the amount at all, but the forge itself, or even Shifa. Shifa said that if she could use her reward for defeating the boss, it might help, but 3 days was clearly not enough for that. Gio, a little embarrassed, offered to help, asking how much exactly needed to be collected. He thought he could spare a few dozen gold coins from a recent harvest sale. Billy spoke hesitantly, and Gio tried to figure out the amount. He thought it might be 50 coins. But Billy said 500. Gio was shocked. 500 gold coins in 3 days seemed almost impossible. Shifa, feeling guilty, apologized for dragging him into this and asked for his help. Gio assured her that he would do everything in his power. Shifa thanked him sincerely. Already on his way home, Gio was thinking. He was haunted by the thought that Kazi's target might be Shifa. He felt helpless. Even if he urgently sold all his harvest, he would hardly be able to collect the required amount. He realized that he needed another way out, and at that moment, an idea came to him to use one of his special resources. At such moments, he always wanted to consult with Lilia, but the problem was that he did not know where she was now. Although she usually came to collect the harvest in the morning, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. He decided to try to find out something about her at the Merchants Guild. The girl who worked there said that Lilia was an extremely elusive merchant, and even they didn't know where she might be at the moment. Gio explained that it was urgent, but even so, she couldn't name a single possible place where Lilia could be. And at that very moment, completely unexpectedly, Lilia herself appeared before him. She approached him with a smile, and said that this was a rather unusual place for them to meet. Gio was genuinely happy. He realized that he was incredibly lucky, because right now he was looking for her and did not know where to start. Lilia, noticing how worried Gio looked, asked what had happened. Gio began to explain that the matter was extremely serious, connected with a debt on which the fate of the entire workshop depended. He added that he wanted to show her something important that could help in the decision. When he opened the contents of his bag, Lilia was surprised to see gold ore. She was amazed that he had mined it, but was even more surprised when she learned that he had grown it right in his garden. She asked incredulously if he was really talking about a garden and not some mining site. Gio explained that if he could sell a large amount of the ore, he could cover his debt. Lilia frowned and noted that this would be extremely difficult. She explained that gold was under the control of the state and the lords who oversaw all known mines. If someone were to start selling gold ore en masse, the authorities might suspect them of illegal mining. Gio sighed in disappointment. He was once again at a dead end. He didn't know what else he could do. Lilia thought for a moment, then asked if he had any other types of ores. Gio replied that he had plenty of different ores. Lilia then asked if he had any mithril, a rare magical metal mined in places with high concentrations of mana, most often in dungeons. Gio realized that this meant that the mithril was mined in areas not controlled by the rulers, meaning it could be sold without the risk of government prosecution. However, Lilia quickly clarified that while mithril was not controlled by the authorities, it was so rare that selling it in large quantities could still raise suspicions. Gio got upset and exclaimed that it was completely unclear what to do with this ore. Lilia suggested a solution: entrust everything to her. Gio reminded that the debt repayment period was only 3 days, but Lilia confidently said that there was no need to worry about it, and asked him to simply hand the matter over to her. Gio, seeing no other options, agreed and said that he was counting on her. At the forge, Billy reported that they had collected all they could, but the amount they had received was far from what they needed. He exhaled heavily, thinking that he might have to say goodbye to the workshop. Shifa cried out desperately, asking her father not to give up. At that moment, Lilia entered the forge and cheerfully introduced herself as a merchant who had come to place an order on Gio's behalf. Gio apologized for the unexpected intrusion. Billy, exhausted with anxiety, immediately said that they planned to close today. Lilia, with a slight smile, replied that the client was ready to pay for the order in advance, even before the work was done. Billy was surprised. Such an offer sounded too generous. Lilia, understanding his wariness, suggested that they just talk first. She took out a sample of the ore and showed it to him. Seeing the mithril, and in a very large volume, Billy could not contain his amazement. Lilia clarified that she had even more, all hidden in a magic bag. In return, she offered an order to make 200 sets of swords and shields. Billy was shocked. Such an order meant that the workshop could not only cover the debt, but also make money. Shifa immediately noticed that such a volume guaranteed the salvation of the workshop, but Billy, still not quite believing what was happening, cautiously asked if it was too good to be true. He began to suspect a trick. Gio realized that Shifa's father had become much more cautious. Lilia, without losing her composure, admitted that she understood his mistrust, because this was their first deal. But she added that the whole operation was based on Gio's trust. She asked if Billy even trusted him. Shifa confirmed that she had complete trust in Gio, and asked her father to do the same. Billy, looking at his daughter, remembered how Gio stood up for her in a difficult moment and made up his mind. He said that he agreed and would put all his efforts into fulfilling the order. Lily smiled and handed over the payment, platinum coins. Billy was surprised to see such a rare currency. Shifa explained that platinum coins were much more expensive than regular ones, and were used only by aristocrats and large merchants. Gio admitted that he had never seen them before. He also thought about it, because Lilia never said who exactly she got the order from. Billy, with renewed strength in his voice, said that they needed to act urgently while there was a chance, and went to talk to Kazuya. Shifa tried to stop him, but he was determined. When Billy ran out into the street, Kazuya was already waiting for him. He, standing in the shadows, sarcastically remarked that such a rush looked suspicious. He said that Billy was supposedly going to leave town in the dead of night. Billy stopped and was indignant at the suggestion. Kazuya stated with icy certainty that today was the day the debt was due, adding sarcastically that Billy's disappearance at such a moment would be a great embarrassment to him. Billy, realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous, sternly asked Shifa to remain in the workshop. He suggested that Kazuya might be especially interested in her. Shifa was confused, not immediately understanding why she should stay. Gio supported Billy's words and added that it was indeed for the best. Kazuya frowned and noted that Billy had probably not managed to raise the full amount. He suggested that he give in and accept the outcome. Billy calmly said that the amount owed was 500 gold coins and showed the payment platinum coins. Kazuya was stunned. He couldn't believe that Billy had managed to get so much money in just 3 days. Lilia calmly explained that they had just made a deal, even though she was merely acting as a middleman. Thoughts raced through Kaze's mind. This was an ordinary-looking girl, but she had somehow managed to arrange such a deal. He hadn't expected to meet someone who could raise such funds in such a short time. Lilia was about to continue and name the client when Kazuya suddenly interrupted her, as if suddenly remembering that he had forgotten to take into account the interest. Billy, hearing this, was astonished. Kazuya, with a stony face, continued. He stated that, taking into account all the delays, concessions, and delays, the amount of the debt already amounted to 1,500 gold coins. Gio exclaimed that it was 3 times the original debt, which sounded like a brazen fabrication. Billy lost his patience and became indignant. He asked where such a sum came from, since no one had mentioned interest before. Kazuya answered coldly that this was the real amount of the debt, according to his rules. He looked at the platinum coins in the workshop and said that it was not enough anyway. He brought up the same topic again, insisting that Billy give him his daughter. Gio at this point noted to himself that his suspicions were confirmed. It was Shifu who had been pursuing Kazuya from the very beginning. Billy, without hesitation, told him that he would only give his daughter over his own dead body. Kazuya calmly asked him not to get angry, adding that violence was not needed by anyone. But Billy could not contain his anger and cursed him. Gio stepped forward and demanded that this all stop. He firmly stated that he would not allow Kazuya to continue. Kazuya, recognizing him, grinned. He remembered that this was the same young man who had interfered once before. He began to press him, saying that Gio was sticking his nose into other people's business again, and that he must be fed up with life. But Gio firmly said that this had everything to do with him, because Shifa was his precious friend. Kazuya was silent for a moment, then admitted that the boy at least had courage. He grabbed Gio by the collar, intending to show him what real pain felt like. He intended to show him how cruel reality could be. However, at this critical moment, Lilia politely intervened, saying that she had not managed to finish her thought. After all, the client who ordered the deal was none other than the ruler of these lands. Kazuya froze, his face turning pale as he realized that they were talking about the governor of Arsal province. Meanwhile, the ruler himself sighed heavily, realizing that Lilia had once again drawn him into a difficult situation, but he had no choice. Kazuya saw the seal, a symbol of power, and could no longer doubt the authenticity of her words. Lilia added that if he tried to get unfair payment from the workshop or harm them, the ruler would definitely find out about it, and the consequences for him would be extremely unpleasant. Kazuya, immediately changing his tone, declared that he would accept payment in the amount of 500 gold coins. Gio weakened from the tension and literally collapsed to the ground. It was a real test for him. Lilia came up to him and quietly called out. Billy looked at him with concern, asked if he was hurt, and said that Gio had really surprised him. Shifa ran up and hugged Gio with relief. She thanked him sincerely, saying that her father's workshop was saved thanks to him. Gio blushed to his ears, stunned by Shifa's embrace. He muttered that he couldn't have done it without Lilia's help. Billy nodded and acknowledged that she had received an order from the ruler himself, calling her a truly outstanding merchant. Lilia, slightly embarrassed, replied that she had done nothing special and simply wanted to help, because Gio always tries for others. She added that he had behaved very bravely. Billy confirmed this, saying that Gio had behaved like a real knight. He tried to deny it, saying that everything had happened naturally. Inside, Gio remembered that he had managed to say something very frank in front of everyone, especially Shifa. He tried to apologize for what he said, confused, but Shifa reassured him, saying that she was far away and did not hear anything. Gio felt a huge relief, but Shifa still clarified what he said then. Lilia was about to say it, but Gio quickly interrupted and changed the subject. Billy concluded by saying that it was Gio, without any exaggeration, who had saved them all today. Shifa added that she would definitely have to express her gratitude again. Gio replied that there was no need for that. In his mind, he admitted that the hug she had given him was more than enough. He felt like he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, because despite his fear, he was able to stand up for Shifa's smile. Meanwhile, Kazuya was furious. He cursed Lilia for ruining his plan, which he had been hatching for a long time. He could not report the failure to his superiors. Soon his henchmen approached him, saying that he could not find Lilia's base, no matter how hard he tried, but he found a place where she often visited. It was the home of a brother and sister who had recently reached adulthood, the same young man who had ruined everything. Kazuya grinned evilly and declared that he now had everything he needed. He decided to take Gio prisoner and use him as bait. Marin, in her laboratory, with a satisfied expression on her face, finished working on a new alchemical solution and reported that the potion was finally complete. Dennis, seeing the vial of liquid, was struck by its clear, sky blue hue. He immediately became interested in the effect of this elixir. Marin, without giving a direct answer, suggested that he personally test the result of her work. Dennis, taking on his usual role as assistant, confidently agreed and drank the potion. Noting that the liquid was bubbly and tasted like slightly carbonated water, Marin then told him to put his face in the water. Dennis complied without hesitation, and at that very moment he realized that he could breathe underwater. He, dumbfounded, surfaced, and joyfully shouted that he really could breathe, being with his head in the water. Marin proudly explained that she had created a water potion made from the so-called air flowers. She added that with this potion one could feel as free underwater as on land. Dennis recalled that these flowers were brought by Gio. Marin confirmed that yes, it was Gio who provided them with this rare component. She explained that air flowers bloom only at altitudes of several thousand meters above sea level, which makes them extremely rare and valuable. Dennis, still surprised by what was happening, began to suspect that there was something unusual behind Gio's abilities. He turned to Marin and noticed that she was already planning something. He asked what exactly she was going to do with the water he had just breathed in and the bottle itself. He demanded that she pour it out immediately, or better yet, that he do it himself. Marin, covering herself with her hands, screamed that she needed the water for tonight, and she intended to make the bottle an heirloom passed down in their family from generation to generation. Dennis, shocked by her words, could not stand it, and exclaimed that she was talking complete nonsense. Shifa entered the lab, apologizing for the sudden intrusion and calling out to Marin and Dennis. Dennis shuddered and, realizing that someone else had arrived, quickly poured out the water to avoid further misunderstandings. Shifa greeted him, and Dennis greeted her and asked if something had happened. Shifa explained that she had come on business. She was preparing for her next expedition. Dennis said that she had come just in time, because Marin had just finished working on a new potion. Meanwhile, Gio was at home calling Milky to the table. Senna immediately said that she wanted to join in too. Gio turned to Milky and said that he had prepared his favorite dish, fried mackerel. Senna, looking at the cat, noticed that he had grown significantly. Gio agreed, adding that Milky had recently started eating more than just milk. Senna expressed surprise, noting that Milky had grown much larger than she had expected. He had become so big that he no longer fit in her arms, despite still looking like a cat. Inwardly, Gio noted that despite Milky hatching from a monster egg, he didn't seem dangerous because he was so attached to him. He also added that although Milky had grown bigger, he was essentially the same capricious and spoiled creature. Senna couldn't help but want to pet him. But Milky growled angrily. Gio noticed that Milky didn't seem to like Senna. Senna wasn't happy, saying it wasn't fair because she wanted to be affectionate too. Gio reminded her that she was going to the dungeon today and advised her to eat as soon as possible so she could prepare. Senna slapped her forehead, realizing that she had completely forgotten. Gio asked what area they would be exploring this time. Senna began to explain. Meanwhile, the expedition had already reached the entrance to the underwater region. Senna looked at the space in front of her in amazement and realized that there really was a dungeon completely underwater. Shifa confirmed that they did, but reminded them that they were at a disadvantage because they had to hold their breath to explore it. This was the reason no one had ever managed to get through the dungeon to the end. However, they had an advantage now: the water potion. Annie hopefully said that if the ice potion was so effective, then the water potion should be just as effective. Shifa said briefly and confidently that it was time to move on. After that, they all drank the water potions and, without wasting any time, went down into the underwater dungeon. Annie was surprised to find that she could actually breathe while completely underwater. Shifa felt as if she could move freely despite the water, as if she were walking on land. Senna was surprised to find that even her clothes were completely dry. Annie added that they could talk and hear each other, and her hunting instinct and heightened senses were still working. She suddenly felt the monster approaching. Shifa looked ahead and saw that a fish was approaching. Senna clarified that it was a very large fish. Without hesitation, she swung her sword and cut through the creature. Shifa noted approvingly that Senna's swordsmanship had not diminished at all, even in the conditions of underwater combat. Annie confidently stated that they would definitely be able to conquer this place because Marin's potions had never failed them. Shifa added that the ingredients for these potions were collected by Gio. Annie nodded, saying that she expected something like this. Since there was almost no information about this dungeon, Shifa suggested making a detailed map of the area. Senna exclaimed in delight as she saw the beauty of the surrounding landscape. Shifa noted that this was most likely coral. Annie sighed, adding that if this place wasn't a dungeon, it would be an incredibly profitable tourist destination. But she also reminded them to be careful. Monsters could hide in the most unexpected places. Senna, examining the inhabitants, noticed that among the fish, there were species that even her brother did not grow in his garden. She wondered if they could be considered tasty. Annie quickly noted that the idea of raising monsters was dubious. Shifa, in turn, added that most of them were not that dangerous. Annie agreed that the main difficulty of this dungeon was precisely the underwater conditions, but with water potions the task no longer seemed impossible. At that moment, Senna pointed forward. Shifa immediately recognized that the boss of the underwater area was in front of them. Meanwhile, far from the dungeon, Gio's house was silent. He was sleeping peacefully. However, a shadow slipped past the window. Kazuya, standing at the entrance, made sure he had come to the right address. One of his henchmen confirmed that it was the same house. He reported that Gio's sister, an adventurer, was absent today, making it an ideal moment for a takeover. Kazuya gave the order, demanding that his men immediately seize Gio, stating that it was only a matter of one youth. At that moment, Milk woke up and, sensing the danger, abruptly pulled Gio's clothes, biting him. Gio screamed in surprise, woke up, and realized that Milk was clearly restless. He looked around and realized that these were no ordinary visitors. Milk immediately rushed at the uninvited guests. The men recoiled, not expecting aggression from the cat. One of them pulled out a dagger. Gio yelled at Milk to be careful. The cat dodged deftly and lunged at his attacker, using his claws. One of the men screamed, making it clear that Milk was no ordinary cat at all. They began to retreat in panic. Geo, out of breath, looked at his pet. He asked if he was okay, and then he felt that the danger was not over. He realized that he needed to take refuge in the garden immediately. The attackers began to comb the yard. They could not find Geo and were angry that he had slipped away again. Geo, hiding, realized that if he was caught, nothing good would come of it. Milk, meowing softly, attracted his attention. Geo stroked him and said that there was no need to worry because he had strong friends. Golems began to rise from the ground. The attackers, noticing them, were confused. They could not understand why golems appeared in this place. One of them said that there were only a few of them and that it was possible to break through. But with every moment, more and more defenders appeared. Kazuya came out into the yard, angry and demanding. He shouted why his men couldn't handle one teenager. They tried to explain that golems appear out of nowhere. Kazuya didn't believe them. He threw his sword at the nearest golem, crushing it with one blow. Geo watched from his hiding place and realized that it was he who had come for him to avenge his failure. The golem crumbled instantly, but others appeared immediately. One of the henchmen noted with alarm that no matter how much they fought, new golems continued to appear. Kazuya, irritated, ordered them to get out of the way. He finally saw Geo and walked up to him, looking him straight in the eye. Kazuya said that this was Geo's doing, and that all attempts to create new golems were pointless. He mockingly asked if he really thought he could escape, but as he prepared to strike, a massive golem suddenly appeared in front of him. Kazuya tried to attack, but his sword shattered with a dull sound. He stood in shock, unable to understand where such monstrous creatures had come from. Kazuya realized that the situation was completely out of his control. Before the giant golem appeared, Geo watched in a daze. He mentally noted that the enemy that had entered their territory had terrifying strength. This man was tearing the golems to pieces with incredible speed, without encountering any resistance. At this rate, it was easy to predict that he would soon break through all the defense. Milk, with a worried meow, attracted Geo's attention. Geo nodded and whispered that it was worth moving away. He, in a panic, continued to think about what to do, because even numerous golems could not stop the attacker. He opened the garden panel and saw the current parameters. The home garden had reached level 20, 31 out of 100 progress. Among the available options were the generator of a protective wall, the creation of a mega guardian, and the teleportation between gardens. The system asked if he wanted to use the ability to summon a mega guardian. Geo, who had never tried this skill before, realized that there were almost no other options left. He made a decision and confirmed the use. The system asked again about the use of the mega guardian. Geo confirmed. Again, and he said yes again. And again. He said he wanted to create more. As a result, Geo summoned several mega guardians, huge, unshakable golems. Kazuya, seeing this, uttered an unintelligible exclamation in surprise. Geo noted in his mind that he did not even know that he was able to summon such gigantic creatures. He was glad that all this was happening late at night and gave a mental order, throw the intruder out of the garden. One of the golems grabbed Kazuya without hesitation. He screamed, demanding to be released. He began to shout something threatening, but his voice was drowned out by the scream when the golem threw him to the ground. The henchmen, seeing this, were frightened. They exclaimed in horror that this place was sheer madness and decided to flee. They realized that nothing good awaited them here. Geo said with relief that the threat was no longer there. Milk came up to him and meowed again. Geo leaned over and thanked him, noting that he couldn't have done it without his help. Meanwhile, in the underwater area, Annie couldn't believe her eyes. The dungeon boss turned out to be an incredibly large creature. Senna noticed that the length of this creature was about 100 meters. Annie sadly admitted that she shouldn't have approached the unfamiliar dungeon with such a light heart. Shifa asked a serious question with cold reasoning about the possibilities of defeating this monster. Senna happily confirmed her confidence in victory, adding that the monster would probably be very tasty. Annie irritably noted that this was not the best time for culinary fantasies. Shifa, however, admitted that she partially agreed with Senna. Annie brought things back to reality, reminding them that everything had been going smoothly up until now, but they needed to be careful now. She suggested focusing on mapping the area before deciding on a boss fight. Senna approved of the suggestion, noting that the boss was so huge that they would immediately notice him if he came close. She added that they were lucky to have Annie's gift for detecting danger. Shifa took out a bottle and handed the potion to Senna. Senna thanked her for it. Annie, thinking about what was happening, noticed to herself that for a creature of such size, his presence was felt too weakly. It seemed suspicious. Shifa thought they had explored enough and suggested they return to the surface. Senna, relieved, agreed and said it was time to go home. Shifa warned everyone to stay alert because there might be trouble on the way back. She added that they would need a strategy next time if they decided to fight the boss. At that very moment, the boss himself appeared in front of them. Annie was dumbfounded. The thought flashed through her mind that it was impossible. How could such a huge monster suddenly appear without her hunting warning? Senna, overcome with panic, screamed for them to run. Annie looked at the approaching enemy. She realized that things were bad. The monster could swallow them without any difficulty. Senna screamed, calling out to Shifa. Shifa wasn't scared. She noted that the creature didn't look as intimidating as the volcano boss. She used her ability. Annie thought that the Empress's authority skill weakened enemies, but its effectiveness was reduced if the enemy was particularly strong. Therefore, it might be of little use against such a massive creature. Senna suddenly pointed forward. Annie squinted and saw that the creature's body was indeed beginning to disintegrate. Shifa explained that she had figured it out. It wasn't just one giant fish in front of them, but a school of small fish, all huddled together. Annie exclaimed that everything was clear now. That was why she hadn't felt the presence of a strong enemy. Senna came to the conclusion that it had all been just an illusion, deceptive and dangerous. Annie looked at her friends seriously and urged caution. She expressed her confidence that there could well be a leader hidden among the school of fish that were attacking them, a fish that was significantly larger than the others. Senna, not losing her fighting spirit, confidently said that she would deal with them all at once. Shifa promised to provide magical support and activated her gift, calling on the enemies to bow before her. Senna rushed to the attack and struck, shouting a battle cry. Annie noticed that the effect of Shifa's gift, Empress's power, was clearly affecting the enemies. Their movements became sluggish and slow, giving the team an advantage. She noted that this way they would be able to gradually reduce the number of enemies. However, Shifa admitted in her mind that she could not use the gift continuously. With each use, her strength was depleted. She noticed how the massive school of fish continued to advance. Senna exclaimed that the fish were returning again. Shifa activated her ability again, ordering them to bow down. Annie abruptly stated that the situation was getting worse. If the attacks continued at their current intensity, the team would be in serious danger. Senna screamed in pain as one of the fish struck her. She turned sharply and noticed that among them there flashed one, different from the rest. Without hesitation, she cut it down with her sword in fury. Annie immediately noticed that the remaining fish suddenly began to scatter and run in different directions. Shifa, incredulous, clarified that it was really all over. Senna explained that after she destroyed that fish, the others immediately retreated. Shifa nodded, admitting that that fish was most likely the one in charge, controlling all the others. Annie, still in amazement, asked how Senna had managed to spot her among the hundreds of bodies and strike her so accurately. Senna replied that she had only caught the movement out of the corner of her eye and had acted on pure instinct. Annie marveled that this was Senna's unrivaled skill showing itself once again. Shifa added that Senna was truly amazing. Senna, slightly embarrassed, asked if this fish could be considered the boss of the underwater area. Shifa confidently confirmed that despite his deceptive appearance, the boss was strong enough. Annie, tired from the strain, said that her whole body ached and suggested that they return and report the end of the campaign to the guild. When they arrived at the guild, Kanalia greeted them and immediately told them that Shifa had arrived just in time. Shifa asked what had happened. Kanalia beamed with joy and said that she had great news. She recalled that a few days ago the party had managed to conquer the volcanic region, and thanks to these achievements, an influential person had appeared who was interested in meeting them. Annie asked in surprise if it was really them that were being talked about. Shifa added that they had also completed their exploration of the underwater region. Kanalia froze in place, processing what she had heard. She slowly repeated that they had now conquered the underwater region as well. Her face was completely shocked. She admitted that she simply had no words to express her amazement. Kanalia could not understand how these girls managed to achieve such unprecedented results in such a short period of time. She said with delight that they would definitely get a special welcome now. Senna asked in surprise what exactly was meant by a reception. Kanalia explained that the person who wanted to meet them was none other than the ruler of Arsal. All three froze, realizing how serious their reputation had become. Canaria said that an invitation had been received addressed to them to visit the castle. Senna, hearing of this, expressed the opinion that the person who had invited them was of great importance, and wondered whether they had had the opportunity to meet the rulers before this incident. Shifa answered briefly that they had no such experience. Annie expressed the opinion that, for the common people to whom they belonged, the rulers were so unattainable that they could be compared to flying into the clouds, just as incredible and distant. Canaria explained that their successful conquest of the volcanic region had made the region popular with other adventurers. She also noted that this had brought a flood of valuable raw materials into the region, which in turn had led to rapid economic growth. She added that the ruler, for the first time in a long time, showed personal interest in meeting with the young adventurers, and most likely the reason for this was their impressive contribution to the development of the region. Shifa noted with some modesty that the reason for the success was actually an ice potion created by a talented apothecary. Canaria specified that this was the reason why the pharmacist had also received an invitation. Shifa, after thinking for a moment, expressed interest in how the pharmacist was feeling after receiving such unexpected and important news. Senna changed the subject and turned to her brother, noting his importance to them all. Annie suddenly interrupted, covering her mouth with her hand and reminding her that information about Gio's garden must remain a secret. Canaria expressed understanding, stressed the unexpectedness of the situation, and said that they should report to the castle for dinner in 5 days. Shifa expressed her willingness, specifying that they would have the opportunity to take a break after completing their recent expedition to the underwater region. Canaria, slightly embarrassed, remembered that she still needed to report on the events. Senna was delighted to hear of the upcoming holiday. Annie, in a farewell tone, said that they would meet again in 5 days. Senna briefly agreed. On the way back, she thought that she had put in a lot of effort as an adventurer, and now she deserved to relax a little, allowing Gio to give her some attention and care. Meanwhile, Gio was thinking about the incident that had happened and was worried that nothing new had happened since then, but the tension had not subsided. He felt that unknown attackers could continue to operate in the shadows, leaving no hope of a new attack. Gio's mind became increasingly troubled by the fact that Senna had not returned for so long, and he began to fear that she might have been captured. He approached Milk with a concerned question about what they should do. When the door creaked, both Gio and Milk felt fear. He suggested that these could have been the same attackers. Milk, not understanding the situation, attacked Senna, who came in. Senna reacted with surprise to his behavior, noticing his unusual energy, and said that she had returned home. Gio was relieved and said he was glad to see she was okay, even though she was later than usual. Senna explained that something unexpected had happened to her, but she would now be able to rest for a few days. Gio began to calm Milk down, telling him that Senna was not a threat. Senna became curious about why he said the word enemy and wanted to know what happened. Gio began to carefully tell what had happened. Senna exclaimed in alarm when she heard that Gio had been attacked during the night, and immediately inquired about his condition. He hastened to assure them that he was fine, as Milk and the golems had provided protection, but since then he and his protectors had difficulty sleeping due to the constant tension and uncertainty. Senna agreed that the situation was indeed serious and wanted to know who exactly was the attacker. Gio described the leader of the attackers in detail. He was a rough, bald man with strong facial features and tattoos, who possessed a high level of skill in handling a sword. He noted that ordinary golems did not pose a threat to him and were easily disabled. After completing the description, Gio warned Senna to be especially careful and to make sure to reinforce the door of her room at night, using a cabinet or other heavy objects. He also reminded her that the attack could also happen outside the home. Senna confidently stated that unlike Gio, she could stand up for herself. Gio, despite her confidence, noted that although she was an adventurer, she still lacked experience. Senna tried to console him, saying that there was no need to worry. Gio noted in his mind that Senna remained as carefree and easy to talk to as before. Senna remembered another piece of news and said that she had a meeting with the city's ruler planned soon. Gio, hearing this, worriedly assumed that she had already managed to do something. Senna clarified that this was not the case at all, but that she had been officially invited. The next morning, Gio suggested using the magic stones that Senna had brought to strengthen and fortify the garden again. Gio wondered if Senna had woken up yet, as she was now putting in incredible effort as an adventurer, and he felt a responsibility to do everything he could to keep her from becoming overtired and overexerted. He thought that the mega golems were certainly powerful, but they were impossible to use during the daytime, so he began to wonder if there was an alternative way to defend himself. Gio regretted that he did not have a suitable means that could drive away Kazuya, depriving him of the ability to threaten. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded, which reported that the magic stones had been successfully absorbed and as a result, a new skill had been mastered, which now allowed new types of crops to be grown. This news made Gio feel relieved and happy, because this was exactly the ability he was missing. He remembered one of his old, untested skills, the invisible wall of level 0, and also thought about moving between gardens, which he had also not tried before. Gio was inspired by the idea that he could use teleportation to escape if necessary. The system's voice asked if he wanted to move between the gardens, to which Gio confidently answered yes. However, the system informed him that such an action was currently impossible. He tried to figure out if this meant that teleportation was unavailable right now, and wondered at what other time it would be possible. Not wanting to waste time, Gio decided to try another skill, moving the garden. The system asked again whether to activate the movement mode, and he agreed with some excitement. As soon as he confirmed the action, the entire surrounding environment began to tremble, and he was overcome with bewilderment at what was happening. He noticed that the house next door had visually shrunk a little, which he found incredible. The system asked if he wanted to move the garden, to which he responded cautiously, wanting to pull it a little closer to him and then move it back. After testing the ability, Gio admitted that it was certainly impressive, but too noticeable, and if used, would attract more attention than even the mega golems. He found the skills to be extremely problematic, and decided to turn to the possibility of growing crops. Among the available crops, he saw a variety of flowers: tulips, lilies, sunflowers, daisies, flowering dogwood, medium-quality mint, calendula, viola, rose, hyacinth, wild mustard, and arugula of the same level. Realizing that these were all purely decorative plants, he was upset, since none of them could be useful in battle or defense. At that moment, Milk suddenly licked Gio's face, as if trying to cheer him up. Gio noticed that the golems were trying to cheer him up and expressed his gratitude, assuring him that if something dangerous happened again, they would work together to cope. He admitted that despite all his determination, he still felt some fear, but now that Senna had returned, he could not afford to be weak. He promised himself that he would protect Senna, no matter the circumstances. There came a moment when he thought it was time for her to wake up. He called her name, remembering that he had advised her to barricade the door to her room. However, as he approached, he realized that Senna was missing. Meanwhile, Kazuya, filled with rage, cursed Gio, holding him responsible for his own defeat. He recalled how his subordinates had failed despite their numerical superiority and were unable to deal with even one child. Kazuya scolded his former allies for their cowardice and empty talk, since none of them had ever fought the golems, against whom they could do nothing. He regretted that not only had he been deprived of his position, but also the support of his former subordinates. Now that he had been kicked out of the organization, he realized that his life was in grave danger. He remembered the words of his boss, who had ordered Gio to be gotten rid of because he knew too much about the internal structure of the organization. He cursed his fate and once again blamed Gio, but he knew he couldn't just walk into the strange house where his enemy lived. He decided to wait for a good opportunity for him to come out into the street. When he spotted Senna, he recognized her as Gio's sister, an adventurer who had only recently entered adulthood. He saw her as the perfect bait to lure Gio out. The place where he met her, an empty alley, seemed suitable for him to implement the plan. He approached her and warned her that she should not make any noise if she wanted to stay alive. Senna looked closely at him and recognized the same bald man with sharp features and tattoos that Gio had told her about, and realized that it was he who had attacked her brother. Kazuya was confused and began to wonder what was going on with her. He asked if she had heard about him from Gio, and after Senna confirmed it, he was glad that this might make things easier. Kazuya stated that from now on, she would be obliged to follow all his orders without question. However, Senna, showing neither fear nor doubt, refused to submit to his will. Kazuya, realizing that the situation was getting out of his control, still said with arrogance that Senna had no idea what a dangerous situation she was in. However, Senna, full of determination and calm confidence, said that in fact it was he who should be thinking about the situation he was in. At that moment, she made a sudden and swift swing of her sword. Kazuya, not having time to understand what had happened, found himself wounded, and clutching his sore spot, cursed in complete confusion and bewilderment, amazed that he had not even seen the moment of the attack. Senna pointed out, calmly, but with inner anger, that he had committed an unforgivable act by putting her brother in danger. She explained that something like this, which caused fear in Gio, could not go unpunished, because as long as the threat was nearby, neither of them would be able to sleep peacefully. Kazuya desperately tried to stop her, for at least a moment, to buy time. Kazuya's inner thoughts were filled with panic and curses towards what was happening. Senna, ignoring his pathetic attempts to justify himself, warned him in a restrained but decisive tone that he should never even come near her brother again. Kazuya realized in his thoughts that the very intention of getting closer to her and her brother had become the greatest mistake for him. After the incident, Senna returned home calmly. Gio, noticing her appearance, greeted his sister, feeling both relieved and anxious. Senna, not paying much attention to his intonation, asked what had happened. However, Gio immediately pointed out that he should have been the one asking that question, since he didn't know where she had been all this time. Senna, looking serene, explained that she had just been out for a walk. Gio, reminding her of their conversation yesterday, noted that he had warned her against going out alone, since it was too dangerous. She added calmly that, by the way, she had met that same bald man. This phrase caused Gio to immediately feel anxious. Senna, as if to calm him down, added that he need not worry, since he had promised not to come near him again and not to disturb Gio. Gio was stunned, trying to figure out if she really wasn't in danger. Senna confidently reported that she didn't feel threatened at all. Gio, a little embarrassed, admitted that he was glad for the outcome. A disturbing thought entered his mind as to whether Kaze had truly given up without a fight, or if this was all just a seeming victory. And perhaps Senna had indeed been absurdly strong. She noted that Gio could now relax since the threat had passed, and added that she would now have a long and well-deserved sleep. Gio, thinking about it, internally agreed. This was indeed true. He expressed gratitude to his sister, but with concern advised her not to take on too much and not to overload herself. Senna calmly assured him that there was no need to worry because no matter what might happen, she would always be there to protect him. Gio, with a little irony, admitted that he didn't know how to feel about his younger sister protecting him. Senna gently replied that it was okay, because he was kind. Then, with a smile, she added that he was also weak. Later, when the morning had already come into its own, Gio tried to wake up Senna. Milk, as usual, took the initiative and placed part of his body on her, creating a weight. Senna, not hiding her fatigue, muttered that he was too heavy and asked what was wrong, because she thought she deserved a good rest after all her recent adventures. Gio reminded her that she had an important event today. Senna, shaking herself a little, remembered that today she had an appointment with the ruler of Arcel. The butler greeted the guest with polite courtesy and thanked them for their arrival, addressing them all at once, Shifa, Annie, Senna, and Marin, and invited them to follow him through the majestic corridors of the castle. Senna, not hiding her admiration, noted how huge and grand the place was, marveling at the luxury and splendor that surrounded them everywhere. Shifa admitted to feeling a little nervous and excited, being in such an official and important place. Annie wondered with interest what kind of ruler they were about to meet would be like. Shifa reminded her that, according to rumors, this man had only taken over the position of ruler a few years ago. She expressed a desire to discuss something important and personal with the ruler. Marin sadly and longingly said that she wanted to go home because she did not fully understand why she was called here. Annie patiently reminded that the ruler officially recognized Marin's merits and her enormous contribution. Marin noted with slight offense that she should at least have been allowed to take Dennis with her. Annie reminded him that he had not been invited. Marin expressed confusion and disappointment because Dennis played an important role for her. He inspired her every day and gave her strength. The butler announced that they had reached their goal and, apologizing, announced that the guests had arrived. The city's ruler, an elegant woman named Elizabeth Arcel, thanked everyone for coming and formally welcomed them, introducing herself. Senna, as soon as she saw her, thought with admiration how beautiful she was. Annie, slightly nervous, gently reproached Senna for being too direct in the presence of a high-ranking person. The ruler responded good-naturedly, with a light laugh. Shifa, a little surprised, asked if they had met before. Annie exclaimed in disbelief, not believing that such a thing was possible. Elizabeth claimed that she had indeed met them before, and that it had happened only a few days ago, when she had acted under the name of Senna, adding that she was very glad to meet in person the talented apothecary of whom she had heard so much. Shifa and Annie were amazed to realize that the person standing before them was the same adventurer Eliza they had encountered in the dungeon. Elizabeth confirmed with a smile that they had finally figured out who she really was. Senna couldn't believe that the woman they met in a dangerous place was actually a ruler, and tried to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Elizabeth explained that if a ruler was solely concerned with administrative matters, his body and spirit would weaken, so she periodically chose to remain active, acting as an adventurer under the name Eliza, and did so undercover. The butler expressed surprise, as he had never heard of a viscount who combined the duties of a ruler and an adventurer. Elizabeth added that it was also useful for the castle's knights to be trained in real combat conditions. Annie mentally concluded that Eliza's companions in the dungeon were most likely the castle knights. Shifa wondered if this was how she had reached B rank as an adventurer. Elizabeth said with a little sadness that she ran away from home as a teenager and went on a long journey around the world. It was during this period that she was promoted to B rank. But 5 years ago, when she turned 30, tragedy struck. Her older brother died, and despite the fact that she wanted to continue the path of an adventurer, she had no choice but to return home and take on the duties of a ruler. Realizing that the story had dragged on longer than planned, she apologized and explained that she had invited them for a reason. After all, thanks to their exploits in the dungeon, the region's economy had experienced a significant increase, and she wanted to personally express her gratitude. Annie, introducing everyone, said that it was a great honor for them to meet. Elizabeth added that she had also heard about the recent achievement of conquering an underwater region, which she thought was truly admirable, and invited everyone to share their stories over lunch. Senna remarked enthusiastically that it looked like a real feast, and expressed amazement that they were given the opportunity to taste royal cuisine. Annie was quick to remind Senna of the rules of decency. The ruler kindly replied that there was nothing to worry about, because her cooks had put all their skill and soul into the dishes they prepared, so the guests could eat as much as they wanted. Senna eagerly began to eat, expressing admiration for the density and taste of the meat. Elizabeth agreed, confirming that the taste was indeed excellent. Senna again noted that the meat was amazingly juicy and simply melted in the mouth. Shifa praised the soup, emphasizing its pleasant aroma and appetizing appearance, and also expressed the opinion that it tasted amazing. Annie, having tried the fish dish, noted that such fish was very expensive at the market, but its presence on the ruler's table did not surprise her. Marin, a little confused, added that Dennis's cheeks were still tastier. Senna looked at her in surprise, but did not have time to say anything. Shifa concentrated on noting the freshness of the ingredients and the richness of the taste. Annie added thoughtfully that these tastes reminded her of something. At that moment, all three of them, Senna, Shifa, and Annie, expressed the same thought almost simultaneously. Elizabeth turned to them with interest, asking if everything was in order and if any of the dishes had caused them any dissatisfaction. Annie quickly assured them that everything had been prepared perfectly, and the food was indeed delicious, but added that even the ingredients themselves seemed to be of incredibly high quality. Elizabeth, laughing slightly, admitted that she buys all the ingredients from one tiny merchant who, however, never reveals the source of his goods. Senna, in her mind, had a hard time comprehending that all of this was really connected to her little brother, and a feeling of pride filled her more and more. Annie, not believing her own eyes, thought about how Gio had managed to raise all this magnificence on his own. Shifa was in shock, mentally repeating that she found it hard to believe that everything they had just eaten had been grown by Geo and had even reached the ruler himself. Annie came to the categorical conclusion in her mind that under no circumstances should Elizabeth show Geo's garden, as it could attract unnecessary attention. Senna thought fondly that everything was going exactly as she had expected, and it would be wonderful if the ruler praised her brother for such achievements. Marin, unlike the others, repeated only one thing in her thoughts: how much she missed Dennis, and this feeling completely filled her consciousness. Annie, after a hearty meal, sincerely noted that everything was incredibly delicious. Elizabeth, politely keeping up the conversation, said that she hoped they ate well and were satisfied. Shifa confirmed this with a slight nod. Senna, thanking them, expressed her appreciation for the treat. After this, the ruler, based on the outstanding achievements of the girls, announced her desire to present them with an award. Shifa, surprised by what she heard, asked again whether it was really about an award. Elizabeth clarified that the award could be anything within the bounds of reason and possibility. Senna expressed the opinion that she thought that the feast itself was the reward. Annie paid attention to whether anyone had specific wishes. Marin, following her feelings, expressed only one wish: to receive something related to Dennis's underwear. At that moment, the butler entered the courtyard, interrupting the conversation, and announced that Miss Lily had arrived. Elizabeth replied that she was currently busy receiving guests and ordered to find out what Lily had come for, since today was not a suitable time for outside meetings. The butler noted that the situation was a little different. Lilia, apparently, was personally acquainted with the current guests. Elizabeth, interested, said that she would like to clarify whether they knew a merchant named Lilia. Senna reported that she saw Lilia near her house. Shifa added that she was also familiar with Lilia. After that, Elizabeth gave permission to bring Lilia inside. The butler confirmed the execution of the order with a bow. Shifa, bowing slightly, expressed a desire to exchange a few words with the ruler in private. Elizabeth was surprised by the suddenness of such a request. Shifa, in a reserved and respectful tone, said that the ruler had recently saved the forge that belonged to her father and expressed her deep gratitude for it. Elizabeth asked with interest that she was talking about the forge. Shifa explained that she was talking about the order for the production of mithril weapons, which was placed with Lilia as an intermediary. Elizabeth, with joyful surprise, exclaimed that it was her father who had been the master who had carried out the order. She admitted that she had thought it was a simple purchase, made on the condition of prompt delivery the next day. The ruler expressed her admiration for the quality of the work, adding that she was absolutely satisfied with the result, and especially that she was able to obtain a mithril weapon at such a low price. Shifa, at the same time, remembered to herself that, for their family, this was a huge amount of money. After that, she directly asked the ruler where she got so much mithril from. Elizabeth replied that the mithril was provided by Lilia. Shifa reacted to this with genuine amazement. At that moment, Lilia entered the room and joyfully greeted everyone, noting that it seemed that everyone was already assembled. Elizabeth approached her, saying that she had just been discussing the mithril weapon she had recently acquired, and expressed surprise at the fact that it was made by the Shifa family. Lilia confirmed this information. The ruler, looking at Lilia, reminded that if she herself provided the mithril for this order, then most likely she was not paid for it. Lilia giggled and said that there was no need to worry about it. Elizabeth added that Lilia had also mentioned something about the products and admitted that she was an extremely mysterious and enigmatic person. The girls tried to clarify with interest what exactly she meant. Lilia, putting her finger to her lips, suggested that they remain silent. Almost simultaneously, all the girls came to the same conclusion in their thoughts. Perhaps that garden really was capable of growing even mithril. Elizabeth, getting down to business, asked why Lilia had come that day. Lilia explained that she had learned of the invitations sent to these girls and had decided to drop in to see if they had decided on the reward they wanted to receive. Annie, still confused, admitted that they had not yet made a final decision. The ruler politely added that she had only just begun discussing the matter with her guests. Lily came at the right moment and with full confidence stated her idea, offering to listen to her because she believed that her proposal could be timely and useful. The girls enthusiastically supported her, encouraging her to continue the story. Elizabeth began to wonder in her heart what exactly Lilia was going to instill in them and what ideas she was now planting in their minds. At this time, Marin, as before, was overcome with longing for Dennis. feeling an acute lack of his presence nearby. Senna supported Lilia's idea without hesitation and expressed her approval. Annie, also finding her proposal reasonable, agreed. Shifa added that she also fully agreed with it, after which she announced to the ruler that they had made a final decision. Shifa, on behalf of everyone, said that they wanted to choose this as a reward. At the same time, elsewhere, Gio was wondering what kind of food the girls were probably served in the castle. He was sure they were treated to a real feast, something a mere man like him couldn't even imagine. He compared the supposedly exquisite dishes to what he had eaten, and although his food was modest and slightly sloppily cooked, it still tasted incredibly delicious. Gio still couldn't believe that these girls had actually been invited to the castle. He mused that being promoted to B rank at such a young age was truly an impressive achievement. At the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling that Shifa, who had been close before, was now gradually becoming further and further away from him. He noted with envious admiration how lucky Senna was to be invited personally by the ruler. Realizing that he had been thinking for too long, he returned to his daily work and decided to continue working in the garden. Gio thought that the harvested crop could be sent to Lucas, and as soon as the new plants ripened, they could be given to Lilia. He also noted with regret that he would have liked to plant something new, but there was no more free space. Soon after, Senna returned home and announced her arrival. Gio, hearing her voice, was surprised that she had already returned. Lilia followed her, greeting everyone. Annie politely apologized for the unexpected intrusion. Gio immediately recognized Lilia and Annie by their voices and mentally noted that he needed to hide Milk so that the others would not see him. He quietly ordered Milk to hide in the garden for a while. Milk responded with a soft sound and complied. Shifa came over and apologized for coming uninvited. Gio turned to Shifa in surprise, asking why they were all here, since as far as he knew, they were all invited to the castle, even Lilia. Shifa began to explain that things had not happened quite like that. Gio, catching the gist, exclaimed in surprise that the ruler had given them the right to some land. Annie, confirming his guess, added that it was a useless plot of land that no one had ever used before. Gio, still puzzled, wondered in his mind what they were planning to do with this piece of land. Senna, without hesitation, happily informed him that they had decided to give it to him. Gio, who had not expected this, reacted with great surprise. All the girls unanimously explained that they wanted him to use this piece of land to expand his garden. Gio was shocked to hear that he couldn't believe they were actually giving him land that had been given to him as a reward by the ruler himself. Lilia explained that she was the one who had suggested the idea, and everyone agreed. Gio, still in disbelief, wondered in his mind why they had asked for such a reward at all, since each of them could have had their own wishes. The girls, without a moment's hesitation, replied that they had no other wishes. Shifa explained that everything they had achieved was thanks to Gio. Not only did he help them learn adventuring, but he also saved her father's workshop. Annie added that he also helped her sister's restaurant. Shifa continued that they wanted to express their gratitude for everything he did. Gio, modestly responding, said that he may have helped a little, but it was they who were doing the real hard work. Annie insisted that what they really wanted to convey was that the achievements of his garden should remain a secret from the public, and that was why he more than deserved the award. Lilia added that it was an expression of universal recognition, and therefore he should accept it with joy. Senna joined the others in emphasizing that Gio's garden should remain their shared secret, while also saying that Gio himself is truly an incredible person. Gio expressed his gratitude, adding that nothing in the world could make him happier than receiving such a gift from his loved ones and friends, and accepting this gift was a truly special moment for him. Shifa, with a slight excitement in her voice, asked if he would be able to find a worthy and useful use for such a significant gift. Gio answered with full confidence that he would indeed succeed, because with each new level the potential size of his garden increases, and having a larger territory would be very convenient and strategically advantageous. At that moment a soft meow was heard nearby, which was said by Milk. Senna immediately turned her attention to him, saying his name in surprise. Meanwhile, Gio noted with inner surprise that he had asked Milk to hide in the garden, and had not noticed at all when he had managed to reappear in front of everyone. Lily, having barely seen the creature, exclaimed in surprise, trying to understand whether in front of her was really a snow panther. That is, a real monster. Annie also, without hiding her anxiety, noted that such a creature should not be in such a place at all. Gio quickly tried to calm them down, saying that everything was fine, because Milk was his pet. Annie wondered in amazement if that was really true. Gio continued his explanation, stating that his pet was not dangerous at all, and showed him sitting calmly next to them. The same realization flashed through the girls' minds. This creature was not just a tame animal, it was completely and genuinely attached to its owner. Senna, watching Milk, added that it was now clear to her why he seemed too big to be just a cat. Lilia was still confused and had a hard time formulating what exactly was going on and how Gio got such a pet. He, having collected his thoughts, admitted that he had the ability to grow monster eggs right in his garden, thanks to the peculiarities of the skill he had acquired. All the girls, hearing this, reacted with astonishment. Lilia, not hiding her anxiety, raised her voice, stating that if all this was true, then Gio really did have an absurd skill that could potentially allow him to mass-produce monsters, and that was something to be wary of. Annie echoed her sentiments, admitting that she too was beginning to have concerns. Shifa, trying to calm everyone down, firmly said that there was no reason to worry, because Gio would never use his powers for evil. Lily reminded him that he should take even more precautions to ensure that no one else knew about the garden, especially now that he had such a pet. She explained that the plot of land they had given him was outside the city limits, and although no one lived there, the area was inhabited by dangerous creatures. Gio admitted that he felt a little nervous at the thought of settling into a new plot of land. Senna supported him, saying that she would be there and that everything would definitely be fine. Lilia said that they would have to walk a little, because the plot turned out to be quite large in area. Annie expressed her admiration for how generous the ruler was to donate such a large area, and Shifa added that they were very lucky that Elizabeth had unused land at her disposal. Meanwhile, Gio was thinking in his mind, imagining what kind of land his friends had given him as a gift and what it might be like. When they finally got there, Lily stopped and announced that they had arrived. Annie and Shifa looked around and were amazed and surprised at the same time, because a real swamp stretched out before them. When Elizabeth was told that the guests wanted a plot of land, she clarified that it was an uninhabited, spacious, and unused area which could be reached from the city. She asked if they were really happy with this location. Annie, a little taken aback, admitted that although they were the ones who had put forward such conditions, she had never expected the land to be swampy. Senna added that the place was also infested with monsters. Shifa pointed out that such a place was hardly suitable for growing anything. Gio agreed, confirming that the area did indeed look unsuitable. Lillian noticed that no one had specified how exactly the plot would be used, and therefore the land fully met their requirements. She turned to Gio to ask his opinion. Gio wondered in his mind if he could plant or grow anything on this swampy land. At that moment, the system activated and suggested designating the area as a garden. Gio, getting the gist, realized that this place could be suitable and agreed. The girls reacted with surprise as they watched the garden being marked out in an instant. Shifa did not hide her admiration. It all happened in an instant. However, Gio noticed that the monsters from the garden area had not disappeared. Annie joked that it seemed that their worries were in vain, because the first pioneers who decided to develop this swamp would be furious at such a neighborhood. Lilia looked around the area in surprise and said that the garden was simply enormous. Gio explained that he had chosen the size at random and asked if it would be enough. Lilia confirmed that it was quite enough. In his mind, Gio noted that up until this point he had only used 100 square meters, and now the area had increased 200 times. He realized that he had no idea how to use all this available space. His current garden level was 25. He also saw that only 201,000 of the possible 840 million units of space had been used. Among the active skills were Defensive Wall Generator, Mega Guardian Creation, and Intergarden Teleportation. When thinking about the first step, he thought that the garden was given to him thanks to the joint efforts of his friends, and so he began to think about what to plant first. He soon found a solution for himself. He began to talk to himself, confirming his inner intentions, which caused slight confusion in Annie, who was watching from the side. Senna admitted that she, too, did not understand who Gio was talking to now. Shifa suddenly reported that monsters were starting to approach them, Senna assumed they were angry about losing their territory to the garden. Annie quickly warned Gio and Lilia to back off. Gio calmly said that there was no need to worry and activated the ability to create a mega guard. The girls watched what was happening in amazement, not believing their eyes. Gio mentally noted that given the size of the garden, he should have created a few more guardians to clear the entire area of monsters on their own. After that, he activated the next skill, the protective wall generator, to secure the borders. He added that the garden needed to be hidden from prying eyes so that no one could discover it. He also thought it might be time to use the teleporter between the gardens. He announced that he would be leaving everyone for a while and moved. Annie, in amazement, began to express that all this seemed like complete absurdity because in front of them was only a home garden. Lily gently objected that excessive thinking about it would not lead to anything useful. Meanwhile, Gio became convinced that the ability to teleport really did allow him to instantly move between distant areas. He noted that the new site was quite far away, but thanks to his ability he could get there without difficulty. Taking some food, he headed back. Milk meowed curiously, and Gio invited him to join the journey, after which they activated the teleporter together. When they returned, Senna exclaimed, amazed that he had not only teleported, but had returned with milk. Gio confirmed with satisfaction that everything had gone perfectly, as he had hoped. Senna, addressing the pet, said that now he had room to play, and he could run around the entire territory without restrictions. Annie, looking at Milk, noticed that he had become even bigger than last time, but then returned to the more important question. Shifa cautiously asked Gio what exactly he had done. He calmly explained that he now had the ability to instantly move between his gardens, which was why he had only returned home for a short time. Lilia expressed genuine admiration, noting how convenient it was. Annie, on the contrary, noted that such an ability was not just convenient, but truly incredible and even overly powerful. Shifa respectfully acknowledged that Gio had a truly amazing gift. He glanced around and noticed that the golems had already finished clearing the area of all hostile creatures, and said that since they were here, it wouldn't hurt to get some refreshments. He opened the supplies and suggested a small picnic, mentioning that he had brought supplies for a barbecue. Shifa enjoyed the treat and admitted that the food was very tasty. Annie, enjoying the moment, noted that having a barbecue right in the open air was not such a bad idea, and it added coziness and a sense of freedom. Senna suddenly noticed something unusual and, looking away, noticed that something beautiful was beginning to bloom right before their eyes. Annie looked in surprise and saw a whole field of bright, fragrant flowers spread out before them. Senna, shocked by what she saw, happily turned to Gio, assuming that he was the author of this beauty. Gio, a little embarrassed, admitted that he wanted to express his gratitude to everyone present, and therefore made this gesture. Lilia said with admiration that such a manifestation of attention to friends looks very caring and touching. Shifa, enchanted by the flower field, thanked Gio for creating something so beautiful. At that moment, Milk, unable to contain his excitement, ran into the field and began to rush around the flowers. Gio exclaimed, noticing this, and asked his pet not to trample the flowers, because they were intended as a gift. In his mind, Gio continued to ponder the meaning of this garden. He realized that everything was possible only because of his friends, and decided to give names to his two gardens for the sake of order. The first one, which he used before, he simply called the first garden, and the newly arranged area he designated as the second garden. He picked some flowers and handed them to Lily. Before he could begin fully growing new plants on the second plot, he had to deal with a problem that still remained unsolved: the bodies of the monsters destroyed by the golems. Lilia, observing the area, noticed that the swamp monsters rarely brought back truly valuable ingredients. Gio, in response, thought that processing their bodies would likely be more expensive than the benefit gained from it, and began to consider whether it would be better to just let the golems take the bodies to a safe place. At that moment, the system's voice sounded, offering him to absorb the monsters. Gio reacted with surprise, but still decided to try and agreed. After confirmation, the bodies disappeared as if they had never existed. The system reported that the garden level had increased, and new plant species were available. Gio realized that the result was identical to if the garden had absorbed the magic stones. He remembered that the monsters' bodies actually contained magical crystals, and came to the conclusion that the garden, having sensed them, itself activated the absorption process. This gave him an idea. If he destroyed more monsters, he could continue to level up the garden without hindrance. He had a concrete idea. He remembered the incense he had bought from Marin, which was meant to attract monsters, and decided to use it. He noticed that Marin had looked unwell since returning from the castle. However, he removed one of the garden's protective walls, prepared himself, and soon the monsters began to approach. The golems, under his command, quickly dealt with the first wave. The system again offered to absorb the bodies, and Geo agreed. Realizing that everything was working, he decided to continue. The second wave of monsters was already heading their way. He noted that the plan he had come up with had been extremely effective. First, he attracted the monsters. Then he allowed the golems to destroy them, after which the garden absorbed their bodies, thereby automatically increasing its level. The only thing that was required of him was to change the incense on time. Until now, he had to rely on Senna to bring him magic stones, but now he was able to gain independence, leveling up the garden without anyone's help. Geo felt satisfied knowing that his gift was becoming more and more useful, and he looked forward to more monsters appearing so he could continue to evolve. Several days passed. To the west of Arsal, in a forest called the Forest of Death, due to the abundance of dangerous creatures, there was a group of adventurers. They discussed how their current foray had been quite successful, and one of them suggested that they look a little deeper next time. However, another member of the group expressed caution, deciding that they should first observe how the situation develops. They all knew that this place was extremely dangerous, but with every step they took into the forest, the density of mana became more and more intense, causing alarming speculation about what kind of monsters might be lurking in its darkest corners. Suddenly, they felt tremors. One of them listened and reported hearing strange sounds coming from the depths of the forest. The earth began to shake more violently. It became clear to them that it was not the earth itself that was moving, but someone was running, and doing it quickly. The sound was approaching rapidly. They realized that this was something much more dangerous, a real invasion of monsters. One of them shouted that the situation was extremely dangerous, and if the monsters continued moving eastward, the first on their way would be the city of Arsal. Someone had to outrun the monsters and warn the people in time. A threat was coming that could affect the entire region. Elizabeth sighed with slight weariness and said that today she had to cope with an incredibly large amount of paperwork. The butler explained that this was due to a recent sharp increase in the number of business agreements and territorial contracts concerning the lands of Arsal. Elizabeth nodded and admitted that while this development certainly showed the city was growing rapidly, deep down she wished she could go back to exploring the dungeons and feel the adrenaline and active side of her life. The butler, maintaining his sternness, reminded her that she could only begin this after she had placed all the seals on the accumulated documents. He also informed her that the report she had requested had just arrived. Elizabeth clarified that the report she was interested in concerned the marshy area. The butler confirmed this, adding that, according to the data provided by the territorial troops, the entire area was now completely deserted and had turned into a lifeless wasteland. Elizabeth froze for a moment, not expecting to hear such a thing. The butler continued and reported that in the specified area there was no vegetation typical for the area, nor any monsters that had previously lived there. Moreover, when the soldiers tried to approach, their path was blocked by an invisible wall, through which they could not pass. Elizabeth, shocked by what she heard, began to ponder the meaning of everything that was happening. The butler admitted that it was not yet possible to establish all the details with complete accuracy, but the most likely version is that someone had installed a very powerful magical barrier in that place. Elizabeth reminded herself bitterly that she had chosen the area as her reward for a reason. She had hoped that none of her servants or subjects would object to its danger. Moreover, she had intended to use the area as a testing ground for the young girls. Now she realized that they had managed to accomplish something amazing in just a short period of time. She wondered what exactly they were doing there. If their actions were beyond reason and were becoming a potential threat, then she, as the ruler, was responsible for the safety of her domain and had to respond. The butler respectfully confirmed that she was right. However, Elizabeth noted that Lilia was a cunning but trustworthy person, and added that she did not consider Shifu and her friends to be people who would harm others. She was not going to jump to conclusions for now, and ordered that observation be continued. The butler nodded and accepted the order. Then he returned to the current affairs, reminding that paperwork was on the agenda again. At that moment, a guard ran into the hall with a frightened look, and reported that urgent news had arrived. A large-scale invasion of monsters was heading towards the city. According to him, a colossal crowd of monsters was moving from the western side, and they had almost reached the borders of Arsel. Elizabeth, amazed and alarmed, realized the seriousness of the situation. At the same time, Geo, who was in his garden, heard the system's voice inform him that the monsters' bodies had been successfully absorbed. He thought that perhaps that was all for today, since using his method, he could destroy almost all the monsters in the area. Geo noticed that the garden level had risen to 31, and at the same time, a strange symbol was displayed in the space limitation. He wondered what it could mean. He also saw that the system had given him a new skill, the castle wall generator, which was an improved version of the previously obtained defense wall generator. Geo noted with interest that he would now be able to create higher and more powerful fortifications. The system asked if he wanted to generate the castle walls right now. He agreed, and watched in awe as monumental walls began to rise before him, even larger than those surrounding Arsel. However, Geo came to the conclusion that such fortifications were excessive for the garden, and ordered them to be removed. He noted that the harvest time for the first garden would soon come. At that moment, strange voices were heard. He became wary and tried to understand what was happening. The voices continued to come and reported that it was becoming dangerous to be at the western gate. The residents were ordered to seek shelter immediately and were advised to hide in the church. Geo, hearing this commotion, realized that the situation was serious. One of the passers-by shouted that an invasion of monsters was moving towards the city. Geo, hearing this, realized that the threat had become real and was heading straight for Arsel. One of the city's residents, with a worried expression on his face, reported that soldiers had already moved out to defend, but the number of opponents was so great that even the borders of the city itself could soon be under threat. He strongly advised them to leave the area as soon as possible for safety's sake. Geo realized the gravity of the situation and tensed up inside. He reminded himself that Senna had gone off on another adventure with the other girls, so he couldn't take Milk with him to the hideout. However, he knew that in case of extreme danger, he could always use the teleport and move to the second garden. Geo remembered that the monsters were heading for the west gate and decided that he could survey the situation from above by climbing on top of the mega golem. Since the streets were empty due to the general evacuation, he hoped to remain unnoticed. As he reached the top, he felt how high he was. An impressive scene appeared before his eyes. A huge gathering of monsters was moving towards the city. He estimated their number at more than 1,000 individuals, which caused even more concern. Meanwhile, in the command center, Elizabeth ordered everyone to immediately take up battle positions. She expressed her firm determination to protect the city and its inhabitants at any cost. One of the soldiers asked if they were counting on help from the adventurers. Elizabeth explained that she had already sent an official request to the guild, but most of the adventurers had left the city to explore the dungeons, especially in the volcanic and underwater areas. She cursed, realizing that this disaster had happened at the worst possible time. Another warrior optimistically noted that 200 soldiers were armed with newly ordered mithril weapons and armor, which boosted the morale of the entire army. The commander gave the order to form up in battle formation. Although the enemy was numerous, they were not approaching in a dense column, but in a disorganized manner. This made it possible to concentrate the attack and try to hold back the onslaught. All the soldiers understood that the fate of the city depended on this battle. An alarming but encouraging thought sounded in Elizabeth's mind. Her warriors would cope, no matter what. One of the soldiers, striking a monster with a mithril sword, was surprised by how sharp and effective the weapon was. He felt that with such a weapon he could defeat dozens of monsters. His partner confirmed that the armor and shield had withstood blows that would have previously been fatal. The warriors enthusiastically said that the mithril met all expectations. The material was strong and reliable. They were reminded to hold back the monster's advance despite their fear. The magic squad began to prepare for the attack, releasing fireballs capable of stopping the enemy. Although magic and weapons worked, it was still impossible to avoid injuries. The commanders checked to see if there were any healing potions in stock and received confirmation that the ruler had purchased them in advance. They were as effective as mid-grade potions. A new wave of enemies was approaching, increasing the tension. The wounded were ordered to retreat and reserve soldiers were ordered to take their positions. Medics rushed to help. One of them, badly wounded, could barely stand on his feet, but he took the potion with hope and prayed that it would work. His thoughts were filled with alarm. The wound had penetrated right to the bone, and mid-grade potions, as a rule, could not cope with such injuries. However, to his surprise, after drinking the potion, he was completely healed. The soldiers thought that a high-class potion had been used on him. The effect was so overwhelming. He was glad that he could immediately return to the battle and support his comrades. Meanwhile, in one of the shelters, Marin exhaled with obvious irritation. There were too many people inside. Dennis replied that they had no other choice, because it was extremely dangerous to stay in the city. The little girl screamed in pain, and her mother tried to console her, telling her to be patient for a little while. Dennis, noticing this, came up to her, asked what had happened, and learned that the girl had fallen while they were getting to the shelter. He gently encouraged her, promising that everything would soon pass, and with these words, he used the potion that the apothecary had created on her. The girl was surprised to see that the pain had disappeared and thanked the woman for it. Marin, watching the potion work, acknowledged that incredible ingredients were used in it. The girl thanked the pharmacist and the maid with gratitude. Dennis was embarrassed, saying he didn't want to be in the shelter in his current attire, but he had no choice. Marin noted that the atmosphere inside was surprisingly calm. Alicia gave instructions, saying they had water and food, and asked them to remain calm. The residents thanked her for her help. Alicia responded that helping each other is what everyone should do in difficult times. At that moment, Billy approached her, expressing concern about the chaos that reigned around her. Alicia breathed a sigh of relief and asked if Shifa was currently adventuring with Annie and Senna. Billy confirmed that this was exactly what he had heard. Alicia was relieved to hear it, but she was still worried. There was no sign of Gio. Billy was surprised and suggested that Gio couldn't have stayed home in this situation and was probably just in another shelter. Alicia barely contained her concern and said that he was probably right. However, deep down she continued to wonder if the city would be okay. Billy stood there with a heavy heart, admitting that he had no idea how things were going on the battlefield. He only hoped that the armor and weapons he had recently sent to the castle would prove useful to the soldiers fighting on the front lines. All they could do now was pray for the well-being of everyone defending the city. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, watching the battle, mentally analyzed the situation. The army was still holding out thanks to its mithril armor and a supply of healing potions, but even with such advantages, they were only able to deal with a fifth of the enemy. She felt the tension only increasing, and she wasn't sure if the defenders would be able to hold their ground if all the monsters started attacking at once. Plus, there were some particularly dangerous opponents now entering the fray. Among them were a war lion, a blood elephant, and a murderous scorpion, all of which were classified as A-rank monsters. She wondered anxiously if the soldiers would be able to deal with them, as one of them, the lion, had already begun moving towards them. The warriors saw the lion approaching with horror. They shouted that it was moving straight towards them and called each other to action, realizing that they had to intercept it, or the consequences would be catastrophic. Elizabeth didn't hesitate for a second, and rushed forward to support her people and protect the city gates. The soldiers were shocked by her actions and exclaimed that the ruler himself had arrived at the front. She warned them, reminding them that this monster was not like the others. It was much more dangerous, more experienced, and more ferocious. The warriors tried to stop her, telling her that her presence on the front lines was too risky and that she should retreat. Elizabeth, with cold determination, said that she understood the danger, but she could no longer afford to stand by and do nothing. Suddenly, one of the warriors shouted that the monsters had started to change tactics. They had started to run away, but it was a feint. The elephant, on the contrary, attacked the gate directly. He tore through the soldiers with fury, crushing the defenses with incredible force. It seemed as if he was deliberately going to destroy the entrance to the city. The soldiers tried their best to stop him, but the monster was too huge. They understood that if the situation continued in the same spirit, the monsters would soon be inside the city, and a real massacre would begin. Meanwhile, Gio, watching from the high ground, felt a sense of unease creeping up on him. At first, the situation had seemed promising. It seemed like the army was holding its ground. But now he could see that the monsters were starting to break through, and it was only a matter of time. Milk meowed as if he felt the same. Gio knew they had to get out of the area quickly, but his heart sank. Could he just watch the town he grew up in fall apart without doing anything? He also realized that given the size of the horde, even the shelters might not hold up. The risk was too great. He clenched his fist and said out loud that he could still do something. Geo looked at Milk and said that he would go with him. He activated the ability to move between gardens and headed to the second garden, deciding to move to the western gate, where the main battle was taking place. The system responded and asked if he wanted to move the garden. Geo gave a firm confirmation and gave the order to begin. He mentally ordered to move forward without delay. Shifa noticed that Senna seemed a little worried and asked if something was wrong. Senna replied that everything was fine. She just thought she heard a strange jolt, which she may have imagined. Annie was surprised to hear this, and Shifa suggested that they go a little deeper into the dungeon this time. Senna, in turn, said that she dreamed of returning home as soon as possible and tasting the delicious food prepared by Geo. Meanwhile, Geo himself was hurrying as fast as he could. He kept urging the system's voice to increase speed, but it responded that the maximum limit had already been reached. He irritably insisted that the acceleration continue. Milk, his faithful pet, held firm as Geo made his way to the western gate. Geo, seeing the procession of monsters at the gate and the large gathering of soldiers, realized that his garden might be seen, but now was not the time to worry about it. He gave the command to turn off the garden's camouflage, but tried to hide himself at least. The system responded that the garden's camouflage was disabled, and part of the area was still hidden. Geo hoped that would be enough, and without further hesitation, he headed forward. The soldiers reported in panic that the gates were almost destroyed, and they were unable to regroup. The commanders called on them not to surrender and to destroy as many enemies as possible. Elizabeth watched with fury. The monsters continued to advance with the same fury. She knew she couldn't hold back the onslaught any longer. Suddenly, one of the warriors noticed something strange. It was not a creature moving in the distance, but a massive structure. The soldiers were talking in confusion. The wall was moving in front of them. It was approaching with incredible speed and force. Elizabeth, shocked, could not understand what exactly was happening. She wondered if this wall could be an enemy that had come to crush them, or an ally. A loud voice came from the wall itself, calling for everyone to retreat immediately. The soldiers were shocked to hear a voice coming from the wall. Elizabeth concluded that they were facing an ally and immediately ordered all troops to retreat. The subordinates obeyed without delay. Geo, watching what was happening, realized that the soldiers had received his message. Now he had to urgently block the passage and close off the path to the gate. He gave the command to move forward at full speed. The huge wall began to crush the monsters in its path, destroying them by the hundreds. Elizabeth watched with bated breath as the movement stopped. She didn't understand what was happening, but then she saw how almost half of all enemy forces were destroyed in one powerful blow. The soldiers said with delight that now, finally, there was hope. They rejoiced that such an incredible blow had been dealt. Elizabeth was amazed. She couldn't shake the feeling that the wall had grown even higher. Geo, out of view, noted that it looked like they had managed to stop the bulk of the mass. Elizabeth suddenly noticed that the wall began to shrink. Geo saw one of the monsters survive. Elizabeth said it was incredibly resilient, even though the path to the city was blocked. The warriors noticed that the monster was moving straight towards the wall. Geo responded calmly. If he wanted to come in, let him try. He summoned mega golems, which destroyed the survivor in the blink of an eye. He decided to lure the remaining monsters into the garden and destroy them in the same way. Elizabeth noted with amazement that all the monsters that had penetrated the wall had been destroyed. One of the soldiers, shocked, reported that a giant golem had appeared and had dealt with everyone without any difficulty. Elizabeth was internally frantically wondering what was really happening right before her eyes. Geo was relieved that most of the enemy creatures had been eliminated. He knew that there were some particularly dangerous ones among them, but the golems had accomplished their task as expected. He felt happy that everything had worked out. He was confident that the problem was solved. Milk suddenly hissed, warning about something. Geo immediately became wary, asking what happened. The next second, a new monster appeared. The soldiers recognized it. It was Atlas, a monster of a higher rank than a normal Cyclops. It came from the very epicenter of the infected area in the west. They estimated that he was between 10 and 20 meters tall. Elizabeth realized that it was precisely these monsters that were capable of causing aggression in others and provoking mass attacks. Atlas was the cause of this entire procession. Geo was shocked. He didn't know how to fight such a huge creature. He tried to strengthen the wall, but did not succeed. Atlas destroyed the mega golems with one blow. Geo realized in horror that even they were too weak for him. The monster was heading towards him. Geo knew he could escape by teleporting, but he knew that if he left now, the city would be defenseless. He was hesitating whether he should save himself or try to help. The system again offered to absorb the monsters. Geo initially waved it off, but then decided to try. He agreed. The system confirmed that the level had been increased. A new skill had appeared. Evolving from the Mega Guardian's ability, he could now create a Giga Guardian. Geo hoped that this skill would actually be useful. The system asked if he wanted to activate the new Guardian. He immediately agreed. Elizabeth saw a new golem appear, as huge as Atlas himself. Geo, looking at the battlefield with full confidence, ordered him to attack and destroy the enemy. Eliza could not contain her admiration of what she saw. A spectacle unfolded before her eyes that seemed impossible. It was such a powerful and impressive spectacle that everyone felt a thrill in their hearts. The soldiers standing nearby were shocked and said that they almost believed in the end of Arcel. However, the golem, who appeared at the most critical moment, stopped the giant monster and therefore acted on their side. Eliza knew full well that they would never be able to stop such a colossal creature on their own, and realized that in this situation, all they could do was hope that the golem would be strong enough to defeat Atlas and save their homes. Geo, full of determination, believed in his Giga Golem, gave it a command and watched as it moved. The soldiers, encouraged, began chanting in his support, hoping that he would indeed pull through. Geo said hopefully that if things continued in the same vein, victory was possible. The next second, Atlas struck the golem. Everyone who watched froze in shock. The monster did not stop, but began to strike even more. Geo tensed, not taking his eyes off what was happening. Everything that was happening seemed incredible. And suddenly, the golem was destroyed. Atlas let out a roar, indicating that he was still alive and strong. The soldiers began to panic. Even such a powerful guard was powerless against this monster. Some had a feeling that this was the end. Someone whispered a prayer, as if asking the heavens for help. But Eliza did not allow the spirit to give up. She reminded him that the fight was not over yet. The next second, an attack was made from Atlas's flank. Another golem appeared. The soldiers noticed him with surprise. Geo, without losing his composure, reminded himself that he had the ability to create as many golems as he needed. He activated the ability to create a Gigaguard again. New golems began to surround Atlas from all sides. Geo gave the order to capture him. They launched a powerful offensive, and every blow felt like an earthquake. Atlas roared in rage, but suddenly fell silent. One of the golems came closer and checked his condition. It became clear that Atlas was defeated. The soldiers, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted with joy. They were overwhelmed with a sense of victory. They repeated that it was a miracle and that Arcel was truly saved. They rushed to Eliza to tell her the good news. Eliza confirmed that the procession had been stopped. Even their leader, Atlas, had fallen. Thanks to the wall and the golems, the city was protected. Questions were seething in her thoughts. She confidently came to the conclusion that these forces were on their side, but she did not understand why they were helping them. She speculated that such golems could be either natural protectors of the ruins or artificially created beings guarding treasures, but she could not understand who would have such a colossal amount of mana to create such powerful golems. Soon the soldiers noticed that the wall was moving again. Someone suggested that perhaps they should follow it. However, the wall suddenly disappeared, along with the golems and Atlas's body. Eliza decided to put off thinking about this. First of all, it was necessary to deal with assessing the damage caused. However, a guess flashed through her mind. Judging by the direction from which the wall appeared and where it disappeared, it was connected with the swamps, but she couldn't believe it. The system inside Geo's garden reported that the travel mode was deactivated. Geo exhaled heavily. He felt completely exhausted. He still couldn't believe that he had to face such a monster. He realized how lucky he was that one of his skills was the skill to create a Giga Golem. Milk came up to him and started licking his face. Geo smiled gratefully at his pet, saying that he had cheered him up. He admitted to himself that at first he had thought he could manage without difficulty, relying only on the resources of his garden. But now he realized how foolish it all was. He suggested to Milk that they go home and have a good rest, which is what they intended to do. The next morning came. The city's residents were filled with joy when they learned that the evacuation order had officially been lifted. Many could not believe that everything had ended well. In conversations, people repeated with relief that the only damaged area was the western gate. One child asked anxiously if everything would be okay now, and received a confident answer. The soldiers had dealt with all the monsters. One man said that he had received this information from a friend who was among the defenders. At this time, Gio watched the busy street and thought that the city dwellers had returned to their calm and usual life. He greeted Alicia, wishing her a good morning. She ran to him without hesitation and hugged him, not hiding her emotions. Her voice trembled with relief. She was happy that Gio was okay. He became embarrassed, blushed slightly, and carefully said her name. Alicia admitted that she was very worried and could not find him at the church for a long time the day before. Gio explained that he was in another hiding place. As it turned out, this was exactly what Alicia had expected. Gio showed up with his usual assortment of fresh ingredients. Alicia warmly advised him that there was no need to rush into this after all the upheaval. He replied that he had developed a habit of harvesting every day, adding that he had managed to collect a lot of fresh eggs today. Alicia was surprised, noting again how much his garden continued to amaze her. She then asked him if he had had breakfast yet. Gio replied that he had not. She offered him some of the signature dishes, saying that there was still time before the cafe opened. He initially declined, but Alicia insisted, saying that she wanted to thank him for his constant help. Gio eventually agreed. She brought him pancakes, prepared according to the signature recipe. Gio inhaled their aroma with pleasure and thanked her for the treat. He picked up a fork and began to taste. His face immediately brightened. In his mind, he compared the taste to bliss, the softness of the pancakes, their melting in the mouth, the delicate taste of the eggs, the crispy bacon, the sweetness intertwined with the right amount of salt. All this created an unforgettable taste harmony. He said admiringly that the dish turned out simply amazing. Alicia happily admitted that it was all thanks to ingredients from Gio's garden. However, he disagreed. In his opinion, the credit went entirely to her culinary skills. Gio admitted that he could eat breakfast like that every morning. Alicia looked embarrassed, taking the hint, but Gio quickly clarified that it was a joke. She laughed in agreement, although there was a hint of disappointment in her voice. Gio thought about how nice it was to eat warm, soft, sweet food after a hard day, like it was hugging him from the inside. At this time, Annie, Shifa, and Senna entered the cafe. Annie announced that they were back, and Shifa apologized for her unexpected appearance. Senna was pleased to see that Gio was there too. He was surprised to learn that they had just come from the dungeon. Annie told him with a smile that they had gotten hungry on the way and decided to stop here first. Alicia hugged Annie, genuinely happy to see her back. She excitedly promised to cook something delicious immediately. Annie froze in surprise, not knowing how to react. Shifa looked around and noticed that the city had changed slightly, which made her wary. Senna asked if anything had happened while they were gone. Gio nodded, starting to explain that something serious had happened the day before. Annie was shocked to hear about the march of monsters numbering 1,000 individuals. Senna asked fearfully if everything was okay with Gio. He reassured everyone, saying that he was okay. Annie admitted that she could not even imagine anything like this, and thanked fate that the city survived. Shifa added that all of Arsol could easily have been wiped off the face of the earth. Alicia recalled that the soldiers had shown incredible bravery, and also mentioned that Billy had apparently provided them with weapons. Shifa, hearing this, was surprised to realize that he was talking about her father. Senna also expressed admiration. Alicia quietly added that there were rumors of incredible events going on at the time. Annie repeated the word with interest, as if wanting to know more. Alicia excitedly shared that people in the city began to talk about an incredible event, as if a giant wall had appeared out of nowhere and swept away a whole flock of monsters with astonishing power. Following this, eyewitnesses said, strange-looking golems appeared and entered into battle with the monster that led the procession. The girls, hearing these words, looked at each other in surprise. Meanwhile, Gio tensed internally, realizing that the talk going around town was about his actions. He realized that the situation was getting out of control. The story was spreading with terrifying speed like a forest fire. He mentally admitted to himself that he had become too carried away by his gift. Alicia continued, adding that more and more residents were beginning to believe that the wall and the golems were sent to them by God himself. Hearing this, Geo experienced an internal shock. He was practically being deified. Senna exclaimed in amazement, while Shifa expressed doubt, calling it a rather strange story. Annie, though without harsh words, also expressed skepticism. She noted that this was too grandiose a phenomenon to happen without reason, and added that Geo's garden was unlikely to be capable of something like that. Geo confirmed her words with a forced smile, trying not to give away anything unnecessary. Alicia admitted that she herself treated the stories with a degree of doubt, but she could not hide her relief. She was afraid that the city would never return to its previous rhythm of life, that her cafe could be destroyed. But now that everything had ended well, she felt genuine joy at the opportunity to once again spend her days in peace and quiet, as before. She also added that if someone really saved the city, then the only thing she can do is express her sincere gratitude. Senna, devouring the delicious food, joyfully exclaimed that she was enjoying all these dishes only thanks to someone's help. Alicia responded with a slight smile and agreed. Annie seconded her, saying that she too was glad that the aromas and tastes of the place were still the same. Shifa nodded quietly, approving every word. Senna turned to Geo and asked if he shared their opinion. He was a little taken aback, but he replied that he was really glad. And Geo confirmed to himself that when he had to make a decision, he did not run away, and it turned out to be the right move. Senna thanked them for the treat, after which the girls announced that they were heading to the guild. Alicia bid them farewell warmly. Geo was about to leave, but Annie stopped him, saying that they needed to discuss something. Later, when Senna saw Atlas's body lying there, she noted with admiration how huge the monster was. Shifa clarified that this was the leader of the procession. Annie turned to Geo with a piercing gaze and said that she suspected his involvement. He, a little embarrassed, began to explain that he first helped the soldiers, then used his garden, and then simply provided some insurance for what was happening. Geo admitted that he tried to act discreetly. Annie was stunned, saying that all those rumors were true. Senna added that he wasn't hiding in a shelter, as everyone thought. Shifa, slightly worried, noted that even with his gift, the situation was extremely dangerous. Senna noticed that it turned out that it was Geo who saved the city. Annie confirmed this, albeit with some doubt in her voice, and then pointed to Atlas's body, asking what to do with it. Geo confidently said that he could destroy it by absorbing it. Annie was surprised to hear this. Shifa intervened, reminding him that if this method was used, all the valuable materials on the monster's body that could be sold profitably would disappear. Senna immediately stated that she wanted to sell them if possible. Annie, frowning, explained that if someone bought the materials, it might seem like they were the ones who defeated Atlas. Geo agreed that this was a reasonable point. He thought he should discuss it with Lilia. He himself only needed the magic stone. If he used it for the garden, he could significantly increase the level. Annie sighed and said that life was becoming more and more unpredictable. She chuckled, adding that she wouldn't be surprised if Geo grew a fruit that gave him immortality. Senna, in turn, enthusiastically picked up the joke, saying that the next step would probably be the ability to fly. Geo laughed, feigning outrage at their fantasies. But in his mind, he was already making plans and looking forward to what else his amazing garden would be capable of. Lily arrived at the scene and reacted with amazement as soon as she saw the gigantic body of the defeated monster. In front of her lay Atlas himself, the enormous creature that had once led the procession of monsters. Geo calmly explained that there had been a procession in that place yesterday. He said it so casually, as if he were talking about the rain. Lilia, hearing this, asked again in surprise, because she knew nothing. She added that she was in another city that day and therefore missed the events completely. Geo nodded, noting that everything was clear now. Lilia, still processing what was happening, commented that all this was just madness. Geo, in turn, decided to talk about business, and noted that he was thinking about what to do with Atlas's remains. Lilia immediately explained that the bones, skin, and teeth of this monster are rare materials that are in great demand. She offered to buy everything from Geo if he agreed. Geo accepted the offer with delight. Lilia also said that she would extract the necessary components from the body herself. Surprised, Geo exclaimed. Could she really do that too? Lilia calmly confirmed but warned him that the spectacle would not be pleasant and asked him not to watch. Gio easily agreed, stating that it was no problem for him. She promised that she would finish in about an hour. Gio, thanking her for her help, said that he would return home during this time. Left alone, Lilia looked at Atlas's body and quietly muttered that she couldn't believe what had happened. Her thoughts were filled with anxiety. After all, Atlas was considered an A-plus monster, and yet Gio had defeated him. She wondered how dangerous this gift could be if it fell into the hands of an evil person. Lily admitted to herself that perhaps the entire city would fall if the garden belonged to someone with evil intentions. She also noted that even the word garden no longer sounded so peaceful. Fortunately, it was Gio who had this power. Lilia was determined to do everything she could to prevent rumors from spreading about it. Then she got down to work. An hour passed. Gio returned feeling slightly uneasy. He couldn't believe that such a huge monster could be processed in such a short time. He suspected that Lilia was still working. Gio called her, but it turned out that everything was already finished. There was no trace left where the atlas had been. Lilia calmly said that all the materials had been packed in a magic bag. Gio was amazed. He noticed that there were no bloodstains visible and wondered how she had managed to do all this. Lilia handed him the money she had earned from the materials, already taking into account the costs of their processing. The sum was impressive, and Gio was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Lilia added that Atlas materials were rare and also handed him a magic stone. This stone was huge. Gio was surprised that Lilia left it to him instead of demanding that he buy it. She simply confirmed her decision, smiling. Gio expressed his gratitude, saying that she was the best. Lilia assured him that she was always ready to help if needed. Gio immediately went to use the stone. The system in his garden reported that the stone had been absorbed, and the level had increased. Immediately after that, he rose 6 levels up. The system voice also reported that 2 new skills were now available: remote cultivation and storage. New plant species have also been unlocked. Gio immediately decided to try out the new things. The first skill allowed him to plant crops even if he was not physically present in the garden. The second one allowed for the transportation and storage of large quantities of items, while possibly keeping them fresh. He decided to conduct an experiment to test its effectiveness. He came to the conclusion that both skills would prove extremely useful. At the same time, he noted that compared to his previous abilities, these seemed more normal. Although, upon further reflection, he noted with irony that, in his case, it was difficult to call anything normal at all. Gio stood by his beds, carefully examining the panel with available crops. He glanced at the list of plants, which were significantly more numerous than before. Their number had increased so much that it was difficult to understand all the names. Some of them seemed completely unfamiliar to him. He had never encountered them before. His attention was drawn to a new item related to monsters, a medium-sized monster egg. This was a new addition among all the other improvements. He remembered that milk had once hatched from a small egg, and now he was curious about how much bigger a monster could be that came from a medium egg. He felt a little uneasy at the thought that he might grow something dangerous, but curiosity got the better of him. He agreed to let it grow. Milk watched the proceedings with interest. Gio noted that the pet looked pleased, as if he perceived the egg as a future brother or sister. He asked Milk if he could take care of the new egg and keep it warm. Milk meowed softly in response, as if confirming his willingness. Gio then entrusted him with the care of the egg, eagerly awaiting what would hatch from it. At the same time, he was interested in 2 unusual plants, a ghostly flower and a cursed herb. He went to the pharmacy. Dennis greeted Gio and asked if the evacuation events that had happened a few days earlier had caused any inconvenience. Gio assured him that everything had gone well and that, fortunately, no one had been hurt. Dennis added that there were rumors going around the city about a mysterious wall and golems that had supposedly destroyed almost all the monsters. Gio tried to respond with restraint and change the subject, saying that he had brought something interesting, asking for an assessment. He handed Dennis samples of new plants he had grown in the garden. He wondered if they could be used as ingredients. Dennis recognized one of the plants, saying he had seen it in an identification guide. He described it: large and beautiful leaves covered with a shiny skin from which light seemed to emanate. It seemed blessed in appearance, and the pattern on the leaves of the second plant caused anxiety and fear. Gio confirmed that this was the cursed herb, and the other plant was called the ghost flower. When Dennis heard the name, he immediately understood what kind of plant it was. He exclaimed that this was the same ghostly flower, and was sincerely amazed. Marin intervened in the conversation and also assessed what had been brought. She said with disbelief that Gio had brought something impossible again. Dennis tried to explain the situation, but Gio, confused, asked if he had done anything inappropriate. Marin looked at the flower and asked how much he wanted for it. Gio, a little embarrassed, replied that he was just curious and was ready to give the plant away for free. He didn't want anything in exchange. He was genuinely interested in knowing the purpose of this flower. Dennis was shocked by his words, not believing that he was giving away such a rare and possibly valuable specimen for nothing. Marin, without saying another word, said that she would be in her room and instructed Dennis to remain in charge. Dennis nodded gravely. Gio noted that he had not expected to see Marin in such a focused and concentrated state. In Dennis's opinion, it was not surprising. The ghost flower itself was considered an extremely rare plant, known in the alchemical world as the main component for creating an elixir. When Gio heard the word elixir, he reacted with surprise, as he had never heard of it before. Dennis explained that it was a mysterious potion with legendary powers. This drink could cure any illness, including fatal wounds, mental disorders, and even hereditary pathologies. Gio was amazed to hear such properties. He could hardly contain his emotions when he realized how powerful this potion could be. Dennis continued the story, adding that the elixir could not be found in any store or market. In addition, according to rumors, if you drank enough of this elixir, you could gain immortality. Hearing this, Gio exclaimed to himself that immortality sounded incredible. He remembered how Annie had recently made an ironic joke about a fruit that would grant eternal life, and now her words sounded much more real. Dennis, however, did not believe in the legend of immortality, although he admitted that such talk does take place. He also said that ghostly flowers appear only in especially holy places, and even then, no more than one specimen every few years. It is this uniqueness that makes the elixir so valuable. He asked in bewilderment how Gio had ever found such a mythical plant. To this, Gio just shrugged his shoulders and replied with a slight grin that it was his little secret. Dennis then noticed that he had never seen any mention of the cursed herb. Gio responded by suggesting that Marin was most likely now busy creating the elixir itself. Dennis agreed that it was entirely possible, and added that the process would certainly be difficult, but he believed that Marin, with her sufficient experience, could handle it. Meanwhile, in her hideout, Marin stood at the table with alchemical equipment, and with sincere trepidation pressed a rare ingredient to her chest. She swore the oath with all her heart, saying that she never thought the day would come when her hands would reach the ghostly flower. With full determination, she promised to create the perfect potion, swearing on her honor as an apothecary. At the same time, Gio was in the second garden, carefully transferring there all the rare plants that he did not want to show to people. He felt calmer, knowing that this was a place where he could freely care for the monster's egg without fear of prying eyes. Gio started growing a number of new herbs: defu, sparkling herb, air flower, birla, magari herb, shia, fia herb, and cooling herb. All of them were of intermediate level. He also decided that perhaps he should hold off on growing more ghost flowers and cursed grass for now, so as not to attract too much attention. Gio remembered Dennis's words that such flowers appeared at best once every few years, and he, without thinking, had already brought several of them in just a couple of days. He began to wonder how Marin was progressing, and wondered how close she was to completing the recipe. Gio teleported to the first garden. At that moment, Senna approached him, cheerfully saying that she was going to go on a new adventure. Gio asked her with concern if she had taken everything with her, especially if she had forgotten the potions. Senna assured him that she had thought of everything, adding that she had already stopped by Marin's yesterday to get the potions. He asked if she had seen Marin herself, to which Senna shook her head and said that Dennis had explained that she was busy with something important. While they were talking, Dennis himself slowly approached them. He greeted them both in a slightly breathless voice, slightly apologizing for the unexpected visit in broad daylight. Gio turned around in surprise, greeting him, and began to wonder if he had any news. Senna, looking at Dennis, noted with surprise that he was wearing unusual clothes today and asked where his usual maid's outfit had gone. Dennis immediately flushed and, embarrassed, admitted that he was very uncomfortable appearing in the city in such clothes. However, neither Senna nor Gio saw any problem with this. In their opinion, the uniform even suited him very well. Dennis turned away, blushing, and sharply objected that he did not think anything of the sort. Gio invited him inside and noted that even in this outfit he looked very nice. Meanwhile, Senna said goodbye and went about her business. Gio poured tea and invited Dennis to take a rest. He thanked him for the treat. Gio wondered if Marin was still working nonstop. Dennis confirmed that she had hardly allowed herself to rest since the beginning of her work on the elixir. Every day until late at night, she was so focused and immersed in the process that he had never seen her so passionate before. Gio noted that she had indeed gone to great lengths to create a unique potion. Dennis added that if prepared correctly, this elixir could help much more effectively than any ordinary potion. Gio admitted that although Marin was strange, she was an outstanding pharmacist. Dennis agreed without hesitation, although he added that she was a bit odd. However, he expressed concern for her health, as he knew that if she continued to work in the same spirit, she would become very exhausted. He wanted to help, but, by his own admission, his knowledge of alchemy was very limited. Therefore, he came to discuss how he could be of assistance. Gio understood his concern. He also realized that he was partly to blame for this, because he was the one who brought Marin the ghost flower that started it all. However, he himself understood such matters even less than Dennis, and did not know what to do. But suddenly it dawned on him. He offered to cook a late-night snack for Marin. Dennis was surprised when he saw how much food he had. Gio explained that he had grown it all in his garden. Dennis was delighted to see how fresh and delicious the fruit looked. Gio smiled and added that good food always refreshes and gives strength, and if he cooks something tasty for Marin, she will be delighted. Dennis thought about it, and, interested, asked what was in one of the bags. Gio said that it was flour, which he got from grown wheat. Dennis was inspired and said that something interesting could be made from it. He asked permission to use Gio's kitchen. He happily agreed and promised to help. He praised Dennis for his kindness, despite the way Marin often treated him. Dennis did not deny it, but firmly stated that he felt indebted to her. He said that as a child his parents abandoned him, and he was brought up in an orphanage. There he had to learn everything on his own. However, the shelter was in a difficult state, and he began looking for a part-time job but without success. At that very moment, Marin came up to him and said that he would look great in a maid's outfit, and so his work began. He admitted that he couldn't stand the outfit, but Marin paid him well, so he tolerated it. Gio sympathized with his past. Dennis added that, despite everything, he deeply respects Marin for her approach to work, and for the fact that, thanks to her potions, many people became better. Gio suggested that if he told Marin that right now, it would be like going to heaven for her. Dennis, however, replied that was precisely why he would never tell her that. Gio laughed and said that it was still worth keeping your head up. Meanwhile, Marin, alone in the lab, quietly muttered that another attempt to create an elixir had once again ended in failure. Marin checked the recipe carefully, noting that the proportions were correct. Her attention turned to temperature control, thinking that this time it would be worth adjusting, because she was on the verge of success. At this point, Dennis carefully warned her that she was ready to work late again. She nodded repeatedly, silently confirming her determination to continue. Dennis reminded her not to overdo it. She again confirmed with a simple yes. Dennis offered her a nighttime treat, a snack he had left on the table, asking her to just eat a little later. Marin could hardly contain herself, but she answered in agreement. Inside, she felt unbearable from the overwhelming aroma of apple pie, which brought back the most tender memories. Her heart fluttered at the thought that this work of art had been prepared by Dennis exclusively for her. For her, it was unacceptably luxurious, because she wanted to keep this treat as a family heirloom. Her stomach rumbled with hunger. She described the flavor in detail, the juicy fruit, the mild sweetness of the filling, the aromatic crust, and admitted that she would only have a small bite. However, it turned out to be so delicious that she devoured piece after piece until she had eaten the entire pie. She admitted that it helped to satisfy her hunger and relieve fatigue, and the tartness of the apples gave her energy. It was the best apple pie she had ever tasted. Thanks to Dennis, she was recharged and ready to continue working until she achieved her success. In the morning, Gio came to them and asked them kindly how Marin was doing, because he was worried about her health. Dennis said affirmatively that Marin would finish preparing the potion very soon. Gio immediately felt a warmth. This project was in the home stretch. Dennis explained that Marin liked the pie, so the process was moving along well. Gio smiled back. Dennis loudly announced that it was important to know the result. Marin, slightly weakened, reported that she had managed to prepare the potion. Dennis expressed his delight and congratulated her on her great achievement. Marin calmly admitted that she would not have managed without the help of Dennis and Gio. Gio was looking forward to the joy of the moment, and Marin finally announced triumphantly she had created a real love potion. Gio and Dennis asked about the love potion at the same time, slightly confused. Marin, smiling proudly, confirmed the creation of such a potion and listed the ingredients: katia beans, musk extract, crushed jicha grass, and a drop of cursed grass extract. Gio reacted to the mention of the cursed herb, but Marin explained that it was a legendary plant, almost impossible to find. She admitted that she couldn't believe her eyes when Gio brought it. Dennis expressed admiration. He understood why Marin worked so hard on this potion and asked about the elixir. Marin calmly replied that she had already prepared the elixir during the break. Gio and Dennis looked at each other, amazed that such a valuable potion was created without much effort. Dennis asked in surprise if they were talking about the same miraculous drink they had talked about earlier. Marin, looking at them confidently, confirmed it was the elixir, so she would not be able to put it up for sale in the store. Gio politely expressed his opinion that Marin should sell the potion. In his opinion, she deserved a reward. Marin said that at the capital's auctions, the elixirs were sold for 50 million gold. She specified that these potions sometimes became the reason for the start of wars, thanks to their incredible power and influence. Despite all this, having seen the ingredients and believing in herself, she still decided to make the drink. And then, with a slight smile, she announced that the potion now belonged to Gio. Dennis shook his head in admiration and admitted that Marina should have been told earlier. Marin tenderly thanked Dennis for the pie, which she said had been very helpful in creating the love potion. Dennis sheepishly replied that that was not quite what he was trying to say. Marin closed her eyes, saying that it was difficult to find the perfect balance. But the result was very effective. Dennis whistled, scared. He wondered what Marin intended to do with the potion. She said that, of course, she was going to give it to him to have some fun. Dennis refused sharply. He categorically did not intend to drink the potion. Marin kindly told him that she always knew where he had gone. At that moment, Gio shook his head, noting that 2 crazy events in a row were enough for him. Now this. He thought about how valuable elixirs could be, but at the same time he knew that he would hardly ever use such a gift. In the dungeon, in the area of ancient ruins, Annie warned everyone that it was dangerous to be in the open space and urged them to take cover. Arrows were fired, and one of them scratched Annie's cheek. Shifa hurried to ask if everything was okay, and Annie exhaled and replied that it was just a scratch that a simple potion would take care of. Senna tensed as she noticed people ahead. The bandit cursed under her breath as she realized they had been spotted. It turned out that they were surrounded not by talking monsters, but by very real people who had clearly come for them. Shifa boldly said that she did not know who these strangers were, but it was obvious that they had come for a specific purpose. For them. Gio noticed that Milk was worried about something and immediately realized that perhaps the moment had come when a new monster was about to hatch from the egg. He heard a crackling sound and noticed how Milk began to behave just like Gio himself had when Milk first hatched. He tried to calm his pet, reminding him that everything would be fine, and urged him to put all his will and warmth into supporting the baby during the birth process. A key-shaped monster emerged from the egg, covered in a yellow, fluffy layer that resembled a ball of wool, similar to a huge, soft chicken. Gio was glad that the hatching went without complications, and sincerely thanked Milk for the care and warmth that made the baby come into the world. Then he thought about what to name the new member of his little family. He considered options like Chico and Peepers, but Milk only responded to the simple name Pippi. Gio settled on that option. Senna returned home. When she saw the newborn, she was amazed. In front of her stood not just a ball of fur, but a real chick. Senna was touched by his appearance, and was especially glad to have the opportunity to hug the new beast, because Milk usually did not allow her to touch him. After a brief moment of joy, Senna mentioned that they had encountered an unexpected threat in the dungeon. They had been attacked by people who had clearly been deliberately pursuing them. She explained that there had been about 10 of them, and they had set up an ambush. Gio became worried, immediately asking if the others were okay. Senna reassured him, saying that they were fine and that they had dealt with the pursuers themselves. However, when they tried to stop the enemies, the road was blocked by monsters, which allowed the bandits to escape. Gio began to think. This whole story seemed suspiciously familiar to him. The situation reminded him of the incidents connected with Kazeya. He suspected that the attack might not have been random, and perhaps they were targeting someone specific. At the same time, in another place, the bandit leader reacted in rage to the news of the failure of the attack in the dungeon. The leader of the criminals, named Volka, reacted furiously to the report of his subordinates, hearing that a group of his bandits were unable to cope with several girls. They tried to justify themselves by saying that their target was a B-rank adventurer, and so they knew from the start how difficult it would be to capture her by force. Volka responded to this excuse with mockery, making it clear that he would not tolerate any doubts about his strategy. Despite his feigned laughter, his subordinates realized that he was furious. He stated that now it was necessary to create a new plan, and this time it would be perfect. In his thoughts, it became clear that the task was entrusted to him by none other than the head of the criminal organization, and the target was a girl named Shifa. The reason for such interest in her was most likely her attractiveness, since the boss himself was literally obsessed with her. Wolf, knowing that his predecessor Kazeya had disappeared without a trace after the failure, had no intention of repeating his fate. He considered himself smarter, more cunning, and more decisive, and was confident that he would not have any more failures. The bandits vowed to make up for their failure in the dungeon, begging for another chance. Volka agreed, admitting that he had overestimated their strength last time. He presented a new strategy. Use a magical bracelet of submission. The one who wears it will not be able to disobey the owner of the second bracelet, the bracelet of control. This artifact can only be used once. Volka purchased it on the black market and had it specially designed with an exquisite design, so that it would look like a beautiful piece of jewelry that would attract the attention of the target. He hoped that Shifa herself would want to wear it. The subordinates, although they thought the plan sounded quite ridiculous, meekly agreed and said that they would immediately begin to implement it. Volka, satisfied with his idea, proclaimed that Shifa would be completely under their control that night and ordered his men to find her room, knowing that she lived with her father. Shifa woke up from the noise and timidly called her father, surprised by the unexpectedness of what was happening. The bandits realized that they had been caught en route and that their plan had been successfully compromised. They had not even had time to act in the dark, as they had assumed. Shifa spotted the bandits right in the corridor and reacted immediately. She boldly gave the order to stop, and with one powerful kick, attacked the attacking group. The bandits realized that she was unarmed, but they did not flinch. They rushed to grab her. Shifa demanded that they bow before her, and again struck her opponent with a punch. One of the bandits, shocked by her sudden power, admitted that the numerical advantage in the narrow space was too small. He did not expect that she would deal with the opponents so easily. Her confident demeanor and bold attacks shocked the attackers. Shifa recognized one of them, spoke about their past meeting in the dungeon, and demanded an explanation, who they were and what they wanted. The bandits unanimously ordered to retreat, seeing that the situation had gotten out of control. But Shifa stopped them with a precise order to stay put. At that moment, Billy burst into the hallway, frightened, asking what the noise was that had woken him up. Shifa hurried to calm her father with her presence. The bandits, noticing him, tried to take advantage of the moment and seize him as a hostage, seeing this as a chance to increase their pressure. Billy, suddenly appearing in the path of the bandits, dealt a sharp blow to one of them. The bandits reacted with surprise, not expecting such a rebuff. Shifa calmly explained that her father had been a blacksmith in the army. Billy himself, not hiding his irritation, added that in times of shortage of men, he was often sent straight to the front lines. He didn't know who was in front of him, but he confidently promised that he would make sure that each of these criminals was handed over to the city guard. The frightened bandits began to retreat, soon began to flee, but were later caught anyway. The city guard, reservedly but respectfully, appreciated the assistance, explaining that the captured people were probably part of a well-known criminal gang operating in Arsal. True, some of the criminals managed to escape. The guard thanked Billy, saying that the guards had been trying to deal with these bandits for years, and expressed confidence that now, after interrogation, they would be able to find out the purpose of their intrusion into the house. After the arrest, Shifa, tired and still exhausted from the dungeon, returned to her place. On the way, she accidentally noticed a bracelet on the floor. Her attention was drawn to its beauty, and she thought that the decoration looked very unusual. She picked it up, not knowing that this particular item was the bracelet of subjugation that was supposed to be part of the kidnapping plan. Meanwhile, Volka, the gang leader, listened to the report with fury. He could hardly contain his emotions. When he learned that the operation had failed, he began to seethe with anger. One of the bandits tried to justify himself by saying that some of them had managed to escape. Volka only laughed in response, but then started shouting. He demanded the bracelet back, and when he heard that it was lost in the house, he screamed in rage. Volka reminded how expensive such magical items were and how much effort had been put into the perfect plan. However, in the midst of his anger, something unexpected happened. The control bracelet he was holding suddenly reacted. He felt the magical connection work. Meanwhile, Shifa, holding the bracelet she had found, felt a strange current run through her body. There was a feeling of something strange. She couldn't understand what exactly was happening. Volka immediately realized that the target, Shifa, had actually put on the bracelet of submission, and his plan paradoxically began to work. Senna set out again, eager to find new adventures, determined and ready for the unknown. Gio expressed concern, reminding them of the recent attack in the dungeon, and made it clear that he still worried about his comrade's safety. Senna confidently stated that they would definitely deal with any threat that might come their way. Gio, switching to a more serious tone, mentioned that although Senna was still considered a new member of their squad, he wanted her to pay special attention to Shifu and make sure that nothing bad happened to her. Senna made it clear that she understood the request and hurried away without wasting any time. At that moment, Gio wondered if Shifa had really become someone's target, because everything that was happening looked suspicious, although he tried to convince himself that perhaps he was simply exaggerating the danger and winding himself up in vain. Suddenly, Senna reappeared and was surprised to notice that Gio seemed to be able to sense events in advance, hinting at his intuition. Gio reacted with bewilderment, hearing Senna's voice at a time when he himself was in thought. Senna quickly announced that she had bad news regarding Shifa, hinting at something serious. Gio immediately rushed to Shifa, ran up to her and began to ask her anxiously what exactly had happened, what condition she was in, whether she had been injured or whether she was sick. Annie intervened and calmly pointed out that none of Gio's assumptions were true. However, Gio noticed that Shifa looked truly awful and was clearly not feeling well. Shifa, without saying a word, held out her hand and showed the bracelet, explaining that it was because of it that strange changes began to happen to her. Gio, trying to understand what was happening, repeated her words and emphasized that she meant this particular object. Shifa described in detail how as soon as she put on the bracelet, her body began to experience strange and disturbing sensations, and the item itself clung to her skin so tightly that she could no longer remove it. Gio tried to comprehend how such a thing was possible, in amazement and confusion. Billy offered to explain everything in order, starting from the very beginning. He explained that in the middle of the night, they were attacked by a group of bandits. Shifa added that it was entirely possible that these were the same criminals who had ambushed them in the dungeon earlier. Annie made the logical conclusion that the bandits had most likely been hunting for Shifa all this time, tracking her movements. Senna indignantly suggested that the attackers had apparently waited until their group was asleep to attack them from behind, and expressed indignation at whether they had caused any harm. Shifa calmed everyone down, saying that they had managed to drive away the enemies. The blacksmiths who were watching the situation reacted with admiration to Shifa's behavior and praised her, reminding her that she was a B-rank adventurer, which confirmed her strength. Billy said that they were able to detain some of the bandits and hand them over to the authorities, and he was sure that the incident was over. But then Shifa found and put on the bracelet they left behind. Gio did not understand why she did this at all if she knew about the possible danger. Shifa, a little embarrassed, admitted that she found the bracelet very beautiful and simply could not resist the temptation. Those present noted with irritation that such behavior looked rather stupid, given their experience. Annie expressed her complete indignation, adding that she simply had no words, and asked Shifa to be at least a little more careful. Shifa guiltily apologized to everyone, admitting her mistake. Billy admitted that he had had enough of dealing with the bandits, and now a new problem with the bracelet was added to all of this. Gio suggested that perhaps the bracelet was actually cursed, which would explain what was happening. Billy responded that he had already shown the item to a specialist appraiser, who determined that the bracelet was a magical artifact. Senna asked in surprise if they were talking about a magical item. Annie explained in detail that it was an artifact filled with mana and designed to activate a certain spell. Billy added that this bracelet contained quite powerful mana, but they still did not know what its exact purpose and effect were. Annie expressed confidence that if the item belonged to a group of bandits, then its use was unlikely to bring anything good. The blacksmiths supported her opinion and pointed out that strange things had already started happening to Shifa, and if things continued in the same spirit, she would be in serious danger. Shifa once again apologized to everyone for the fact that her actions had caused anxiety and unrest. Gio thought to himself with concern that Shifa seemed to be in real pain, and even though he didn't know how to remove the bracelet, he had to find a way to help her. He wondered out loud if healing potions would help even a little, even if they didn't break the bracelet's magic. Billy expressed doubt that potions would be able to remove the effects of magic, but added that it was better to try than to just sit back. Annie remembered that she had a few potions that were specially designed for adventurers. Senna wondered anxiously if this would be enough to ease Shifa's condition even a little. Gio decided not to delay and announced that he was running home to bring everything from his personal supplies that could help with the treatment. One of the bandits reported that the target, named Volka, actually wore the bracelet as intended. He confirmed that he had double-checked this information and was convinced that the girl had found the artifact herself and put it on herself, without any external coercion. The group of bandits expressed surprise at the reason for such an act, believing that she could only have been attracted by the appearance of the bracelet, its exquisite and attractive design. However, they admitted that everything was going exactly according to plan, and now it remains to act according to the next stage of the operation. Volka, with a triumphant laugh, emphasized that what was happening perfectly suited his style, because he always calculates everything down to the smallest detail and brings things to a result. He explained that once the bracelet was put on, it was impossible to take it off, since it instantly adhered to the skin and was held in place by magic. Volka also noted that if someone else puts on the bracelet pair, then that person gets complete and undivided control over the one who wears the first artifact. In their thoughts, the bandits admitted that they were incredibly lucky, because the girl's father accidentally did not find the bracelet first, otherwise the plan would have failed. Volka himself mentally noted that everything had gone exactly as he had originally planned, without the slightest deviation from what had been planned, and now he could be sure that the resources spent had not been wasted. He believed that the expensive bracelet had certainly justified its price, and now all that was left was to establish close contact with the target. According to his calculations, once he gained her trust, the girl would completely submit to his will, and then she could be easily presented to the boss as a trophy. Volka was sure that for such success he would receive a generous and well-deserved reward, because he had cleverly implemented the plan. He declared that all true geniuses sooner or later achieve success, and now it was time to take his victim, the very girl who had fallen right into the trap he had set. Meanwhile, Gio returned to his friends and brought absolutely all the healing potions that he had stored at home. Billy thanked him with relief for his efforts and care. Shifa also sincerely thanked Gio for the help he brought. He cautiously inquired whether these potions had begun to produce any positive effect. Annie reported that Shifa had already consumed all the potions they had, and, as expected, they were only able to partially restore her physical strength without addressing the source of the problem. Senna noted that even though the potions were prepared by high-level Marines, the effect was limited. Annie added that if it were a common illness like a cold, recovery would be immediate, but the situation was more complicated. Gio, a little hesitantly, suggested that Shifa try another remedy that he had obtained. Senna immediately recognized the rainbow potion and was surprised by its appearance. Annie, examining the bottle, noticed that it did not look like a standard healing potion at all, and expressed doubt about its purpose. Gio couldn't explain its properties exactly, but expressed hope that it might be more effective than the usual potions that had already failed. Senna, wary, found the offer suspicious, since unknown potions can often have unpredictable effects. In his mind, Gio admitted to himself that if Shifa knew how rare and valuable this artifact was, he would hardly dare to drink it without hesitation. He understood that no one would voluntarily drink an unknown liquid without knowing its origin and consequences. However, Shifa, looking at Gio, trusted him and said that if he offered, then she agreed to drink this potion. Senna yelped in surprise at the decision. Billy, worried, asked how sure she was of her decision. Annie, still hesitant, wondered if the potion was a love potion or something similar. Gio has confidently denied this, making it clear that the drink contains nothing of the sort. Inside, he prayed that the potion would actually help Shifa at least a little, and ease her suffering. After Shifa drank the contents, her body began to emit a soft but noticeable glow, as if her inner magic had been activated. The blacksmiths who witnessed this event watched her with concern, trying to figure out what exactly was happening to the girl. Shifa reported that her body was much better, and she felt a dramatic improvement in her health. Gio, noticing the change, turned to her with excitement. Annie commented with surprise that it seemed like Shifa was completely healed. Shifa added that at that moment she heard a strange sound inside herself, reminiscent of a crack, as if something had broken, after which the bracelet, which was holding on so tightly, suddenly fell off. Everyone present was shocked by what happened and expressed great amazement, as it was an unexpected turn of events. Even though the bracelet appeared to be completely intact, its magical grip had disappeared, and no one understood how this had happened. Billy looked at her and asked if she now felt completely restored to health and comfort. Shifa confirmed that she felt absolutely perfect, better than ever in recent times. Senna gave thanks to the higher powers with relief, glad that the danger had passed. A thought flashed through Gio's mind that he had heard stories about the miraculous properties of elixirs, but even he had not expected such a strong effect. Annie, looking at Gio, expressed surprise and wanted to know what exactly he had given Shifa to drink. He said with some confusion that it was an elixir. Everyone who heard his words were stunned and exclaimed, realizing that he was talking about the real, genuine elixir, legendary and rare. Billy expressed confidence that it was precisely this potion that caused such a powerful effect. Annie was slightly shocked to see that Gio had actually used something like this, something few would have risked. He explained that Shifa was under a curse, and he believed that only something as powerful as this could have had an effect. Annie explained to everyone that the elixirs were legendary potions that could cure absolutely any disease, heal even fatal wounds, and reverse any magical or abnormal conditions. Shifa repeated the word elixir in awe, as if she couldn't believe it was the one that had saved her. Senna asked those around her if the potion really had such exceptional properties. Billy suddenly realized that perhaps the elixir had not only healed Shifa, but had also neutralized the unknown magical effect of the bracelet, destroying its effect. The blacksmiths who were watching what was happening admitted that they had no idea what to do before, and now called the elixir a real miracle. Inside, Gio thought with relief that maybe it was a good thing he hadn't told them all the details about the potion's origin right away. Shifa asked Gio with concern if it was the right decision to let her drink such a valuable substance, since, in her opinion, it could be useful to someone else. Gio said with confidence that he had no doubts about his decision and admitted that he himself did not expect the potion to be so effective that he could even remove the bracelet. Annie exclaimed with great shock, amazed by what she saw. Shifa guessed that the potion was probably very expensive. Gio, not wanting to go into details, said that it was not that expensive. He admitted to himself that the cost of the elixir was indeed colossal, but since the potion was made with ingredients from his own garden, he got it for free, but he considered this truth too dangerous to reveal and decided that lying would be the best solution for now. One of the blacksmiths suddenly remembered seeing a similar elixir at an auction, where it was sold for about 5,000 gold coins. Gio felt a sense of regret that someone had mentioned the real market price, because now those around him could understand the enormity of his sacrifice. The blacksmiths were shocked to realize that Gio had given Shifa such an expensive and rare artifact. Billy, not hiding his emotions, expressed admiration for how much Gio wanted to save Shifa. Gio replied that it was nothing special, although inside he felt that the situation had only become more complicated. Shifa tremblingly promised that she would definitely repay him for this, even if it took her whole life. Gio quickly responded, wanting to avoid further drama, and began to dissuade her. Senna raised the important question with interest. Where did he get such a potion, since it is extremely rare? In his mind, Gio admitted that the situation was really getting out of control, and he could not give any more truthful explanations. He answered out loud that it was a commercial secret and left it all without further explanation. Annie, realizing that it was better not to aggravate the tension, suggested closing the topic for now, because the main thing was that Shifa was feeling better, and everything else could be discussed later. The blacksmiths agreed with her, adding that the most important thing now was Shifa's health, and that she was okay again. Shifa expressed her gratitude to everyone who showed concern for her. Billy, switching to everyday affairs, commanded the workers to return to their duties. The blacksmiths, hearing the order, agreed and went to their places. A relieved thought entered Gio's mind that it was finally over. Annie suggested that they continue the conversation in Shifa's room, which again made Gio wary and tense up inside. Annie, after analyzing what was happening, concluded that this elixir was most likely created using ingredients grown in Gio's garden. To her assertion, Gio calmly confirmed that this was exactly how it was. The components were indeed taken from his personal garden, and the elixir itself was prepared by Marin, who had already completed the entire creation process. Annie said she wasn't surprised, as she was used to the unexpected with Gio, but she was also very displeased. She pointed out the incredible chaos he had caused by using such a powerful artifact in front of so many people who weren't aware of the details of the situation or understood the full picture. Annie reminded him that she had repeatedly asked Gio to be more careful and cautious in such matters. Senna noted with a slight sneer that Gio seemed to have been seriously reprimanded. Gio himself apologized to everyone for causing such a fuss, explaining that at that moment he had simply panicked and had not had time to think it through properly. Annie, having calmed down a bit, said that at least everything had turned out well. She also explained that since the ingredients had been gathered from his own garden and the potion had actually cost nothing, Gio didn't have to pay anything. Shifa, hearing this, tried to object, but Gio animatedly confirmed that Annie was absolutely right, and he was able to create as many elixirs as he wanted. Annie, repeating his words, was surprised to think about how easily he uttered such a confident phrase. Gio said with conviction that the most important thing to him was that Shifa was feeling well and was out of danger. Shifa admitted that she realized the importance of what was happening, and that it was thanks to Gio that she was able to get rid of the bracelet. She expressed the opinion that she could never thank him fully and promised that she would do everything he asked. Inside, Gio was shocked and stunned by this oath, mentally digesting the significance of what was said. Annie immediately intervened and ordered not to say such dangerous words, as she did not know what exactly Gio might demand in the future. She even suggested that he might ask for something perverted or downright indecent. Gio said with horror that he would never ask for such a thing. Annie continued, expressing concern that he might demand that Shifa go on a romantic date with him, or even agree to become his wife. Gio again firmly denied such a possibility. Senna cheerfully interjected, suggesting that Shifa could now become her big sister. Gio quickly said that Shifa didn't need to do anything like that, and that her gratitude alone was enough for him. Shifa promised with all seriousness that one day she would definitely find a way to repay him, even if it took her entire life. Annie reminded that despite all this, Shifa seemed to be being followed by a suspicious person. Senna added that Shifa should be extremely careful in the near future. Shifa suggested that everyone take the day off today to rest a bit. Senna responded happily to the idea. Annie, suddenly remembering something, began to tell a story that had happened just recently. At the same time, somewhere nearby, Wolf, watching Shifa, confidently confirmed that she was their target. He noted that the girl really did have an attractive appearance. When Shifa said goodbye to the others and left, and Senna wished her until tomorrow, Volka confidently thought that right now he had the opportunity to do absolutely anything he wanted with her. Volka came out of hiding and, approaching Shifa, called out her name, clarifying that she was the one he was looking for. Shifa calmly asked who he was. Volka introduced himself as the man who would now be her master, and ordered her to come with him. Shifa, not understanding his intentions, calmly asked why she was doing this. Volka repeated with confusion that she should follow him. However, Shifa, with firmness in her voice, refused to do so. Volka couldn't believe in his mind that she dared to disobey, because he was sure that the bracelet of submission would force her to follow any orders. He ordered her to spin around 3 times and bark like a dog. However, panic began to form in Wolf's mind because Shifa did not obey, which meant only one thing. She no longer had the bracelet of submission on her hand. Volka was mentally in complete confusion because everything that was happening was contrary to his expectations. He could not believe that his servants had deceived him and conveyed the information incorrectly because the bracelet should have been on the target, but now it was nowhere to be seen. At this time, Billy, turning to Shifa, expressed his intention to melt the bracelet, as he believed that it was better to destroy such a dangerous thing so that it would not harm anyone else. When Volka saw this, he instantly understood that this was exactly the same bracelet of service, designed to subjugate the target. A new guess arose in his mind. Perhaps Shifa had never actually worn it, despite the messages he had received. Billy noticed the strange behavior of the stranger, and was perplexed by how strangely he reacted. In his mind, Volka thought that if he could somehow get the bracelet, he would have another chance to try to put it on Shifu and activate the effect. He came up and introduced himself as a random passerby, after which he suggested not to destroy such a beautiful and exquisite bracelet, but instead sell it to him, because according to him, such a relic should not just disappear. Billy firmly refused, apologizing, but explaining that the bracelet was an extremely dangerous magical item, since his daughter had once put it on and was unable to remove it on her own. He added that only with great effort they managed to get rid of the bracelet, which became salvation. Volka, surprised, uttered words of disbelief, because what he heard violated the logic of all his knowledge about magical artifacts. He wondered if Shifa had actually put the bracelet on, but had then managed to take it off, which seemed completely impossible to him. He didn't understand how she had done it, since the effect should have been irreversible. Shifa watched him closely and came to the conclusion that this strange man clearly knew something about the properties of the bracelet. She noticed a bracelet on Wolf's hand that was very similar to that one. An alarm went off in Volka's head. He realized that Shifa was beginning to suspect something, and decided that it was better not to continue the conversation for now. So Volka declared that he urgently needed to leave, and quickly retreated without waiting for further questions. Billy, returning to the topic, asked again whether it was now possible to melt the bracelet. Shifa nodded affirmatively, giving her consent. Meanwhile, somewhere in a secluded place, the hidden bandits approached Volka, wanting to know how the plan went. Volka reported with irritation that everything went to hell, and the whole undertaking was a failure. The bandits were surprised because the bracelet was indeed on the target, and the plan initially looked flawless. Volka confirmed that the plan was indeed perfectly constructed, but the fact that the magical artifact had been removed seemed absurd and illogical to him. He laughed, noting that despite the failure, this was not the end, and he would definitely come up with a new way. According to him, after the bracelet was deactivated, the effect disappeared, and the item became nothing more than a useless trinket. However, he noted that the bracelet was incredibly expensive, and the thought of losing such a valuable thing made him angry and regretful. At this time, Senna, in a conversation with Gio, put forward a rather frivolous idea. If he was able to create many elixirs, then perhaps they would never have to work again. Gio, hearing this, was amazed by the train of her thoughts. Senna continued, stating that since he could create as much as he wanted, it was a great opportunity to live in comfort. Gio admitted that he only said this so that Shifa wouldn't feel guilty or worried about the resource he wasted, since he couldn't actually produce such potions in large quantities. Senna, a little taken aback, said that she was sure that now she could just relax for the rest of her life. In an internal monologue, Gio noted that it was technically possible, but he couldn't ask for Marin's help for mass production, as it would put her in an awkward position. He loudly advised Senna to concentrate and be more attentive because she could be kicked out of the group for irresponsibility. He also recalled that Annie had previously spoken about the return of a former member of their team, who is now heading home from the capital. Lily came to Gio in the morning hours to pick up the prepared harvest, as she usually did. Gio, noticing her approach, excitedly announced that this time he had something special that he had not had before. Upon seeing the object he demonstrated, Lilia was surprised to recognize it as adamantite, one of the rarest and most incredibly durable metals known in the world. She explained that this metal is famous for its phenomenal hardness, which is considered unrivaled and indestructible, even in the most extreme conditions. Lilia said that adamantite does not crack even under the weight of satin, and there are also rumors that even powerful dragons are not able to bite through it. Surprised by this, Geo thought about the practical application of such a find, and suggested that perhaps adamantite could be used to create an extremely durable weapon. He mentioned that Senna was interested in a new sword, as the old one had lost its sharpness and she wanted to replace it. Lilia clarified that the term durable would be too modest in relation to adamantite, since it would be more correct to say that truly legendary artifacts are made from it. She added that the metal is extremely difficult to work with due to its hardness, and there are only a few blacksmiths in the entire world who have the skill to handle it. Geo admitted with mild surprise that he had not expected such difficulties to arise, and he then concluded that perhaps the best solution would be to create a weapon out of mithril. Lilia agreed with him, noting that mithril would be perfect for making a sword. She also mentioned that if the mithril was of a high degree of purity, it could be further enhanced with magical effects. Geo, hearing about magic, expressed interest in the capabilities of such a weapon. Lilia explained that it was about the ability to give the sword various magical properties that would activate automatically. For example, such a sword could cast spells with a simple swing, or even heal the owner when he defeats opponents. Geo admitted that he had recently obtained a very high-quality mithril, but its appearance seemed strange. Lilia was surprised and wanted to see this specimen. Geo said that he had placed a piece of mithril in the storage. At that moment, a voice was heard, offering to extract the mithril. Geo agreed. When Lilia saw the mithril, she exclaimed in amazement. Geo, slightly worried, suggested that perhaps there was something wrong with the mithril, as it usually glowed slightly and had a beautiful shine, but this one looked different. Lilia responded by explaining that it was the other way around. When mithril contains impurities and is of low quality, mana begins to leak out of it, and it is this that gives it the glow. Thus, the mithril that does not glow at all indicates its absolute purity. She stated that what was before them was 100% pure mithril, which is almost impossible to find in nature due to its rarity. Later, Geo reflected on how Lilia was a storehouse of useful knowledge. He decided that he should ask Billy to forge a sword from this mithril. As he approached the forge, he noticed someone standing nearby. He looked around and hesitantly called out to the figure. The girl standing there shuddered and was frightened by his appearance. Geo quickly apologized, explaining that he hadn't meant to scare her, but had simply come to see if she needed help. The girl, very embarrassed, began to stutter and insisted that she was not strange at all, but had simply come to see Shifa. Geo, hearing this, said that Shifa was currently on a mission, so she was not at home. The girl nodded with a confused expression, taking note of what she heard. She thanked Geo and excused herself, clearly feeling awkward, as if her presence was unwelcome. Geo looked after her, thoughtful. A doubt flickered through his mind. Maybe she really was a little weird. However, after thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that she was probably just unusually shy and sensitive, and not weird at all. Meanwhile, Billy, noticing him, called out to him, expressing joy at seeing a familiar face. Geo came closer, and, glancing at the busy workshop, noted that Billy was working at full speed, as usual. Billy asked him curiously why he had come, if he needed anything specific. Geo replied that he had a request. He wanted Billy to forge a sword for Senna. Billy took this with enthusiasm, emphasizing that it was no problem, because Geo had already done them a great favor once, and he was always happy to return the favor. Geo thanked him and handed over the material from which the sword was to be made. Billy looked at the metal and exclaimed with interest, recognizing mithril. However, his face immediately changed. He noticed that this piece of mithril looked unusual. Geo hesitated slightly, began to hesitate, not knowing how to explain what exactly was special about it, because he himself did not fully understand the nature of the material. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Sarasa was thinking about her return. She realized that she had once again behaved rather suspiciously, as she often did when she was worried. She remembered how every few years, all the mages were called to the capital's magic academy to take a mandatory test to prove their qualifications. This time, she was so nervous that she almost failed the test, but she still passed it and was happy to leave that tense place. Returning home brought her a sense of relief and joy. Despite being away for so long, she believed that Shifa and Annie were doing just fine without her. However, Sarasa also understood that the lack of an experienced mage capable of providing reliable support made any adventure significantly more dangerous. Now that she's back in the squad, she's determined to put all her energy into becoming an important part of the team again. Since she arrived a little earlier than planned, Sarasa decided to take a look at the workshop belonging to Shifa's family. Her attention was immediately drawn to the muscular blacksmiths, who were working with complete dedication. After a grueling, month-long, one-way trip to the capital and the same way back, she felt physically and mentally restored just by being in this environment. While in the capital, she accidentally met a frail guy who, as it turned out, was on good terms with the local craftsman. She almost let her bad habit come out again, but caught herself in time. To calm herself down, she decided to simply admire the magnificent muscles of the men surrounding her. Her gaze fell on two people nearby. One of them said doubtfully that perhaps he was not good enough, and his friend could well assemble a stronger team. The other confidently declared that he did not need anyone else, and that going on adventures without him made no sense to him. The first man was surprised by this confession and wanted to understand what exactly he meant. The second man, slightly embarrassed, admitted that he had become an adventurer only to travel with him. The one who was addressed was struck by the sincerity of the words. The other, embarrassed even more, asked not to make him repeat such confessions. Sarasa, observing this, experienced a feeling of complete peace and pleasure. Her thoughts were spinning in simple and honest pleasure at what was happening. She even noted that the two she was looking at might not be the limit, and there might be even more such beautiful specimens among those present. She mentally condemned herself, feeling that her weakness for muscles and her tendency to contemplate men with admiration made her pathetic. She realized that her attraction was not limited to the physical side. She liked to watch men display strength, emotion, trust, and tenderness. In her mind, Sarasa desperately tried to overcome her habit, which had tormented her for years, because she had long ago decided that she wanted to quit. However, despite her efforts, the temptation was always stronger than the desire to change. At that moment, her attention was distracted by familiar voices that began calling her name, pronouncing it alternately with increasing volume. Sarasa turned around and saw Annie and Shifa standing in front of her, causing her to be instantly surprised and abruptly switch her attention. Annie, coming closer, expressed her joy at seeing them, noting that they had not seen each other for quite some time. Shifa added that the long journey had probably left her very tired, which was only natural. Sarasa nodded affirmatively, confirming that the trip had indeed been exhausting. Annie said with half-joking severity that she had called her name 10 times already, but Sarasa was clearly staring at the muscular adventurers. Sarasa, flushing, exclaimed in panic that her attention had really been riveted only to the muscles and that she liked them exclusively, not at all fantasizing about strong male friendship and intimacy. Senna, having overheard their conversation, became interested and wanted to know what muscles they were talking about. Sarasa was taken aback by the surprise and did not recognize the new girl, embarrassedly asking who she was. Shifa explained that Senna was their childhood friend who had recently joined the group and had already proven herself to be a great vanguard. Annie added that Sarasa was a mage. Despite her youthful appearance, she was already 23 years old. Senna introduced herself with a smile and said that she loved good food, sleep, and especially enjoyed her older brother's cooking. Sarasa, still a little stunned, greeted her back, trying to look confident. In her thoughts, she realized that there was now a new girl in the squad, and she herself, during her absence, may have created a lot of trouble for the team. Shifa mentioned that while Sarasa was gone, they managed to conquer both volcanic and underwater areas. At this time, Canaria appeared and called Shifu over for a minute, explaining that she wanted to discuss something important with her. Seeing Sarasa, Canaria was genuinely happy about her return, but immediately noted that she looked upset about something. Sarasa, in a state of deep doubt, said that perhaps everything would have gone well even if she had not returned at all. Canaria, flushed with surprise and alarmed, tried to understand what could have happened. Annie explained that while Sarasa was away, they had brought in a temporary replacement, and with this team they had made significant progress in their adventures. Canaria, hearing this, began to suspect that Sarasa was probably developing an inferiority complex. Annie at the same time noticed that Senna, although strong, constantly talked about how much she wanted to go home. Senna, without embarrassment, confirmed that she did not feel the desire to do hard work. Canaria was reservedly surprised, and reminded that in this case, the decision to become an adventurer seemed rather strange. In her mind, Sarasa admitted to herself that the main reason she became an adventurer was her desire to observe the muscles of men and their behavior in battle and everyday life. Even though her only true asset was her mastery of magic, and her constant nervous breakdowns prevented her from showing her true colors, Shifa and Annie still accepted her for who she was. She thought that if she was now useless to the group, then her further stay among them would be meaningless. And Canaria emphasized that yes, the team has indeed achieved impressive results in recent months, but with Sarasa's return, their capabilities will only expand. She gave a vivid image. If you give a troll a club, he will become even more dangerous. This is how she saw the squad being strengthened by the return of the mage. Senna responded to the mention of new missions with a slight weariness in her voice. Canaria confirmed that she had a mission that she wanted to assign to these four. Later, Senna immediately began to protest, and angrily stated that she was not going to spend a whole week fighting wyverns. Shifa tried to calm her down, and Annie suggested that they could ask Gio to influence her, but unfortunately he was not home at the moment. Sarasa, still feeling a little out of sorts, apologized for being with them again. Shifa explained the mission. It was about wyverns that a small village called Moria had asked her to deal with. She explained that the round trip would take a week. Due to the village's remoteness and the threat level, nearby guilds refused, so the request went to the guild in Arsal. Canaria added that recently, thanks to the actions of a certain group of adventurers, dungeon raids have begun to actively develop. Because of this, other squads did not want to leave the cities for long-term missions. Annie sighed and said that after such words and such pressure, they simply could not refuse. But now, first of all, they needed to somehow deal with Senna. Sarasa tried to say something, hesitating a little, as if she didn't know how to express her thoughts. Annie, noticing her hesitation, apologized to her and expressed the hope that despite Senna's character, she would still like her, because she had her good sides. Sarasa, looking down, quietly said that she probably wouldn't be able to go on the mission with them either. She said with firm confidence that she was 100% sure of her own uselessness, especially in a fight against creatures like wyverns. Annie, hearing this, was amazed, as if she did not believe what she heard. Shifa, with conviction in her voice, declared that what Sarasa said was not true. Annie exclaimed indignantly, not understanding how she could think such a thing about herself. Sarasa explained that while wyverns were not as powerful as actual dragons, they were still incredibly dangerous, and posed a serious threat that terrified her. Annie wondered how she was going to handle this quest, and how they were going to handle it if no one was eager to go. Senna, in despair, repeated that she did not want to go anywhere, as if she hoped that her persistence would convince everyone. Sarasa, as if imitating her intonation, also began to repeat that she did not want to go. At this time, Gio returned to the house and, opening the door, loudly announced his return. He immediately asked if Senna was there. Seeing Shifu and the others, he stopped in surprise. Senna, seeing him, rushed to him with tears or capriciousness in her voice. Gio asked worriedly what happened, watching what was happening. He mentally remembered that he had already seen one of the girls present in the forge. Sarasa, for her part, looked at him, mentally asked herself an obscene question, and noted that if she had to choose who was on top and who was on the bottom, she would make her choice without a doubt. Annie began to explain that they had recently received an official request from the guild. Gio, having heard the gist of it, immediately made a remark to Senna, asking her to stop her hysterics, which only created unnecessary problems. Sarasa mentally noted that even at such a moment she could not stop thinking about her own. Gio looked at her and asked if they had met before. He introduced himself as Senna's older brother, but with a slight nervousness, as if he wasn't sure if she would recognize him. Sarasa nervously introduced herself and confirmed that she was Sarasa. Gio, hearing her name, reacted with surprise to the information that she had traveled all the way to the capital. He admitted that for him such an event is a real rarity, because he rarely leaves the city limits. Sarasa asked in surprise if Gio was an adventurer, since his sister was actively involved in this. He replied that no, his occupation was much more modest. He simply worked in his garden. Suddenly, Gio remembered something important and invited Sarasa to have lunch with them. She reacted sharply to his invitation, slightly taken aback by such a proposal. Gio explained that he was offering it to her not just like that, but as a small pleasant gesture, a reward for her successful return from an exhausting trip to the capital. Sarasa began to refuse, saying that she did not understand why he would even do this for her. Gio, however, kindly replied that she should not be shy, because he had a lot of things growing in his garden, and there was enough food for everyone. Senna, hearing that it was about food, exclaimed happily and showed enthusiasm. Shifa at this point turned to Gio and asked if it was okay to tell Sarasa about his special gift. Annie seconded the suggestion and noted that it would be quite difficult to hide it. Shifa added that Sarasa was their close friend, someone they could trust. Gio agreed and said that while he was explaining everything, he would show her his garden. Sarasa drew a parallel in her mind between herself and Gio, thinking that perhaps she was more suited to the role of a writer who never left the city, just as Gio lived peacefully and did not go far. Gio led her to the garden and proudly presented what he had grown with his own hands. Sarasa was amazed by what she saw. She noted with admiration that she did not expect that he had grown all these plants himself. However, she immediately asked what his gift was then. Gio began his explanation and was about to reveal the truth when suddenly 2 people appeared on the scene, Milk and Pippi. Annie, looking at one of them, mentally exclaimed that another one had appeared in front of her, gigantic and incredibly plump. Sarasa, greatly frightened by their sudden appearance, uttered Gio's name in a panicked and confused voice. A panicked thought flashed through Sarasa's mind that monsters had appeared right in the very center of the city. She felt a sudden surge of fear, and her mind immediately began to paint the worst-case scenarios in which these creatures were preparing to attack. Her first inner impulse was to immediately run away from this place to avoid danger. However, at that very moment, something held her back, perhaps the instinct of a magician ready to protect others. Meanwhile, Gio, looking at his pets, tried to defuse the situation by laughing slightly and saying that they really had gotten a little bigger. Sarasa, not realizing the whole situation, called out to everyone around her in a panic, urging them to immediately step aside and stay away. She instantly activated the magic spell and began to use combat magic. Gio reacted with surprise and fear to what was happening. Shifa, seeing this, screamed her friend's name, hoping that she would stop. Senna also screamed, trying to understand what was happening. Sarasa concentrated fully, gathered mana and cast a lightning spell, preparing to strike the monsters. She chose the battle formula, Lightning Strike, and the energy was already forming. But suddenly, Gio appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Sarasa immediately stopped the activation of the spell, canceling the attack at the last moment. She turned to Gio in shock, realizing how dangerous her blow could have been, and wondering why he was right in her path. Gio, all flustered, barely found the strength to apologize for his abrupt action. Annie ran up and worriedly checked if everything was okay. Senna also asked if anyone was hurt. Sarasa, still overcome with anxiety, said that they needed to leave the place immediately, because there were monsters nearby, and she still didn't understand why they weren't aggressive. Then a realization flashed through her mind. These creatures were not hostile. Gio, slightly hesitantly, explained that everything that was happening had a simple explanation. These creatures were not wild monsters, but his pets. Sarasa, hearing this, was stunned and did not immediately believe what she heard. Then, realizing that she had almost attacked innocent creatures, she hung her head guiltily and apologized sincerely. She apologized not only to Gio, but also to the pets themselves, Milk and Pippi, for almost harming them. Gio also felt guilty about what happened, and said that perhaps he should have trained them better so that they wouldn't scare people with their appearance. He apologized for the fright he had caused her. Sarasa, still amazed by what was happening, admitted with amazement that even at the Magic Academy where she studied, she had never heard of such a gift that would allow one to generate or summon monsters. Annie tried to calm her down, saying that it was nothing to worry about, because Gio's gift was absurd in itself and hard to get used to. Gio, having recovered from the shock, admitted that he was genuinely amazed by the powerful spell that Sarasa almost used. Annie explained that despite her appearance, Sarasa graduated from the Magic Academy as the best student in her class. Gio was shocked to hear this and could not hide his surprise. Senna said with genuine admiration that Sarasa was simply amazing. Sarasa herself, very embarrassed, brushed off the compliments, saying that although she had a talent for magic, everything else she did was awkward and clumsy. She admitted that she continued to make ridiculous mistakes in all other areas of life except magic, despite all her experience and success. Gio was adamant that what had happened was not a mistake on Sarasa's part. He was confident that her actions were meant to protect them all, and that was what mattered. Sarasa, still tormented by guilt, tried to justify herself. She admitted that she did want to protect her friends, but in her opinion, the situation got out of control and turned into a misunderstanding. It all ended well only because Gio had been reckless and put himself in danger by standing right in the path of her spell. Gio admitted that he was scared because her magic was truly powerful, but he added that they had something in common. Both of them had found the strength to be brave in order to protect others, or at least they had awakened that determination. Shifa turned to Sarasa with warm confidence and said that she could be truly proud of her magic. Annie added that although Sarasa had a gentle nature, she also possessed frighteningly strong magical power. Shifa emphasized that this was exactly the kind of power they lacked in the upcoming battle with the Wyverns, and it was precisely such a mage who could help protect the residents of Moria Village. Sarasa, hearing these words, hesitated at first, but then gathered her courage. She tensely but firmly stated that if even she, as she was, could be useful, then she would do everything possible to fight the Wyverns. Shifa supported her fighting spirit, praising her for her spirit. Gio also kindly supported her, promising that he would sincerely worry about her success and support her, even from afar. Sarasa, still a little shy, thanked him for his kind words. Milk, one of Gio's pets, made a soft, friendly sound as if expressing approval. Gio turned to his pets with a smile, thanking them for their support, since both Milk and Pippi clearly liked Sarasa. Sarasa herself noticed that these monsters, despite their menacing appearance, really loved Gio very much. She casually asked what gender his pets were. Gio replied that both were male. Sarasa responded to this in a slightly odd, thoughtful way, saying that it was beautiful, and that overall it reminded her of something like anthropomorphic furries, cute, a bit fantasy-like, and completely out of the ordinary. Senna, listening to all this, suddenly made an attempt to wriggle out of it. She lazily stated that since everything was sorted out, perhaps she could stay home and not participate in the mission. However, the others immediately realized that the problem was not yet solved. Shifa said, sternly but calmly, that Senna's strength was also very important, and without it, they would not be able to succeed. Senna reluctantly admitted that perhaps they should work together. Annie, thinking out loud, said that it would take a whole week to get to the village, and she did not think that such a journey would be fun. Then she had an idea how to solve this problem. She suggested using Gio's garden. Gio was surprised at this moment, not immediately understanding where she was leading. Sarasa, catching on, reminded him that Gio had a special gift. Senna joined in, not quite understanding what exactly was meant, but reacting with interest. Shifa understood Annie's plan and explained that if they used Gio's gift, they could take him with them on their journey. A surprised and at the same time inspiring thought flashed through Gio's mind that now he could actually go with them.